So I'm so pleased to introduce my colleague and friend whom I met about 10 years ago in Paraguay. He was a young student, 10th grader, I think. And he's been with me for the last 8 years working. Lucas Rojas, y'all got to know Lucas, but he has an incredible voice. He'll sing 2 pieces, and then Ed Heger, who's a former prime minister, Slovakia, will come and offer a prayer. So if you could please grab a cup of coffee right now and have a seat. My friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. All right, Lucas?
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace that brought me safe this far, and grace will lead me home. The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures, and He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. Amen. Lord God Almighty reigns. Hallelujah. Holy, holy are you, Lord God Almighty. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb. You are holy, holy are you, Lord God Almighty. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb. Hallelujah, for the Lord God Almighty reigns. Hallelujah, hallelujah, for the Lord God Almighty reigns. Hallelujah. Holy, holy are you, Lord God Almighty. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb. You are holy, holy are you, Lord God Almighty. Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb. Amen.
Thank you, Lucas. That was amazing. Good morning, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you that you came a little earlier so we can be united in prayer. And I would like to invite you to join me in this prayer. And before we do that, you know, there is so many things that we can pray for. And it's great that each one of you is carrying something in your heart. And I would like to invite you to join me in the prayer, especially for yourself, for ourselves. The reason why I've said that, because Jesus told us that we should be the light of the world. And you are very important people, and you are people who carry a mission in your heart. And I think the best we can serve this world and also the Lord if we shine the light and we bring the light to the world and His light. And as we praised Him with the great songs that Lucas just sang, so I want to ask you to join me. I'm not going to be the only one praying in this room, I hope, and I want you to be praying with me. And please start with yourself, that Lord will use you as a light for this world, because we need it. We need it. In all this turmoil we're living, we need it very much. And we were discussing it yesterday. We're going to discuss it today. So we need you to shine the light so we can make the world a better place. So please join me. Lord Jesus, I thank you for these great friends, brothers and sisters, that we are here together united in your name, and to ask you for your blessing. We know that you said where 2 or 3 of you are gathered together, you are present at that place. And I believe that you are here with us. So Lord, we want to surrender to you. We want to be the light that you said that we should be in this world. And we know that the light is the best light if it's your light. So we surrender our lives, ourselves, and we ask you to fill us with your Spirit so we can make difference, so we can be changing and transforming this world in all these important issues we carry. Lord, I come from Slovakia, from Central Europe, and you see what kind of difficulties we live in our region. But there are people here from other regions of the world, and we all need your presence and your solutions, your wisdom, your anointing, your guidance in all what we do. So I pray now for your blessing into all these regions of the world, so we'll know what to do, who to connect with. We pray for the open hearts of the people we'll be connecting with. We pray for breakthroughs so we can see a better future, so we can see peace coming into the countries around the world, but also your justice, Lord. We pray for your mercy, your love, but also your justice, Lord, that we can feel the kingdom that you want and you're bringing to our earth. So every one of us, not just us, but also the people living in those regions, can experience your kingdom and can recognize you as our Savior and our Lord. Thank you. We pray in your name, Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Well, it's a wonderful beginning. Jesse Boggs, the floor is yours.
Sure. Yeah, good morning. Well, thank you, Congressman. Thank you. Beautiful prayers this morning. And Lucas is so talented. We're lucky to have so talented, so many ways, lucky to have him supporting the forum. Good morning. It was a great day yesterday. We packed a lot in for sure, and a wonderful reception last night. Thanks to the Romanian ambassador to the U.S. in his beautiful home. I enjoyed talking to a lot of you last night. So we have another full day today. I'm going to start with national security. Later talk about energy security. We have Senator Tillis, North Carolina, joining us at 10 o'clock. Former Senator Brownback, more on religious freedom, panels on international trade, and a lot of other issues today. So looking forward to that. Can I ask the panel, four panelists for national security, come on up here. We'll get started. Yep, great. I don't know if you had determined an order of speakers. You want to go first? We'll talk. Yes? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to start. This is a very important topic. National security. We've heard a lot about it yesterday. We're going to start with the Honorable Lesia, I hope to say this, Zaborana. She's a member of parliament in the Ukraine and chair of the subcommittee on public expenditures. And I understand you're going to speak about the future of European security, building a stronger transatlantic architecture for global stability. Great, thank you. And this is on.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a great privilege and a great honor to be with you and to share our vision on this forum. First of all, I would like to say that we highly appreciate the possibility to be here. With thanks to the chairman of this wonderful forum, Honorable Robert Pittenger, for the possibility to present in Washington, D.C., to talk with you. And actually, this forum just now has some practical results, because on Monday we had a wonderful reception in Qatar embassy, and we had very fruitful discussion with the ambassador about one of the most important issues for Ukraine is returning our kidnapped children, which are now on the occupied territories in Russia. So we are waiting for the progress in this question, and we are still working about this. But today I would like to talk with you about national security, not only about national, about global security. Today Europe stands as a strategic crossroads. The outcome of Russia's war against Ukraine is not only about borders on a map. It is about a future of global security, the credibility of international institutions, and the resilience of democracy under the pressure. At the same time, the new US national security strategy shows a clear shift in Washington's approach to Europe. The United States will value the transatlantic partnerships, but it expects Europe to take far more responsibility for its own security and places decisions about Ukraine within a more structured US-led diplomatic process. European security will therefore depend less on how much attention America can give, and far more on Europe's own ability to deter threats, invest in defense, and shape the political conditions for long-term stability. For decades, the transatlantic partnerships has been the backbone of stability. But today we are confronted with the reality that demands a new security architecture, one that is more flexible, more technology advanced, and more united than ever before. And Ukraine has a decisive role in this transformation. Ukraine is shaping for the next chapter of European and global security. Today, 1 day of war in Ukraine costs the state budget around $172 million, mainly for military salaries, ammunition, etc. Ukraine's total annual defense spending now reaches about $100 billion, and at the same time, Russia spends over $172 billion per year on its war against Ukraine, 3 times more than in 2021, before the full-scale invasion. And according to the UK Ministry of Defense, over 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed or injured since February 2022. Despite these awful losses, Russia continues mobilizing its population with no regard for human life. This raises a fundamental question for all of us, for European American colleagues. What is Russia preparing for? The answer is clear. Russia is preparing to revise the world order, to undermine the security of Europe, and if not stopped in Ukraine, to expand its aggression to NATO countries. Recent statements by Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova openly claim that Russia must protect Russian-speaking citizens in Latvia and other Baltic countries. This is the same false narrative used by Russia before launching its full-scale aggression in Ukraine in 2022. The pattern is obvious. The threat is not only ongoing, it's growing. And stopping Russia in Ukraine remains the key to preventing the wider war in Europe. Ukraine has already demonstrated what modern deterrence looks like. We deliver it different by cost, forcing Russia to pay a military, economic, and strategic price it never expected. In this situation, Ukraine can play a crucial role in strengthening both European and global security. We often joke, do we need to join NATO? Or does NATO now urgently need Ukraine? But behind the joke, a serious truth. Here are the main reasons. Ukraine is the only country in Europe with real, large-scale combat experience against a major military power. Ukraine has become a global leader in modern warfare technologies, long-range drones, naval surveillance drones, electronic warfare, battlefield digitalization. European armies today are preparing for the wrong kind of war. Ukraine is preparing for the war of the future. Ukraine is stopping Russia, the biggest direct threat to European security. Every day we hold the line. We prevent Russia from moving closer to NATO borders. Ukraine forces Russia to spend vast resources and reduces its ability to project power elsewhere. This strengthens stability for the entire Euro-Atlantic community. Ukraine is on the front line of democracy. And let me be clear, preserving bipartisan support in Ukraine in the United States is essential because strong Ukraine means a stronger NATO and safer world for American interests. To ensure long-term stability, we need to build a system from 4 main pillars. The first one, stronger collective defense, long-term commitments to Ukraine's defense capabilities. This includes a dedicated law passed by US Congress preventing any interruption of intelligence exchange with Ukraine and prohibited any limitation on US defense sales to Ukraine. Joint production of weapons and high-tech systems. Europe must move from peacetime procurement to wartime production capacity. Full coordination of our defense system across the Euro-Atlantic space. But these commitments must go beyond political declaration. Security guarantees must be credible and enforceable, not symbolic. This means a security treaty with Ukraine ratified by US Senate, creating a long-term obligation under American law. A dedicated act of Congress ensuring stable funding, defense cooperation, and predictable military support. Only guarantees at this level will prevent Russia from challenging European and global security in future. The second component, a coordinated economic and sanctions front. Russia's war machine still depends on high-tech components, foreign revenue, a shadow fleet, and loopholes that allow it to bypass restriction. To skip this, we must introduce secondary sanctions, target banks and logistic chains, enabling evasion, use frozen Russian assets for Ukraine needs, and ensure the US Senate passes the Sanctioning Russia Act of 2025, closing major loopholes and ensure long-term sanctions pressure. This is prevention, reducing Russia's ability to finance aggression and stopping the war from spreading further into Europe. The third component, a technological alliance for the future. Technology must become the backbone of the new security model. This includes AI-powered defense systems, shared data platforms, drone production coalitions, integrate cyber defense. Ukraine is ready to be a full-fledged member of such technological alliance. And the last but not least, accountability for a just global order. A strong transatlantic security architecture cannot exist without accountability, without justice, there can be no lasting security. For Ukraine, accountability means two urgent steps. The US Congress must adopt the designating the Russian Federation as a state sponsor of Terrorism Act, which mandates recognizing Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism if it refuses to return the thousands of Ukrainian children it has illegally deported. Could you imagine we have 1.6 million Ukrainian children on the occupied territories by Russia and in Russia? This is our future generation. The US and Europe must fully support the International Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression. Accountability is the foundation of a fair global order, where borders cannot be changed by force and civilians cannot be targeted with impunity. We often say that the history is watching for us, but today history is being written by us, by the decisions we make, the partnership we build, and the courage we show. A secure Europe and secure world requires a secure Ukraine. And a strong transatlantic alliance requires Ukraine that is integrated, resilient, technologically advanced, and fully embedded in the future security architecture. Security is not given, it is built. And today we are building it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those excellent remarks. And as you say, what's at stake here is not just the future of Ukraine, but of European security and really global security. And I think as the chairwoman mentioned, you're at the front lines of democracy here. So thank you for those remarks. Next, we'll hear from another Ukrainian parliamentarian member, Mr. Oleg Dunda, who will talk about the sort of innovations. What's that? Okay, the battlefield and technology innovations in the battlefield. So come on up here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the esteemed organizers of this forum, Honorable Robert Pittenger, it's for you, and Honorable Congressman Mike Rogers. Without you, this excellent forum would not have been possible. And of course, my gratitude to each of you for finding the time and opportunity to come here. When I was preparing for this presentation, I thought about showing you a series of videos from battlefield. But then I decided against it. Because in 6 months' time, they will already be outdated. Because they exist now, in time of progress, huge progress. And we are not here to talk about today, but about the future, first of all. We are on the verge of rapid and sweeping changes in the global defense sector. Not only in the defense sector. We don't yet fully realize the extent of these changes. But the contour of this new reality are already visible in the war in Ukraine. The first thing we must recognize is that there is not longer a place for humans on the battlefield. Totally. Not in the air, not on land, not on water. And of course, one can insist that the number of infantry troops produces result. We heard a lot of this thesis in the media, in speeches. But superiority of technologies over the number of infantry has been proven many times in our history. On American continent, in Asia, in Europe. Unmanned systems are now the main dogma of modern military doctrine. And they radically change everything from the structure of army and its weapons to the functionality of individual soldiers. The war in Ukraine has shown that people is the most vulnerable and expensive resource in the world. Moreover, the amount of this resource is limited for physical and moral reasons. Applying this dogma in practice will mean that controlled equipment no longer needs a crew. That means that, the first, the requirements for armament military equipment are reduced. The second, its size will decrease and it will become more mobile. The third, weapons will be controlled remotely. The fourth, the overall power of each weapon will increase. And the last, soldiers are now becoming drone operators working from bunkers or the rear, or police, control the rear part of the battlefield and performing mainly actually logistical and security functions. Moreover, it has already become clear that military equipment dating from 20th century and the early 21st century has lost its relevance on the mother battlefield. It's too vulnerable. It simply has no target to hit on the battlefield. This applies to tanks, artillery, aircraft carriers, combat aircraft, and other types of weapons on their current form. It seems that war is becoming cheaper and equalizing the capabilities of most countries, as many NATO generals believe. But this is a mistaken conclusion. The reduction in the cost of weapons is instantly offset by a multiple increase in their quantity. So, let's consider the levels of warfare based on changing requirements for weapons. First part, tactical level. This is the battlefield itself, the kill zone. I think everyone heard a lot of, last year, a lot of about this. In essence, it's the front line up to 20 miles wide, controlled by various types of kamikaze drones. Nothing alive survives in this territory. Nothing, totally. Any equipment is destroyed almost instantly. In fact, combat operations are conducted by drones located in underground bunkers, or even deep in the rear. Accordingly, an offensive by large units is doomed to fail. Any success in advancing can only be achieved by spreading troops out as much as possible, and using maximum camouflage. It's time to forget about tanks columns and artillery batteries. The main task of the troops in such conditions is gradually shift the kill zone border deeper into enemy territory. The success of such operations critically depends on the ability to quickly produce a maximum number of inexpensive drones. In addition, about future, the one drones, one target, one operator algorithm is becoming a thing of the past. It's being replaced by a concept in which a single operator uses AI to control fleets of drones, which with approach, a single operator will be able to control not just 100 square meters of territory, yards of territory, but 10 of square miles of the front line. This, in turn, reduces the need for mass mobilization, which was technology of 20th century, and puts the professional technical skills of each individual operator at the forefront. Combat operations, the kill zone can be carried out in two scenarios. Either, the first scenario, instant collapse of one of the opponent's fronts due to the unpreparedness for this level of warfare. Or, second scenario, prolonged position warfare is during the First World War. Next part, strategic level. When transition to the stage of position warfare, the Army's ability to provide the kill zone with sufficient weapons in timely manner becomes key. It's also important to maintain control over combat operations and accordingly to deprive the enemy of the ability to do the same. The key factor is the Army's ability to protect its logistics and inflict maximum damage on the enemy logistic in 80-mile strip outside the kill zone. First and foremost, ground logistic routes limited by natural terrain are targeted. It's vulnerable point for any battlefield. Accordingly, all logistics doomed to move along ground routes are easily cut off from the air. To the end, it's already necessary to move towards providing the army with transport drones. Prototype of such drones already in development. The advantage is maneuverable movement, regardless of terrain and minefields. At the same time, it's essential to provide air defense with interceptor drones in order to protect frontline logistics covering up to 100 meters above the ground. Another important point is to maintain the rhythm of logistic deliveries between distributed system of underground warehouses. The next targets that must be struck are weapons factories, logistics centers, and drone operator centers, which are located deep in the rear or in underground bunkers in close proximity to the front line. For example, while I was in my way to meet you, there was a massive drone attack by Shahed on the Fasti railway junction in my district. The aim was to disrupt our railway logistics, and this railway junction is located more than 400 miles from the front line. Their destruction is impossible without missiles and bomb strike. Accordingly, there is a global task to move from expensive, invulnerable manned aircraft to reusable unmanned carrier drones, which will carry out the bombing. For example, 1 week ago, Turkey is already testing fully fledged unmanned aircraft, while new modifications of drones equipped with air-to-air missiles have appeared in the skies over Ukraine. This is the future. Not F-16, not F-35, and other model pilots fighter jets. The reduction is the cost and minimization of the carrier due to the absence of a crew, and accordingly, the need to ensure its protection will make even the inevitable percentage of losses of such drones acceptable. A very distant example of such a carrier drone will be first stage of the SpaceX launch vehicle. The transition to unmanned aviation will allow for mass use of guided aerial bombs, significantly cheaper than missile launches. In addition, such drones can perform the functions of aircraft carriers for fleet of combat kamikaze drones. I will not describe the maritime theater of operations separately, except to say that everything mentioned above applies to it as well. It takes very little to make all this reality, but there is key factor. The Army must have access to space group of satellites, no lower than Starlink level for coordination of combat units, uninterrupted communications, and, of course, reconnaissance. China is already investing billions in space in this direction. Moreover, the transition to new technologies inevitably increases the role of cyber operations. Disruption of logistics, power outages, or communications failure, even for few hours, can give the enemy a window of opportunity to carry out a targeted tactical operation. Not to mention that a compromised cyber system allows the enemy to strike deep into your area and amplifies the consequences, making it impossible to quickly restore critical infrastructure. Technological innovation in the army and research and development in general must be prioritized in defense funding for the development of domestic production of all components, from the engines for drones to various sensors. It's the question of national security for any country. Currently, the lion's share of components for unmanned devices is produced in China. This is a challenge for any country that wants to claim anything in geopolitics. It's the same applies to the development of AI. And of course, existing military doctrines and defense systems need to be completely revised. It will change everything, from the troops to high-rank commanders. The need to complete rearmament of military troops, and most critically, general staff must realize that for the army to transition to modernity, its need must transform itself into kind of Amazon, Tesla, or SpaceX. Because we will not see any soldiers, any humanity on the battlefield. The requirements for synchronization interaction between military units will be increased in the context of universal digitalization. And I have a question for every one of you. How many countries are currently capable of this? I think no one. In Europe, and I think even American troops and army is obsolete for now. I hope I have managed to convey that you are now facing a global choice to decide which path your country will take. Will it remain in the past and step in the future? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Oleg Dunda, for those remarks. Really, Ukraine is the tip of the spear here. I think a lot of folks globally there's lessons learned there on new technologies in the battlefield. And next we have somebody who knows a little bit about the battlefield globally and in the Western Pacific and the logistics around the battlefield is former Rear Admiral Mark Nelson. Mark, come on up here. Thank you.
Thanks, JC. Hey, good morning, JC. Thank you. And again, thanks to the vision of Congressman Pinjur for this important forum and his leadership on it and JC's execution of it. It's a demanding strategic environment, to say the least. And so it's great to be with you. And again, Lucas, thanks for that inspirational start. I'd like to thank all the parliamentarians here. I got a chance to speak at this forum last year. And many years ago, serving as a Navy commander, I was in our Senate liaison office. And the work that goes on between our military, our government, and the liaison that happens between those in uniform and those in government is really critical. And we only get better when we collaborate together. And so I think this is important to talk about some of those best practices. And it's also important, I think, to talk about and focus on the allies and friends and partners that we have in the room for that close collaboration as well. Every time I'm around our Ukrainian friends, I'm continued to be inspired, impressed, awed by their tenacity. And as JC said, there's great learning that's happening at a strategic and operational and a tactical level. And that's a good segue to kind of some of what I want to talk about today. Well, a great setup yesterday from a strategic perspective. This focus, this panel focused on national security, and for me as a former Navy admiral, that really, I'm going to focus a little bit on maritime security, and Oleg touched on it a little bit, but that's kind of the practitioner that I grew up being, and I think maritime security directly translates into economic security. And so if you don't have security in the maritime commons, that's when you put nations and you put populations at risk. Last year, I focused most of my comments on the Western Pacific, like JC said, and I think some of those things remain consistent this year, but I certainly think over the last 12 months, there have been changes in the maritime security space. I liked the panel that we've had here this year, linking the Euro-Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific. I think that is inextricable. I think that that's good for Asia, and I think that that's good for the Euro-Atlantic when we think about it. But there are also some strategic choke points that are in between those two spaces that we can talk about a little bit. But I think the operations that are happening in both of those theaters, and Oleg talked about that, I think are really, really critical. So I'll kind of talk a little bit about just a little bit of strategic, operational, and tactical observations, and then really I'll tie it up and hopefully we have a chance for a little bit of a dialogue. One of the important strategic things that's happening in the Western Pacific, but linked back to the Euro-Atlantic, is carrier strike groups that are deploying to the Western Pacific. Over the last year, France, UK, Italy have all deployed carrier strike groups to the Indo-Pacific, and that gives enormous opportunity for learning and collaboration. In concert with American carrier strike groups, these deployments, they generate readiness, they demonstrate resolve through presence, and they assure allies and partners in the region, which I think is really critical. In my view, these deployments are not destabilizing. In fact, they are stabilizing. And so I would resist the notion to think that more of these are going to destabilize. Our adversaries have already militarized the Western Pacific. And so the fear of that, I think, can be overhyped sometimes. And I think all of these allies and partner strike groups, I think, have a stabilizing effect. We need practice. So from the operator's perspective, you can't go out and do this at the point of need unless you've practiced it. And so we practice how to sustain these forces at range. These environments are not just contested, but they are congested, and supply chains are constrained. And so we have to work all that back office accounting where you can take all of these different countries and operate at range is really critical to practice some of those things. But they require whole of government effort and continued commitment, and I think that that's what I hope you would take away here on this. All those points in between. So these deployments are also critical to keeping open sea lines of communications. As many know in this room, the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, the Gulf of Aden, we do not have the freedom of maneuver, and there are global shipping lines continuing to not be able to transit those waters. That remains a truly contested environment. And so much of the large shipping companies in the globe, they are not sending their high-value cargo vessels through there. The impact on these diversions is significant, and you have so many shipping companies that are choosing to go around the Cape of Good Hope. They're making it work, but I've talked to many in the shipping industry that are yearning to get back to a sense of normalcy. I think we all have to be committed that 2026 is that year that we should return to a more normal state. So from an operational level, we're working hard with our allies and friends, like I said, on what is really interchangeability and continuing to push the envelope on that. I think we're making great progress. One of the examples that I pointed out to a couple of friends is Exercise Talisman Sabre that was down in Australia this year. Talisman Sabre 25, it had 40,000 service members across 19 countries and participating in truly high-end interchangeable operations. And this is a big deal. Admiral Sam Paparo, our commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, I'll just give you a quote that he said about the exercise. Quote, "Over the course of this year's exercise, we achieved remarkable milestones, refining joint operational capabilities, integrating cutting-edge technologies, and enhancing our ability to conduct complex land, air, amphibious, and maritime operations seamlessly." And I think he's right on with that. If you listen to some of his testimony, he absolutely believes that allies and partners are the United States' key asymmetric advantage when you talk about peer adversaries. And I absolutely believe that. U.S. leadership will always matter in the maritime, but I'll be candid with you and say that the U.S. Navy is struggling at a point to create the operational depth that we would desire. And there are many reasons for that, both military and from a government perspective. We're working on that hard, but every single platform, every single nation out there collaborating at sea matters. And so I think that operational and sustainment interconnectedness is going to require more and more practice. From a tactical perspective, I'll just talk a little bit and maybe really listening to the great remarks that Oleg had. The U.S. Joint Force today is definitely equipped and trained for a high-end fight, and without ego, I say that we're darn good at it. But I would also say it would be hubris to think that there aren't blind spots. We are globally deployed in every AOR today. That does give us a unique opportunity to learn. I think we've watched what has happened in Ukraine and the rapid iteration of capability into the battlefield, and there's clearly great work and collaboration that's happening on that front. A good mix of high to low is essential, and so I think Oleg and we can have a talk about what that right mix is. I certainly welcome a dialogue on that, but a high to low mix is certainly required, I think, for the different kind of capabilities that we want to have. But again, I'll just compliment our Ukrainian friends on the tenacity and the tactics, and the continuing learning on the battlefield is really inspirational. I'll anchor back to talk a little bit about capacity shortfalls, and I think this gets back on the strategic level. Over the last year, for sure, in the U.S. Joint Force, we continued to deplete our stocks of munitions. It is absolutely a concern and a challenge for us. And industry absolutely has a part to play in building back up that magazine depth. But we're here at a parliamentary forum, and so our parliamentarians are finishing our National Defense Authorization Act. I think there are encouraging key provisions in that bill that get to this point. But it will not just focus on the U.S. industrial base, but this is where the collaboration of industrial base across allies and partners is very critical to partner on some of these things to get back to where we want to be on the munitions note. One last note in the maritime, and that's maritime domain awareness, or MDA. The time to practice, just like key functions on the battlefield, the key to practice maritime domain awareness is not at the point you need it. It's way left of that. Practicing integrated domain awareness begins today. My last tour in the Navy was in Singapore, and I participated in the Southeast Asia Cooperation and Training Exercise, or CCAT. And during that exercise, we got senior leaders in the room, and we tried to get together and practice key sources of information, key sources of intelligence, so that you're building that collaborative environment where you really understand what is happening in the maritime domain awareness function. And it's really important. We all have national sensitivities. There's all things that we have that we're maybe either more or less likely to share, and getting in the room with senior leaders and practicing that is really critical. I did that in Singapore, but I won't say that the Strait of Malacca is important. It's also the Strait of Hormuz. It's also the Strait of Gibraltar. It's also the Bab el-Mandeb. And so those functions, and having true and an understanding of what's happening in the environment and a common operational picture is very critical. Your navies, your coast guards, your governments, your intelligent communities continuing to be involved in MDA, I think, is really critical when we want to have a whole sense of awareness about what's happening from a commercial perspective and a military perspective as you move from one area of responsibility to the other. So look forward to the conversation. I think it's been great so far today, and look forward to continued dialogue. Thanks.
Thank you, Admiral. Great remarks. Okay, last but not least, we have another great thought leader here joining us, Elon Berman, who's the Senior Vice President at the American Foreign Policy Council. He's written 6 books, I think edited another dozen or so, and most recently a book called Challenging Moscow's Message, Russian Disinformation and the Western Response. So thanks for being here today.
No, my pleasure. Actually, the new book is going to be what I talk about, right? It's out right in time for the holidays, so we'll talk about that at the end. This is lovely, and thank you to the forum, and thank you to Congressman Pittenger for including me. This is my first forum, I hope the first of many. What I thought I would do is, and this is a very hard act to follow generally, but what I thought I would do is try to blow out the frame even a little further, beyond Ukraine, beyond Europe, beyond the Indo-Pacific, and talk about the American national security moment. Because the argument that I would make is that the United States, for probably in the last 2.5 generations, this is the most consequential national security moment. And what I mean by this is that the United States, and by the way, not just me saying this, the last administration in the bipartisan congressionally appointed National Defense Commission, in their final report, they talked about how the pace of threats in the global threat environment is moving so fast that it's challenging to U.S. military deployment, it's even more challenging to U.S. defense industrial production, and it's fraying American alliances. So to try to contextualize what this actually means, the argument I would make is that America's national security moment is unique because America faces not one, not two, but 3 distinct imperial adversaries. And America's a young country, right? We're going to have the 250th anniversary next year. We're going to have UFC fights on the lawns, on the White House lawn. But we have faced imperial adversaries before, for sure, right? The Soviet Union was an imperial adversary, right, of a type. The Third Reich certainly was. Yet, what we now face is this ominous convergence of 3 distinct new imperialists, or renewed imperialists, that are functioning in very unique ways because they are complementary and they're collaborative in a way that we haven't seen before. And what I mean by this is, if you look, and of course here I'm talking about China, Russia, and Iran. And I know that in the public policy space in Washington, it's nice to, we love our acronyms, so we've called this the axis of upheaval or the axis of aggressors or whatever, and we rack and stack it a little bit differently. Some people include North Korea in the equation, some people even include Venezuela. These are supporting actors, as far as I know. The 3 legs of the stool, as far as I'm concerned, are China, Russia, and Iran. And the way they're moving about is complementary because nothing that China does in the Indo-Pacific affects Iran's imperial reach in the Persian Gulf. And nothing that Iran does in the Persian Gulf impacts, in fact, rebounds to the greatness of both Moscow and Beijing. So there are flashpoints in the future, places like the Russian Far East, where Russia and China may come into conflict, places like Central Asia, where you're already seeing some economic competition. But the vast majority of global affairs right now is driven by complementarity rather than competition. And the shared objective is very clear, and I couldn't say it any better, right? It's not just a Russian objective, but the sowing of distrust, the diminution of support and confidence in the Western-led post-World War II order is an objective of Russia, but it's also an objective that's shared in Tehran. It's also an objective that's shared in Beijing, and it has enormous consequences. So they want different things. So I think it's useful to talk about what the new imperialists want. Russia wants very clearly a restoration of empire. And I say very clearly because here in Washington, it is fashionable, it was very fashionable, it still is in some quarters, to talk about how Vladimir Putin wants to restore the Soviet Union. But if you actually drill down and look at what he's actually said, that's not what he wants. He sees himself much more as a czar than a commissar. And in fact, in a lot of the Russian internal communications and the speeches that he gives, not to Western audiences, but to Russian audiences, to audiences in the Ruski Mir, right, in the Russian world, he actually heaps a lot of blame on Joseph Stalin. Because Stalin, before he was General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, was the Commissar of Nationalities in the Soviet Union for about 11 years, 12 years. And during that time, the Soviet policy towards different nationalities, and there are many of them in the Soviet Union, was formed, including towards Ukraine. And Putin's main complaint, and he said this in, if you recall, he gave two speeches, one right before the full-scale invasion, in which he explained what he was going to do, and then one right after explaining what he just did. And in that first speech, he talked about how Stalin made a mistake because he gave these nationalities too many liberties, and therefore they now think that they're real boys and girls. And so I think that's necessary to understand, because it means that solving the Ukraine conflict is not a simple matter of putting the right clauses on a piece of paper. It is a matter of diminishing and demolishing Russian imperialism. And that's a much heavier lift for the global community. The second is China. And China, in a very, very similar, very aligned way, is trying to restore imperial greatness. If you look at the arc of Chinese foreign policy, ideologically, since Xi Jinping took the reins of the Chinese Communist Party in late 2012, you will see a tremendous emphasis on restoring and rebalancing after the century of humiliation. The Chinese talk about it all the time in their internal writings, and they talk about, and I'm going to butcher the Chinese, right? The Tianxia, the all under heaven concept, and they use that concept as an orienting frame for their Belt and Road foreign policy initiative. And I think that's important because a lot of your countries are dealing with, either directly or indirectly, the engagement with Beijing that comes along with this massive infusion of trade and commerce and infrastructure deals that come along with the Belt and Road. But let's be clear, that's only part of the story. What the Chinese are doing is they're building an empire of dependency. And that empire of dependency, very naturally, in places that cannot repay these predatory debts, is creating leverage for the Chinese that they will use to erode sovereignty, to forward deploy their military, to do things that rebound to the detriment of local countries, but rebound to the benefit of the Chinese Communist Party and its allies. And the third is Iran. And Iran is a little bit of a different animal because Iran is at least partially cut down to size over the last 6 months. But if you go back and you look at the arc of Iranian foreign policy from the Second Gulf War forward, it's very clear that what Iran was trying to do and had managed to do very successfully up until this summer was not just to build the ring of fire around Israel, but also to expand its strategic reach and to build an incipient empire. Not an empire of territory, but also an empire of influence in places like Yemen, in places like Iraq, in places like Lebanon and Syria, and to connect them together. And that's why Iranian parliamentarians already a decade ago were talking about how Iran controls 4 capitals in the region, and the number is growing. So this is an active front right now. They've been set back on their heels, but very, very clearly, this is an expression of what Iran, of how Iran sees itself. And the political scientist Graham Fuller, back in 1994, wrote a book called The Center of the Universe, talking about Iran's strategic culture. And I would posit that's still a very good way to think about Iran. Iran believes that it is the geopolitical center of the Middle East around which regional politics should oscillate. And that's why there is so much reaction when Iran acts in the region. So they're achieving this in multiple ways, right? We see the most overt signs. You saw the most overt signs, right? The trilateral naval exercises, collaborative basing in what's colloquially known as the Global South. But they're also doing it in economic terms. The de-dollarization, the push through the BRICS system to try to do transactions not in dollar-denominated currencies, but to do it in the Chinese RMB, for example. They're also doing it, I think, very tellingly in the disinformation space. You saw this very manifestly during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the narratives about trust in Western vaccines or lack of trust in Western vaccines, the narrative about COVID as a bioweapon ricocheted around the infosphere, driven by Russian disinformation first, but picked up by Chinese and Iranian information actors second, and they've amplified, and they've continued. And here, I would argue, the central front for the coming decade is Africa, because Africa is the world's youngest continent. It has the most robust fertility rate, and the population of Africa is going to double to 2.5 billion people in the next 30 years. Africa right now is 40% connected to the internet. By 2040, it will be 80% connected. So I confess I'm terrible at mathematics, but that seems to me something like 800 million to 1 billion new informational consumers. And we have to be in a position to message to them, because the Chinese are. The Chinese are reaching out with the Belt and Road. The Chinese are building satellites to provide space-based internet and low latency data. And if the Chinese choose the channels, American channels will not be on the TV sets. And that gets us to what we can do about it, right? And I think here, I think it's very important to understand that our answer, the American answer, begins with deterrence. But our deterrence is only as good as our allies. And here, we have a lot of work to do. And I tend to take a different view than the administration does about the need to disengage. I agree with the administration entirely that we need to pressure for greater activism, for greater investment. But there's a lot of work to be done. I just came back from a trip to Lithuania, and I had a briefing from the NATO Forward Deployed Command there. And they told me a fascinating thing, which I would venture to guess the majority of you don't know. Right now, by the way, we're almost 4 years into the Ukraine conflict. Right now, for NATO to do large-scale deliveries of battlefield kit, right, armored personnel carriers and tanks, from the west of the European continent to the east of the European continent takes how long? 45 days at the worst case scenario. 45 days, almost 4 years into an active conflict. So if you're an imperialist sitting in Moscow, and also an imperialist sitting in Tehran or Beijing, and you see this, what you see is a lack of seriousness. You see a lack of seriousness and empty political space that you can fill. And that's something that needs to be changed. And that's the last point. There has to be an understanding that these fronts are organically connected. The Ukraine war is not a Russian-Ukrainian conversation. There are inputs from North Korea in terms of manpower. There are inputs from Iran in terms of drones. There's inputs from China in terms of oil purchases. And by the way, this same model of internationalization is replicated in terms of how the Iranian economy has become internationalized, how the Chinese now have first mover advantage in terms of access to Iranian ports, right? These is an international conversation, and we do ourselves no service by talking about Russia and Ukraine, by talking about China, and by talking about Iran as separate conversations, because they don't see it as separate. So that's where I'll end. I think at the end of last week, the administration dropped its new national security strategy. And I'm sure all of you have read it, and if you haven't, you should. It's an important document, but I think it falls short in one critical way. Because very much in keeping with the way the administration is thinking about the world, as we've all seen over the last year, very heavy emphasis on economic prosperity and transactionalism. What's missing here is that there are countries, and I would argue Russia's one, and China's one, and Iran is one, that value ideology over profit. And those countries are going to be America's greatest challenge over the next several years. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. You were going to tell us about, you've got a book coming out for the holidays?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. The plug. So the book is called The New Imperialists, right? You can actually find it on Amazon now. The beauty of on-demand publishing is you can get the Kindle right now. You should all do that. But you could also get the book, and it'll be at your houses or apartments in time for the holidays. So it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, thank you so much. Great discussion. Senator Tillis is, I think, across the hall. He'll be here in a few minutes. So until he gets here, maybe time for a question or two. Yes.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. I am Irina Gerashchenko. I am MP Ukrainian Parliament. I am representative opposition political party, and we criticize very time our colleague to majority, but we have unity position to all issues to security. 5 years, I was special representative President Poroshenko to peace plan. We work very actively with first Trump administration and Kurt Volker and Normandy format and Minsk process. And thank you very much, Mr. Berman, to your very, very principal parallel with Stalin and Putin, because Stalin used the genocide practice against Ukrainian people during the Holodomor. Now, Putin use genocide practice against Ukrainian people with problem, with destroyed our electricity. With exploited sexual violations in occupied territories. For example, in office of our general prosecutor, now are 300 cases to sexual violations, and all these victims very different, 4 years, 18 years. I think for us now, it's very, very important, the responsibility to Russia, because Putin have one dream, occupy all territory of Ukraine and form a new USSR. And thank you very much for initiative to American senators to support Ukraine with illegal deportation Ukrainian children. For us, humanitarian aspects now, it's very, very important. My finish short position, now Russia exploited the torture against Ukrainian civilian and military people in prisons. And Russia now have thousands and thousands Ukrainian people and 26 Ukrainian journalists. And maybe it's very important work together to звільнення. To liberate Ukrainian people in occupied territories. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So Senator Tillis is here. Thank you, gentlemen, lady, for joining us and those great remarks. Very important. Congressman Pittenger, back to the podium. I'm going to hand the senator this roving mic.
Thank you. So pleased now to introduce our senator from North Carolina. Knew Senator Tillis when he was a Speaker of the House in North Carolina, and I was a member of the state Senate there. Senate on the Finance, Veterans, Banking, and Judiciary Committees. Honor you, Senator. Thank you so much for your time being with us today.
I speak from here, okay?
Speak up here or down there or wherever
Right.
you'd like to be.
Well, welcome everybody. My name is Tom Tillis. I'm senator from North Carolina, and also the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group. I want to welcome you all here, and I hope you have a productive trip. When I got up this morning and I got my briefer from my very capable national security advisor, I kind of decided to set it aside and go back and repeat some. With all due respect, JC, it was great. I wish you would give it to someone someday. Great comments. But I thought probably I should just go back to a conversation that I had in Halifax a Saturday a couple of weeks ago. And to repeat, and that was not a prepared statement, but maybe repeat the sentiment. We were in Canada and we were talking about threats, and some of the introductory comments were really talking about what more the United States needed to do to lead. I absolutely believe that the United States must lead. We're an exceptional nation. We fought a revolution. We set forth the transformation of the world by giving a glimpse of what it means to be a democracy. So the U.S. should lead. But the challenge that we have is the world has gotten very small. And the U.S. cannot be everywhere all the time, all at once. In other words, I think in order for us to face up against the threats of today, which are vastly different than just a great power, you know, a Russia, which is a shell of itself, and we'll get back to that in a minute with respect to Ukraine, then we have to think about the threats that exist today in a very different way. We don't really even talk about the cyber domain, but it's the most likely domain that a great power war would start. We don't talk about the hybrid threats near enough, meddling in elections. We sometimes think the United States can go in and fill the gap, when in fact the gap is getting wider and wider and we need help. We no longer just think about nation states. Terrorist organizations can crowdsource hate, money, and funding, and tactics, and execute strategies simply through the internet. So we're in a very different place, and we need to recognize that, and recognize that every democratic nation who's looking to the West has to play a part. Now, I also have to say that I was focused and very, very frustrated with my family members in NATO. I grew up in a family of 6 kids. How many of you grew up in a large family? Right? So you probably argue with some. You may even go a year without speaking with some. You know, you go back and forth, you throw elbows. But I don't know about your family. I've got a sister who I'm actually glad doesn't live in North Carolina, because I'm convinced that she'd be knocking doors and campaigning for my liberal opponent. So NATO is like a big family. It's diverse. We have different opinions, and at times we have different ideologies. But does anybody really think if anyone harmed one of my brothers and sisters that I wouldn't move heaven and earth to protect them? And similarly, does anybody really believe, despite the crap you can hear from certain people, does anybody really believe the United States wouldn't be there for our partners and allies if they needed us? Well, the answer is absolutely not. We would be there. But we also need help. I wonder, for example, and I said this at the Halifax conference, I wonder if the nations who had fallen short of their 2% threshold over the last 24 years that combined for a $2 trillion loss of investments in our mutual defense and their modernization, one wonders, would we be better prepared to take the fight to Russia or to support Ukraine, or whether it would have even occurred? What would a NATO with $2 trillion more, if you just met the 2% minimum, what would that NATO look like? What would the interoperability look like? What would the industrial base look like? We'll never know. But let's let the next generation, the next 20 years, be one where we're not regretting making the same mistake. And so to my brothers and sisters in the democratic family of nations, whether you're in NATO or whether you're a partner or an ally of the United States or a partner and ally or a partner in NATO, recognize our mutual defense is important. And we're at our very best and we create synergy when we're all rowing in the same direction. I'm not going to preach anymore, but I will tell you, I hope that you bring that message back. And I get it. I'm a politician. I was elected like you all. It was a $300 million race and a $96,000 difference between the winner and the loser on a base of 6 million people. So I live in a politically challenging state. I get when you bias your focus on domestic policy, it's sometimes a little bit easier to get elected than if you focus on national defense, depending upon where you are. But at the end of the day, go back to those who voted for you and explain why it's important. And now we can turn our attention to this guy who is the gas station manager of a country pretending to be, or to paraphrase John McCain. Vladimir Putin is the gas station manager of a country, of a gas station pretending to be a country. It is absurd that we give Russia any consideration for success in Ukraine. It is absurd that we do anything other than make it very clear to Vladimir Putin and North Korea and those malign leaders who would like him to succeed in Ukraine that we are here for the long term, and there is no opportunity for him to be successful. That is the message that I know the majority of my friends in Congress believe, and I honestly believe that President Trump understands it. But President Trump hates war. We've seen that. He wants to end it. But we need to make sure that that war is on terms that Ukraine can accept, and the message that we send to those on the battlefield today in some of the worst possible conditions, that the United States will be there for that brother or that sister until we succeed. And I hope every single one of you in your respective countries feel the same thing. This is not just about success in Ukraine. This is a threat to the future of democracy. And we all have to come together. So, now that I've gotten rid of all the heavy stuff, I do also want to thank Robert Pittenger. I was thinking about Robert this morning and his leadership, that he would spend the time that he did in Congress and in the state legislature. He actually knows more about politics than I'll ever know. He's been doing it longer, and he's very good at it. But I appreciate the fact that he is still continuing to serve and bringing this body together. And we were proud to make sure that he had the appropriate accommodations here. Dialogue like this is very important. And dialogue, honest dialogue, like you have with your brothers and sisters, is the most important. So as you're here today and we have our discussions, as long as we're all rooted in the reality that we care about each other's freedom, and we have mutual interest in our success as democratic nations, then we're going to continue to see democracy flourish and totalitarianism retreat. And that's what we all should be behind. Robert, I don't know how much time you allocated for me. I've clearly gone off script, but is there time for any questions or comments before I go? Yeah, if anybody has any questions or comments. I like challenges, by the way, more than anything. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Senator Titus Corlețean, Chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Romanian Senate. And I took the floor just to thank you, because you are one of the strongest supporters of having the vision of an appropriate military presence of the United States also in my country. Without entering into details, but for those who are not necessarily aware about all the details related to the subject, the Black Sea region is an important mix of political security, transport corridors, interests, oil and gas resources, members of NATO, but also Ukraine, of course, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and of course Russia. And as far as I know, the Black Sea nor Russia will not disappear on medium long term from our map. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, I should have mentioned, it's one of the reasons why I talked about we can't be everywhere at once. There was a rebalancing now of U.S. troops in Romania, which frankly I disagree with. I think we have to have that forward presence. But I don't necessarily think that we should assume that that is a permanent condition. You have invested, Romania has invested in infrastructure that we should absolutely find a way to exploit and be very much a part of our front line against Russia. And so, but I think that we're moving through some rebalancing because we are trying to be as everywhere at once as we can, but that's something that's very near and dear to my heart. And I'm retiring. I'll only be in the Senate for 390 more days. But in that time frame, I am very, very optimistic that we'll settle down balancing and that we've got another opportunity to go back to make sure that Romania is well protected, but also that we make the investment that we need to. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you very much for your great speech. I want to take your attention to the other part of the world. I'm originally from Afghanistan, based in the U.S. from almost 20 years. Since everyone knows, the United States fought terrorism and extremism for 20 years and invested blood and money. But unfortunately, right now we're facing another challenge after 9/11 just a couple of weeks ago at Washington, D.C. All Afghanistan peoples who are living in America are very, very upset about the situation that's happening in United States, especially down at Washington, D.C. I am trying to understand how we should fight these challenges, which is coming after 20 years back to United States, outside border of America, since we know the Taliban is a terrorist group and they are giving safe haven to all extremist and terrorist groups over in Afghanistan. 21 terrorist groups are having their base and headquarters and rebuilding themselves and giving messages for their supporters that we're getting ready for another challenges. So this is a question from me that how the Senate and the President Trump has an agenda that we didn't see anything about the counterterrorism and extremism, especially a single word about Afghanistan, that 20 years we fought, but there was nothing about in the national security strategy about Afghanistan. Thank you.
I for one, think it was a huge mistake for the U.S. to leave Afghanistan. We had 2,500 troops there. They were reasonably safe, and we were creating stability. We left too soon. I didn't think that we should stay there forever, but I think the precipitous withdrawal that was founded on an agreement with the Taliban signed by President Trump. But by the time our obligation to leave had been done, the Taliban had broken every single tenet of that agreement. So we shouldn't have left. Now we are where we are. But not only in Afghanistan, but in the Middle East and Africa. It's another reason why we need so much help for Europe to stand up and for the investments to be in our mutual defense in Europe, so we can go elsewhere. We can be other places and focus more. You know, we've only got limited resources. We got budget meetings and continuing resolutions and things like many of you those of you who are in parliamentary bodies have to deal with, and we're constrained. And I think that we need to refocus on what is a growing and emerging threat of maybe they're not the same logo, maybe they're not ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but they are them under a different brand all over Africa, all over the Middle East. We have to have a more comprehensive strategy there. We need to continue to get relations between Middle East countries and Israel settled down so that we can really root out terror in an area that I don't feel like we've been present for the better part of 4 or 5 years now. And we need to reassert some influence in the area. I see Robert standing up. That's usually legislator speak for it's time for me to wrap it up. So I'm going to just once again welcome you to D.C. And certainly once again, Robert, thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, Senator. You've been an absolute great leader for our state and our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. It's tough when you have two senators in the room. We have Senator Brown back here as well. You've been patient. Thank you so much. Come on up here, Senator. Senator Brownback came here a couple years ago. We had an event in the National Archives, so this is the second time he's been here. I'm grateful for that. And we get you up on the podium. Senator Brownback, he's done it all. U.S. Congressman, U.S. Senator, Governor of Kansas, more recently the Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. And he does everything effectively. And I've known him for a long time. I think that the North Star for you is family and faith and people's ability to practice that faith, whatever it may be. And I think we're going to hear a little bit about that today. I can give you this mic or you up on the podium. Great. Senator, thanks again for being here.
Thanks so much. And glad Senator Tillis was here and speaking to you and taking some questions. Robert, thank you for continuing to host. I think you told me this is your 31st one of these, something like that. That's amazing. That really is amazing, and keep it up. I want to make a pitch to you, and then I'm happy to take any questions or comments about it, but I've got a pitch I want to make to you. And it's about the topic of religious freedom, and I want to take you back to the last time that we were facing a major security problem that was a global threat. And it was the Cold War, and it was the Cold War against the Soviet Union. And we spent trillions of dollars, and the world split into kind of two spheres, where you had those that were with the freedom-loving world and those that were with communism or under the Soviet umbrella, right? Not everybody remembers that. A lot of you are maybe too young to remember it, but you would have read about it. I lived through it. A bunch of us lived through it. We spent a ton of money, a lot of time. We did a huge amount of investment. We were united, and we were saying, we are going to stop this communist threat. We're going to stop it. Now, we had bickering and disputes and everything that took place during that period of time, no question about it. But we all saw it as a threat to our freedom, our livelihood, our way of life. Okay? Now, for a long period of time during that Cold War time period, we had decided that we were just going to live side by side. Okay? They got their part of the world, we got our part. We're always trying to poach in on their part. They're always trying to poach in on our part. But there was kind of a détente. We're going to live peacefully side by side. And that was kind of and we were going to have mutually assured destruction overarching the whole thing to make sure it didn't get too bad, which is just a crazy concept. Mutually assured destruction, okay, we'll blow you up if you blow us up. But actually it works pretty well against communists who are atheists and don't see anything after this life. And so you kill me here, this is all I got. So it kind of actually works as a deterrent strategy. And it did for a long period of time. We had detente. And then Ronald Reagan comes along. And Ronald Reagan was a disruptor. You might think that Donald Trump is a disruptor. I would say he would probably agree with that moniker and that title. Reagan comes along as a disruptor, and he says, we're not going to do détente anymore. We win, you lose, was what he declared. And that was an extremely provocative statement. He also called the Soviet Union an evil empire. Do you remember this statement when he calls it an evil empire? Do you remember the public reaction, at least in this country, maybe in your country, when he did that? I mean, he's a rogue cowboy. He's out there. This is very volatile what he is doing. This is a horrible thing that he's calling the Soviet Union an evil empire. Remember, I was out on a tractor in the middle of Kansas because I grew up on a farm, and I'm listening to this, and I'm beating on the dashboard. That's right, that's right, that's right. And then I hear the commentators afterwards saying, this is terrible. He can't say these things. This is provocative. I'm going, why can't he say what's true? Why can't he do that? And his speaking of those words really started to galvanize because people go, it is true. Stalin killed millions of people. They were holding down millions of people around the world that were not free. That were not free to live and move forward. And while the chattering class was all scared about what was going on, the people, which I was amongst in that time, he's speaking truth. This is true. When he stands in front of the Brandenburg Gate, the Berlin Wall, and he has to fight his own speechwriters to get the line in there, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And they take it out multiple times because they don't want this line in there because of how provocative it is. And he kept putting it back in. He kept putting it back in. And he gets there, and he's president. And he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Ronald Reagan didn't have a tank or a bulldozer around that day. That wall crumbled. That wall crumbled off of words spoken of truth at that point, where they were. The second person I want to bring into this is Pope John Paul, who is a Polish pope, first one from outside of Italy in, 400 years at that point in time. And he returns back to Poland, and he says these beautiful lines. He says, to the people, be not afraid. And the place crumbled. The communists were done. He didn't have a tank, but he had truth. And to me, what we've got to do in this moment in time we're in, and we're facing against an axis of evil, that you can compare it to the axis of evil in World War II. You can compare it to the Soviet Union leadership, only it's China leadership now. You've got an axis of evil, and we've got to confront it with these truths. That this is an evil empire. That the Chinese Communist Party has killed more people of its own people than any regime in the history of mankind. Nobody else is even close. That it is at war with faith. And I've written a book on that. I'm coming out with it this next year, China's War on Faith. And why, you ask yourself, why would China spend billions of dollars to suppress people of faith in their own country? Why do you spend so much money suppressing the Uyghur Muslims? They're fine with Uyghurs, they don't like the Muslim. Why do you spend billions of dollars, confining, repressing the Tibetan Buddhists? You talk about a peaceful people, what are they going to do to you? A militant Buddhist? I mean, I don't think they can really get up a big army. I'm sure you can make some of them mad, but that's the whole point, right? They're not supposed to be mad. Falun Gong, they loathe these guys. They do the worst treatment in the world I've ever heard. And then the Christians, they're kind of selective on how they've recently taken a bunch of Christian hostages again, but they're oppressing all. Why do they spend billions of dollars? Why does the Chinese Communist Party fear religious freedom more than our aircraft carriers or our nuclear weapons? They fear it more, religious freedom, than aircraft carriers or nuclear weapons. Why? They could completely undermine them. If there's religious freedom in that country, the Chinese Communist Party is toast. It's done. It's over. And the Chinese people are a religious people. And you just want to release them to be who they want to be. My assertion is religious freedom is the best tool we have to bring down authoritarians today. And we've been treating it like a kind of boutique human right. Kind of a nice one, if we want to have it, but it's not that essential. I mean, it is essential, but it's just in the group of human rights. I want freedom of assembly, I want freedom of speech, I want all of which is good, and I agree with. But this one allows the people interior to the country to organize and to hold themselves outside of the government. Let me give you an example of that happened in our own country. The civil rights movement in the 60s here in this country that Martin Luther King leads. Where did he organize? Where did he organize? He organized in the black churches. They were outside of the government control. And they stood for a moral authority that the government didn't have at the time. Why does Ortega throw out the Catholic priest and the evangelical pastors in Nicaragua? Why does he throw them all out? They answer to the kingdom of God, not the kingdom of man. They will confront his authority, and I'm sure the Chinese told him, if you don't get them under your boot, you are going to lose power. You've got to get these guys under your control. And so he locks them up, puts them in jail, or they disappear. These are our greatest allies in this confrontational moment we're in now, and we need to stand with them. These religious leaders, they're the first attacked, the last ones left standing, are this group of people. And we generally, as freedom-loving countries, are going, that's nice. I'm glad you're a Buddhist. Okay? And they're throwing you in jail, and they're kicking you out, and they're saying that the Chinese Communist Party is saying they're going to name the next Dalai Lama. When this one dies, that they will pick the next Dalai Lama. And you're going, really, on so many levels, this is just so gutsy. You're atheist, so you don't even believe in something that lives on. And the Tibetan Buddhists have had their own process for picking the Dalai Lama for centuries, and you now are the ones who are going to pick. Why? What are you even interested in this for? It's control. It's the head of the Tibetan people that's held them together. I am suggesting here we take religious freedom and make it our top human rights issue as a national security matter. No longer as a human right issue, no longer as a boutique idea, no longer something, well, that's good. It is in the UN Charter of Human Rights. It's Article 18. It is a central issue. The other beauty about this one is 80% of the people in the world are religious, claim a religion of some type. So you automatically tie into this huge mass of people in the world that you're just standing with them on something they believe in, and most people organize their life around their set of religious beliefs, some way or another. It's in there organized. It's the human right of the soul on top of it. And I believe it's the first human right that God gave us. And he gave us to us knowing we would mess it up, and he would have to do something to clean it up. That would be very costly. So I'm saying if your government isn't, if you're thinking about this, okay, then what do we do? You need to name a point person in your government on religious freedom. You need to put them in the national security portfolio, not the human rights portfolio, not State Department portfolio. Put them in the national security portfolio. Start meeting with and organizing people that are in your neighborhood. Maybe you're close to near Nicaragua. Maybe you're nearby Iran. Start meeting with Baha'i leaders in Iran or from outside of Iran. Start meeting with Christian leaders that are persecuted. Call them out. Ronald Reagan, again, I want to go back to him. Before he's president, he's traveling America talking about the Jewish refuseniks. Ronald Reagan's not a Jew. But he's talking about the Jewish refuseniks not being allowed to leave the Soviet Union and emigrate to Israel. Why? It undermines really the Soviet Union's moral authority. Why are you treating your own people this poorly? And it was a moral cause they had no answer for. None. And we need to lift up these moral causes that China, Russia, and Iran have no answer for. We need to hold meetings about it. We need to host people. We need to publicly shine a light. We need to support these people diplomatically, publicly. As I say, we need to host international religious freedom summits in your country about what's happening in your neighborhood. This undermines the moral authority of the axis of evil that's challenging us at this time, and it is a place they have no answer for. None. And it's a place that it scares them more than anything else. They can't handle a religiously free people. Completely blows them apart. I thank you for letting me put that rant in front of you. I would be happy to work with any of you. We've got a big International Religious Freedom Summit coming up here February 2 and 3 in Washington. It's the week of the National Prayer Breakfast. If any of you come to that, we'll have nearly 2,000 people this year, and we'll have the same or more next year. I had the Vice President of the United States that were there, a number of members of Congress, talking about how do we move forward in this area. These things are live issues. They're real bullets. In Syria right now, you got religious minorities that are being persecuted and likely to be genocide in the future if we don't get a system set up well and right there. In Nigeria today, you've got the beginnings of just really a caliphate taking place between radical Muslim groups and attacking Christians and moderate Muslims, and it's going to spread in that whole region if something doesn't get going to stop it. And on top of all of that, you're confronting the beast of China and this axis of evil with something that will really work. Manus, come up here. Manus Churchill heads the Religious Freedom Summit, and he's going to tell you a little bit about the mechanics of that, and then I don't know if we need to...
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thank you to the organizers of this event for letting us take a few moments to think about international religious freedom and the impact of religious freedom on global security. You know, it's a major focus of my time. That's what I get to focus on every day, but I understand that's not everybody gets to. And so if I could just take a few moments, the ambassador is a hard act to follow, but a few moments to touch on how we look at that issue. You know, in conflict areas or areas primed for conflict around the world, you see people waking up every day and their core self-identity is so integrally connected to their religious identity. Yet when we're in policy-making discussions, that's an uncomfortable reality. It's an uncomfortable truth to confront. And so we'd rather maybe talk about the economics or the resources or other more quantifiable factors as we approach these issues. And what happens, what we see, what people that we talk to see again and again, and I'm sure you all have seen it in various forms as well in your contexts, is that an attempt at peace, an attempt at conflict resolution gets put forward. It might last for a little bit, but those underlying schisms remain, and without a real fundamental appreciation of religious freedom, and that human right of the soul, as Ambassador Brownback so often calls it, those don't last. And so this year, Ambassador Brownback mentioned we're convening the International Religious Freedom Summit again. We've been doing that for several years. It's grown over time. The idea of the International Religious Freedom Summit is to gather a very disparate collection of individuals from around the world, civil society leaders, government officials in the US and abroad, members of parliament. That has been an increasing focus of ours over the year. We now have an entire track dedicated specifically for members of parliament that come to the IRF Summit to educate them about these topics, to equip them, to send them out with something that they can do on these topics to promote peace, to promote security in their contexts. We do trainings, we create coalitions, we plug members of parliament, other leaders with each other to create these effective coalitions to advance these issues. It's a really exciting 2 days. It's an action-packed program, and what we've seen over the years is that by getting people together in a room, you make each of them more effective. The motto of the summit is that we promote religious freedom for everyone, everywhere, all the time. And that's reflected in the makeup of the summit itself. Ambassador Brownback mentioned nearly 2,000 people show up at this event on an annual basis. They come from, last year, from 81 countries around the world, representing 30 plus distinct religious or belief systems. They come with deep differences on really every topic I could think of. Theology, politics, their view of the world, of economics. Really, there's one thing that brings them together, and that's the fundamental right of each person to follow their conscience in peace and security. That's what brings them together. That's what motivates them. That's what motivates us. So I would just, if I could, put a plug in for the International Religious Freedom Summit. I would just encourage you. There's a large coalition of people out there who, from their deeply held personal points of personal identity, come together to advance this human right. And we think it's a fantastically effective way to advance security around the world.
That's a wow. I was saying yesterday, I learned something every time I come to these forums, and I've learned a lot already yesterday and this morning, but that's a fundamental shift in my thinking. Religious freedom is national security. We talk about all these other issues. Energy security is national security. Economic security is national security. I hadn't looked at it this way, and it's so fundamental, and really appreciate you being here. I have one more announcement, the Honorable Edward Hager, related to an upcoming event. I don't know if you want to take this or the...
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Robert Bettinger, it's great to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. And it's great that I can follow up on the speech of Sam Brownback. As you could hear, and I fully agree, that the human right of religious freedom, it's basically the first human right. And I would like to bring you now to Middle East, to Kurdistan, where we, together with the Kurdish government, organized the first national prayer breakfast. It was a great forum that we organized with a lot of internationals. We had representatives from Europe, but also from United States, together with the regional representatives from the region. And it was on the prayer breakfast topics, but it was also on religious freedom. And Sam Brownback was there with us, and we would like to continue. Next year, in April, right after Easter, we organized the second annual Kurdistan Prayer Breakfast, where we're going to have different topics. And I would like to extend the invitation to this forum, because we would like to point out the importance that it was mentioned by Honorable Sam Brownback, the faith and the peace and the security, and elaborate on that, especially in that region. One thing you need to know, and you're probably aware of it, about Kurdistan, it's amazing to see their experience, what they went through during the war with ISIS. I was there, as I told you, this year, and I could hear many stories as I traveled the regions there, how people of different religious beliefs were protected by the armed forces of Kurdistan. Basically, people of different religious belief fought for the citizens of other religious belief. This is such a tremendous living experience of respecting other religions, religious freedom and respect, where you actually are willing to share your blood and life for somebody else's belief. It's very unique. You know, we in Western world, we experience religious freedom, but we are not pushed to the extent that we actually have to pay price for it in a level of giving our own lives. Well, that's what they experienced in the last decade. So that's why I think it's a great place to meet, and we would like to have you there. And thank you for this opportunity here that I can share about this upcoming forum that's going to happen right after Easter, 7th through 11th of 2026 in Erbil, Kurdistan, and we'll work with you and share the information, more detailed information. So you can come up with your expertise, and then we can together elaborate how the faith, how the religious freedom, how the respect to our religious beliefs and non-beliefs as well can work together with building peace, building stability, building security all over the world, and especially in that region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you heard it here first. Next Parliamentary Forum also is part of this program in Erbil, Iraq, in Kurdistan. So that'll be something different in early April. We'll get more information on that. Let me ask the next, and Senator Brownback will be there as well, and Manus Churchill, who you just heard from. Thanks again. Our next panel is on energy security. If I could ask you to come up here. We have a large 5-person panel. This may be our biggest important issue. Is Sohan? Yep. I think we start off with the Deputy Speaker, Bosak, from Poland. How are you? Good to see you. I'm not sure what order this is in. Do we have Kevin? Yep. Do we have Speaker Bosak here too? Yep. No. Okay.
Should I sit here?
So who wants? Sure. I think the speaker is not here, so we're going to start with, who would like to start here? So on? Kevin? Okay. So Kevin Diaranta, with the director of the Center for Data Analysis and chief statistician at the Heritage Foundation. And Kevin was with us in San Salvador just a month ago, and great speaker, and look forward to hearing your remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. Thank you, Congressman Pincher, for putting this wonderful conference together. My name is Kevin Diaratna, and I am the Director and Chief Statistician of the Heritage Foundation here in Washington, D.C. I'm going to talk about energy policy, human flourishing, and associated security implications. So, does this work? Is this a clicker? Okay, I'm just going to cue you guys. Oh, let's bring the clicker. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, can you turn the lights down a little bit so it's a bit more visible? You got them? Oh, okay, that's not necessary. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about energy. Energy literally is the fundamental building block of civilization. From enabling you to start your cars, from enabling you to flip a light switch, to enabling this very conference to operate, energy is literally the basis of anything and everything we do. Unfortunately, many people take energy for granted. Because what ends up happening is when people flip on a light switch, they don't realize the beauty and the vast complexity behind the scenes that literally took years and centuries to unravel and make mainstream. So here's a question. Being able to flip on a light switch has fundamentally transformed society. So, how has access to affordable and reliable energy, as energy has become more mainstream, it's become more available, more affordable, more reliable, how has that transformed society? So this is a paper co-authored with my colleague Diana Furchtgott-Roth, who's right here, Richard Stern and Miles Pollard, titled Powering Human Advancement. And I'm happy to send any of you a copy if you would like, or even give you a hard copy. But yeah, these visuals are from this paper. Here is an image of many technologies that are considered commonplace today, such as running water, the dishwasher, the washing machine, the dryer, the telephone, and so forth. The x-axis is time in terms of years, and the y-axis is the percentage of the population that is utilizing these technologies. And you can see these have very quickly become mainstream, and the reason is access to affordable and reliable energy. So how has energy consumption evolved over time? Yeah, I think I might use this actually. Can you all hear me? Great. So here you can see the evolution of US energy consumption over time, both in the aggregate on the left and on a per capita basis on the right. And you can see in the aggregate, for example, in the early 1900s, the United States consumed about 20 quadrillion BTUs of energy, and this has skyrocketed over the 20th century into the 21st century to slightly under 100. And you can see a similar story on a per capita basis. How about worldwide? You can see a similar story here. In the early 1900s, globally, about 50 quadrillion BTUs of energy were consumed. This has skyrocketed to slightly over 600. And again, a similar story in terms of a per capita basis as well. So what has coincided with the utilization of energy? Per capita GDP. People have gotten wealthier over time, and this is really a connection that many people don't seem to realize. Access to affordable and reliable energy literally makes us wealthier. The reason? GDP is a form of is a quantification of output, and as a result of being able to do more with less, energy is paramount. And you could see here in the early 1900s, globally, $2,500 was a per capita income in 2011 dollars. And this has skyrocketed to over $15,000 worldwide. Similar story in the United States, but obviously much higher numbers. Life expectancy. This is very interesting. Most people don't seem to realize that in the early 1900s, life expectancy was a mere 30 years of age. Almost everybody in this room would not be alive anymore in the early 1900s. This has skyrocketed to over 70 years of age globally. In the United States, it was slightly under 50 years of age. You could see that dip during the pandemic of the early 1900s. And it is now, fortunately, slightly under 80 years of age. And why? Because energy is paramount for doctors to be able to do their jobs. It is paramount to power hospitals. It is paramount to power medical treatments. It is paramount to power ambulances and so forth. Energy underpins health. Speaking of health, what about child mortality? You know, it's pretty disturbing. In 1950, child mortality was slightly under a quarter worldwide. This has plummeted to slightly under 5%. In the United States, it has also plummeted as well. And again, access to affordable and reliable energy literally enables doctors to save lives. How about agriculture? So I think many lawmakers are interested in this question in terms of farmland. With access to affordable and reliable energy, people are able to do more with less. So for example, in the early 1960s, you could see how the top pair of charts is corn yield, the bottom pair of charts is wheat yield. You could see how it was slightly above 2 and 1 tons per hectare. This has skyrocketed, and the reason is because now people don't have to use their bare hands as much. There are machines that they could depend on to literally do the job. Now, but here's the thing. What I have shown is two things, in the aggregate and in the United States. But there's obviously significant heterogeneity all across the world regarding these phenomena. So this is also a topic of this paper. Namely, what would happen if we looked at this question on a per-country basis? I think in conferences like this, you have lawmakers from all around the world, so you could see how much heterogeneity there is worldwide, how much variation there is. For example, what is the relationship between energy consumption and income? Look at this. Here on the x-axis, we have per capita energy consumption in kilowatt hours. On the y-axis, we have per capita income. And you can see the relationship here. Like I said, you can produce more, and as a result, you get richer with access to affordable and reliable energy. Countries that consume less here, each dot is a country. Each dot is a country. The less developed countries are not nearly as wealthy as the much more developed countries. How about poverty? You want poverty to plummet? Well, this chart actually really says a lot about this. Again, the x-axis is per capita energy consumption, and the y-axis is the percentage of a nation's population living on less than $30 a day. And you can see when you get above 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 kilowatt hours on a per capita basis, this percentage literally plummets because people are wealthier. You're going to have less people in poverty. So a key takeaway here that I want all of you to realize is that if you want to eliminate poverty, we got to empower countries with access to affordable, reliable energy. Think of countries like in Africa, for example. I talked about agriculture quite a bit, and now you can see the significant heterogeneity worldwide. Again, each dot is a country. Countries that consume more energy on a per capita basis are able to utilize machines to do a lot of the heavy lifting, literally. There's a vast body of literature in statistics and machine learning in terms of using these great tools to improve agricultural output, in terms of letting machines do a lot of the heavy lifting. But sadly, in countries that don't have this access, they can't do this. So people are still using their bare hands in these countries. Let's go back to healthcare. So you can see here we got 4 plots. The upper left is the number of doctors per 1,000 people. The upper right is life expectancy. Then you got child mortality and maternal mortality. And you can see the clear relationship. Countries that consume more energy on a per capita basis, they have more doctors available because these doctors can be trained. They have more hospitals. They have hospitals that literally have the life-saving equipment to do their jobs. They are also able to extend lives. People live longer in countries that consume more energy. Child mortality and maternal mortality both plummet. So again, you want people to be healthier, you need access to affordable and reliable energy. This is one of my favorites. There isn't anybody on either side of the aisle that doesn't want clean air, that doesn't want clean water, and doesn't want a healthy environment. Well, countries that consume more energy on a per capita basis do better in terms of these metrics, and it's very simple why. Because you literally can purify air. You don't have to have these stoves in certain countries that you have that emit these chemicals that are harmful for respiratory health. You can literally purify water, and that reduces mortality due to both dirty air and dirty water. So what does this tell us? This is really what I'm trying to drill in this talk. access to affordable and reliable energy is paramount for human flourishing. So from the American perspective, can we do even better? And this was a key question when President Trump took office at the beginning of this year. What can we do to do even better? Well, the Institute for Energy Research, they're also right here in DC. I met with a number of them last night, actually. Every couple of years, they publish a North American energy inventory. This is a survey of how much coal, oil, and gas there is here in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And you can see from this chart, there are over 1.6 trillion barrels of oil and over 4 quadrillion cubic feet of natural gas below our very feet here. This is technically recoverable oil and gas from their research. So the question becomes, what would be the economic impact? Because this is something President Trump has been interested in. You could, if you recall, his Unleashing American Energy Executive Order from day one of signing a law on January 20th, 2025, where he's seeking to actually utilize these resources. What would be the economic impact? Well, at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we have the Heritage Energy Model, which is a clone of the Department of Energy's National Energy Modeling System. This is the same model that the federal government here uses. And what we did was we took their high oil and gas case scenario, which assumes a higher amount of oil and gas supply in the domestic market, and we juxtapose it against their business as usual reference case, which assumes less. And this is a reasonable simulation of what would happen if the United States were to literally inject more oil and gas into the economy through an executive order such as the President's Unleashing American Energy Executive Order. So we compare the two in terms of economic growth. So here are the results. Through 2050, you have several million jobs created on an annual basis. And the reason is simple. Access to affordable and reliable energy reduces the cost of hiring. More oil and gas in the market, more energy in the market in general, makes it cheaper. People become wealthier because the cost of hiring is less. Employers can hire more freely, and everyone gets wealthier, which you could see in the next chart, per capita income for a family of 4. I was alluding earlier to GDP and the relationship between energy consumption. Here you could see this is the per capita income for a family of 4 on an annual basis. If you add all of these bars up through 2050, a family of 4 incurs more than $300,000 of increased income. This amounts to around $20 trillion of increased GDP over the entire time horizon. So access to affordable and reliable energy, increasing the oil and gas in this market, has significant benefits. Now, but here's the thing. There are people here who will say, okay, but that might be true, but we have to be very careful because this could exacerbate climate change. So what we also decided to do was model the climate impact of this approach. The question is, the concern, I should say, is that oil and gas, for example, and coal as well, these hydrocarbons emit CO2 when they're utilized, and this can exacerbate climate change. So then, okay, that might be true, but let's quantify the effect. So at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we have another model. This is called the MAGIC model, MAGIC with 2 C's. The model for the assessment of greenhouse gas-induced climate change, which is the same model the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change uses to quantify climate impacts. And what we did was we assumed commonly accepted projections about carbon dioxide emissions into the 21st century. And we increased emissions in accordance with the simulation we just had. Because, like I said, with more oil and gas in the market, you're going to have more carbon dioxide emissions. Now, most would agree that as a result of CO2 emissions, temperatures rise. The question is, to what extent? There's a construct called climate sensitivity that quantifies this. Basically, the idea is that once CO2 is emitted, and the system, and it's absorbed into the atmosphere, this is going to exacerbate climate change. Once the system, the Earth, reverts back to a state which we call equilibrium, then there will be a temperature increase. And the proposed potential increases by the IPCC are between 2 and 5 degrees. This is what the quote-unquote experts claim is what reasonable estimates of climate sensitivity are. So we took all of these sensitivities and we estimated the climate impacts. So what do we have? Here you could see you have a variety of pairs of curves. The blue curve is the scenario of higher oil and gas utilization and therefore increased CO2 emissions. And the gray curve is the current pathway that we are on. The y-axis is the year, and the x-axis is the temperature increase with respect to 2010 levels. And each pair of curve is under a different assumed sensitivity. So you could see that these curves barely, are barely above each other, and even under a worst case scenario, yes, you do see a temperature increase, but it is measly. You know what the temperature increase in 2100 is? 0.03 degrees Celsius. Measly, and that's under the worst case scenarios of climate sensitivity. So are there opportunities to add to the mix? The bottom line is yes. We do not believe that oil and gas and coal even should be the only forms of energy in the market. All forms of energy should be able to compete on a level playing field, including wind, including hydropower, including solar power, including nuclear technology. But they should not be subsidized. They should all be competing in a free and fair market. So affordable and reliable energy, as I have said many times, is paramount to human flourishing and human progress. Countries need affordable and reliable energy to grow. And a country needs to be energy independent of rogue nations. So I'm going to wrap up with a few policy implications. As you saw a couple slides ago, there is virtually no meaningful climate impact of policies like this. So we urge you all as lawmakers to avoid carbon-based regulation. It's not going to have any meaningful and measurable benefit. We also urge you to utilize your resources to extract energy. That itself can create jobs. For example, with oil and gas drilling here, there's jobs associated with the extraction. But locally speaking, hotels, motels, laundromats, restaurants can all benefit. But in the long run, the fundamental building block of civilization, energy, becomes cheaper, more affordable, and more reliable. There are opportunities with the Trump administration because President Trump is leveraging these resources. He is interested in exporting these resources abroad as well. And speaking of that, we urge you all to avoid potential dependence with rogue nations. It is a big problem to be dependent on energy sources, whatever they are, from countries such as Russia and China and other potential rogue nations. You all should be energy independent, and if you are working with other countries, they should not be, obviously, rogue nations. Thank you. Happy to take any questions at the end. It is. It's easier for me to.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Kevin. That was great. Yeah, you probably don't like this quote. There's our great American author, Mark Twain, who said there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics. But these are good statistics. They're well-researched, so I'm sure they're accurate. It's good to have that data to base decisions on. Next, I have Dave McMurtry, who's the CEO of the McMurtry Group. Dave has spoken with us before and brings a wealth of knowledge, and look forward to hearing your remarks as well, Dave. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Dave McMurtry, and I apologize for my cold. I hope my voice makes it through this. Yes, I run an investment fund and advisory practice for companies in the lithium-ion battery supply chain. Think extraction through refining, component manufacturing, EV manufacturing, and then all the way through recycling. I am also the only Silicon Valley tech guy here, which perhaps is why it doesn't say honorable in front of my name in the program. But nonetheless, I am honored to be here. So thank you, Congressman Pittenger and JC, for the invite. I do appreciate it. I am going to talk to you about something that is at the intersection of energy independence and also national security, and that is the critical need to build and maintain a domestic BESS industry, or battery energy supply storage sector. It is, and I'm not talking just about electric vehicles and laptops and phones. It is literally about everything that you plug in during your day. It's a topic I'll venture that hasn't been discussed in any of these forums, nor will you might not know about it because it is not in the news every day. I'll be discussing what's happening here in the United States using examples and data because that's my field of expertise, but I imagine it's a similar situation in all of your countries. The United States has the world's largest and most complex electrical grid with over 3,000 utilities and 55,000 substations that deliver power to almost every home and business. Our grid not only supports daily life, but also industries, hospitals, and critical military operations. As Dr. Emma Stewart of our Idaho National Laboratory reminded Congress in March of this year, that our grid faces unprecedented threats from catastrophic weather to adversarial state actors. So modernizing and securing the grid therefore demands investment, and BESS is at the top of that list. So what exactly is BESS? Well, it's simply the units of rechargeable batteries with power electronics and control software that store electricity and discharge it when needed. They absorb excess electricity when generation exceeds demand, and then supply power back during grid disturbances or peak periods. You might be unaware that in most states, when you turn on the lights, especially between 3 and 9 p.m., your power is not coming from a power plant. It's coming likely from a system like you see behind me. In fact, let me ask, does anyone here know how much you pay per kilowatt hour for electricity in your home? Throw out a number if you know. And don't be surprised if you don't know, because most people are unaware. I'm going to ask Kevin, because I know Kevin knows last. Does anybody know what they pay? 10 cents. Wow, where do you live? Holly, you must be in Texas. Texas. Kevin, how much do you pay?
It's a bit more than that.
A little bit more than that. I live in San Francisco, which is one of the most expensive. I pay 60 cents a kilowatt hour between 3 and 9 p.m. I know. At night, when I charge my Tesla, I pay 25 cents a kilowatt hour. I have facilities, about 1 million square feet of facilities up in Reno, Nevada, just a 3-hour drive from me. They pay 6 cents a kilowatt hour. You can see the obvious arbitrage opportunity. Experts agree that BESS is fundamental to maintaining the stability and reliability of modern energy grids. This project behind me belongs to a portfolio company of mine in California, and when combined with many other sites just like it, generates electricity, stores it, and puts it back in the grid. About 15% of the total electrons delivered come from sites like this. And this is a crucial source of our electricity needs, believe it or not, might not be fully under our control. So what is the threat? Experts warn that because Chinese manufacture dominate battery production, power, and control electronics, with at least 70% of battery production based in China and over 90% of systems containing at least one Chinese component, the U.S. currently lacks a domestic BESS industry. Excuse me. Assembly may occur here, but the hardware and software controlling these systems often comes from abroad. That dependence is a vulnerability that adversaries can exploit. China has spent 2 decades building dominance across the battery supply chain for BESS. Chinese control 94% of LFP, which is the dominant battery chemistry, and they are the R&D leaders in silicon ion, which is the battery chemistry of the future. The research outlines non-market practices by China: price dumping, intellectual property theft, forced technology transfers, monopolistic behavior that enable Chinese firms to flood the market and undercut competitors. I have spoken about this before in past forums, but this is a security forum, so let's talk about the evidence that some Chinese firms are, are exploiting this. In May, Reuters reported that US experts found undocumented cellular radios inside Chinese solar inverters and batteries. Inverters are what turn the DC block into AC that we use in our businesses and homes. These rogue components provide unlisted communication channels that bypass firewalls, allowing a remote actor to shut off or alter equipment. One analyst described the possibility of physically destroying the grid. So what's the probability of this happening? So consistent with comments we heard yesterday, Sophos 2024 survey of energy sector IT leaders found that 67% reported a ransomware attack in the past year. A 2025 TrustWave report said that ransom attacks on energy and utility increased 80% in just 1 year. NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, warns the number of vulnerable points in electrical networks is growing by about 60 every day. And experts argue that the threat to BESS is high because these systems predominantly use cloud-based software. Energy storage systems have dozens of access points each, and they rely on internet connectivity for remote monitoring and firmware updates. Attackers could use ransomware, spoofing, denial of service, command injection, data injection, and many others to attack, disable on storage, and threaten grid reliability. In addition, fraud and malware aside, manufacturing defects and misrepresentation by overseas suppliers can have serious consequences. The Clean Energy Associates found that 72% of BESS manufacturing defects last year occurred at the system level, and the Chinese suppliers do not allow US buyers to inspect systems or security controls because of intellectual property restrictions. So, what is the path forward? To respond to these threats and seize the benefits of BESS, the United States must pursue a comprehensive strategy. 5 points. Number one, invest in domestic manufacturing across the entire value chain. The US simply cannot assemble imported parts. It must build factories to produce cells, cathode and anode materials, power electronics, inverters, control boards, and sensors. Experts emphasize that foreign control of these components poses the real technical risk, even more than the battery cells themselves. 2, leverage and extend tax credits. The Big Beautiful Bill's tax credits can make US-made batteries competitive, but these incentives must be maintained. Policy whiplash or overly burdensome restrictions can undermine investment. Congress should extend the credits beyond 2030, streamline permitting, and ensure that non-Chinese suppliers have access to US markets. Tariffs on Chinese batteries, which are scheduled to rise by 55% next year, should be paired with support for domestic R&D. 3, diversify materials and innovate. Relying solely on LFP invites vulnerability because China dominates that market with 94%. The US should invest in lithium sulfur, silicon anode, sodium ion, and other alternative chemistries. These technologies use more abundant materials and could leapfrog China's advantage. 4, implement strong cybersecurity standards and oversight. NERC designates BESS as an asset. Congress should fund the DOE and national labs to test BESS products from international companies for hidden communications devices and require overseas suppliers to allow inspection. And then finally, 5, strengthen supply chain resilience and international partnerships. Building domestic reserves and partnering with allies, Japan, South Korea, Canada, and Australia, will reduce reliance on single suppliers. In summary, when we talk about lithium-ion batteries supply chain, we think mostly about cars, but we should think more broadly. China's dominance of battery manufacturing, control electronics, and critical minerals poses a strategic threat. Our access to sustainable power is at risk, impacting all industries. Building a domestic BESS sector is not just about decarbonizing the grid, it's about safeguarding our national security, economic prosperity, and technological leadership. Let's seize this moment to build our battery energy storage systems that will power America's future and all of your country's futures securely, sustainably, and independently. Thank you again for inviting me to speak here today. I made it through. I appreciate being on this esteemed panel, and I will hand it to Soron. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable David McMurtry. Next we have Sohan Dasgupta, who many of you may have met before at previous forums. He's been to many, and great speaker, former Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security at the Department of Homeland Security. Sohan, come on up.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here with all of you, and I'm very grateful to JC and Congressman Pittenger and our hosts here for their gracious and kind invitation. So imagine it's 2028. Tensions have flared in the Taiwan Strait. Overnight, Chinese rare earth exports stop. Within hours, few days, every new F-35 rolling off the line is electronically blind. Patriot missile guidance systems go dark. Training runs for America's most advanced AI models just stop. I don't mean to be alarmist or dystopian, but I am here simply to address an issue that will very much shape the trajectory of global power and prosperity in the 21st century. The strategic importance of securing critical minerals. These resources, that's lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, and others, are fundamental to technological innovation, national defense, and economic competitiveness. Why? Because energy security is national security. The United States and the free world, they face a significant vulnerability. We rely much too heavily on foreign sources, particularly China, for so much of our rare earth elements and many other critical minerals. In fact, China refines, so people think it's just the fact that they have the ores. It's more than that. It's the fact that so much of the refining is done in China as well. Some of it used to be in other parts of the world, and that's shifted and might become much more concentrated in China. China refines 85% of the world's rare earths, 70% of its cobalt, and over 60% of its lithium. Beijing has already demonstrated its willingness to weaponize that dominance, sometimes cutting the free world off and quietly building stockpiles. This dependence poses serious risks to our sovereignty and the security and prosperity of the free world in many respects, and our long-term economic resilience. To address this challenge, in my respectful and humble opinion, the United States should adopt a new framework of economic statecraft, one built on 4 unbreakable, unshakable pillars, executed through relentless, strategic, productive alliances and deal-making. It should be the deliberate use of economic partnerships, trade agreements, and investment incentives to advance American and free world interests. We can call it the Liberty Minerals Doctrine if you want to. It will secure the free world's future through robust supply chains. Let's begin with why these materials are consequential. Critical minerals are not ordinary commodities. They are essential enablers of modern life itself. Lithium powers the batteries we need. Cobalt is vital for high-performance alloys used in aerospace and defense. Rare earth elements underpin precision-guided weapons, advanced electronics, and semiconductors that power AI. In short, without reliable access to these resources, our industries cannot innovate, our military cannot operate, and our economy cannot grow. They are quite literally the building blocks of our existence. The problem is straightforward. America and much of the free world are almost entirely import dependent for many critical minerals, some say 15 of them. China, meanwhile, controls the majority of global rare earths, and certainly the processing capacity, and a large share of lithium and cobalt refining. This dominance allows them to influence global supply chains and potentially use resource access to resource access as leverage, critical leverage, in times of geopolitical tension. In today's world, energy and minerals have become instruments of statecraft, much as oil was in the previous century. So first, we can diversify global supply chains. What does that mean? We must reduce our exposure to single-source suppliers by building robust partnerships with mineral-rich alloys, forging something of a democratic minerals alliance. These will not be loans that trap nations in debt, not debt-trap diplomacy, not Belt and Road. They will be mutually profitable partnerships, American capital, American technology, American standards, in exchange for secure, long-term flows of critical minerals, where certain countries offer predatory terms and ecological devastation. We can offer transparency, local ownership, and permanent seat in this important economic bloc. Countries such as Australia, Canada, Chile, Argentina, Indonesia, and other select nations in Africa and Latin America hold abundant reserves of key materials. By negotiating mutually beneficial trade and investment agreements, encouraging private sector participation, this is why private-public partnerships are so important, and aligning regulatory frameworks, we can build reliable, diversified supply chains. These arrangements not only reduce our dependence on adversarial and rogue powers, but they also create new opportunities for economic competitiveness and shared growth. Next, strengthen domestic production and processing capacity. We possess substantial reserves of lithium, rare earths, and other critical minerals, yet much of this potential remains untapped. To change this, we could consider accelerating responsible, that's the key word, domestic extraction and processing through private-public partnerships and targeted incentives. An executive order issued in March of this year, EO 14241, provides something of a roadmap for expanding domestic production by leveraging deal-making to attract private capital, streamline permitting, and de-risk early-stage projects. We can enhance self-sufficiency, create high-quality jobs, and keep more of the value chain within our borders. In addition, we must invest critically in research and R&D to pioneer next-generation extraction and recycling technologies. The future of mineral security doesn't rest solely in new mines and ores. It also lies in innovation. That kind of processing breakthroughs can dramatically reduce dependence for us on raw imports. So institutions such as our national laboratories, the Geological Survey, might play a vital role in driving this innovation, and they could be supported in that regard. And there have been proposals of a one-stop federal accelerator and ironclad partnerships with various communities. We can build the refineries and separation plants that China still monopolizes right here on free soil. Every refinery we open is a permanent subtraction from Beijing's leverage and a permanent addition to American jobs and prosperity. Third, as suggested earlier, counter strategic competitors and rogue powers through coordinated alliances. China has spent decades building control over global mineral supply chains through investment, acquisition, and state-backed industrial policy. We could respond with a coalition-based approach, partnering with trusted allies to co-invest in mineral processing and advanced materials research. An allied critical minerals security initiative, potentially composed of these partners, could achieve some of these objectives. What does that look like? Co-investment funds, shared strategic stockpiles, joint R&D centers, ironclad and serious commitments never to sell strategic processing capacity to hostile actors and entities. Together, we represent some of these countries: Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, India, European Union, countries and entities. We represent 60% of global GDP, nearly all cutting-edge technology, and the moral authority of open societies, which really shouldn't be underestimated, and the free world. If we align our mineral strategies, no single authoritarian power can ever hold the world hostage again. Coordinated deals of this kind, when done thoughtfully with measure and nuance, not indiscriminately, arbitrarily, or without serious deliberation, can expand our collective capacity and reduce global dependence on any single supplier. This cooperation could extend to developing nations as well one day, where transparent and responsible investment can serve as an alternative to opaque state-backed models. In doing so, we not only compete, we lead by example. And finally, we can ensure efficiency and accountability in every agreement. Strategic deal-making must be guided by measurable outcomes, enhancing supply chain security, advancing technological innovation, and delivering tangible returns to the American people. This means prioritizing projects with the highest national security and economic value. It should go without saying. Investing in workforce development and supporting research in next generation mineral extraction and processing technologies. Smart, targeted deals maximize taxpayer value, the American ROI, while strengthening the foundation of our industrial base. The urgency of this agenda is underscored by emerging trends. Global demand for critical minerals is accelerating rapidly, driven in part by AI. By 2030, data centers alone, it is projected, will consume 20% of US electricity, sharply increasing the need for batteries and energy storage. By 2030, global demand for lithium will quadruple, for demand for nickel will triple, and rare earths will drop, and the demand for rare earths will double, driven by AI alone, whose data centers will soon consume as much electricity as entire nations today. Without secure access to the necessary inputs, our aspirations for energy independence and technological leadership could be compromised. Opportunities here are enormous. Expanding domestic rare earth production will support defense readiness and revitalize American manufacturing, which has been a goal that we have been targeting for quite some time. Trade agreements with allied nations can open new markets for American companies, spur innovation, and enhance competitiveness. By reducing our reliance on China and other concentrated suppliers, we can safeguard our economy from external disruptions and reinforce our position as the world's technological and industrial leader. Achieving this vision, it must be said, will require close coordination among government, industry, and international partners. During my service leading the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and before that as Assistant Secretary for Trade and Economic Security, we got to see how these templates can truly effloresce. The federal government could streamline permitting processes, align incentives, and provide policy certainty to attract long-term investment. And industry, for its part, could very well commit to innovation and responsible sourcing. And our diplomats might pursue agreements that advance American interests while reinforcing alliances based on shared values. Economic statecraft, executed through disciplined deal-making, allows us to act with a certain amount of precision, focusing our efforts where they yield the greatest strategic return. And that's something that we have to be very careful about. Every dollar, every cent from the taxpayer is a sacred trust that government has. And government has a responsibility to make sure that the taxpayers are getting their appropriate return. This is about targeted, high-impact actions that deliver jobs, security, and prosperity for the American people. So in closing, it must be said that we stand at a defining moment. Critical minerals are much, much, much more than resources. They are a strategic imperative. And by embracing economic statecraft and pursuing this kind of deal-making, we can secure our supply chain, strengthen our economy, and enhance our national security. This is about taking control of our future and ensuring that America remains independent, sovereign, innovative, and strong. It's about creating good jobs, building resilient industries, and preserving our leadership in a rapidly changing world. And it is about choosing liberty and sovereignty over dependency. So we could make a shared resolve today while we're here to turn the tables on dependency, to build an unbreakable lattice of democratic supply chains, and to ensure that the 21st century is written not by coercion and control, but by freedom, innovation, and partnership. So I thank you very much for listening to me today and for coming to this wonderful summit. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sohan. I think that might be the beginning of the Das Gupta Doctrine just announced here. So next we have Francois Baird. He's the Distinguished Fellow at the Energy Policy Research Foundation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, JC, and Thank you, Congressman Pittenger, for inventing the PISF. If you didn't invent it, it would have had a dire consequence for some careers, because last year we saw Senator Rubio speaking here, and 6 weeks later he was Secretary Rubio. So this is a great forum. If you want to speak here to get promotion, this is the way to do it. I'm an African-born American. I don't know how many of you have been to Africa, or how many of you have been on safari in Africa. Oh, well, that's quite a few, more than I expected. Well, a month ago I went on my 50th safari, and I was sitting at a waterhole on the border with Mozambique, and I listened to the call of the fish eagle, which is known as the sound of Africa. It's magnificent. But you know, the real sound of Africa, I've come to realize, is not the call of the fish eagle. It's the pounding of diesel generators because they don't have electricity. 600 million Africans have no access to electricity. None, zero. In fact, the average African has only enough electricity access to run a refrigerator for 6.5 hours a day. Yet, it's the fastest growing human population on the face of the earth. These are the poorest people. And it has dire consequences for the security and the prosperity of the United States. You've heard references to it. In fact, the Dasgupta doctrine would refer to that, because there are critical minerals in Africa that we need. The Dayaratna explanation made it clear that there's a link between prosperity and health and electricity access. Therefore, I'm proposing a new energy diplomacy opportunity in Africa for the United States. Why is it in our interest? Well, take account of this. The Islamic insurgency in Africa now means that 90% of all terrorist attacks take place in Africa. And people think it's only in the Sahel belt. But it's already moving down south. In northern Mozambique, the extremists are pushing further and further, and they've already ensured that one of the biggest gas finds that would have changed the face of southern Africa cannot operate. The US is doing its best to help reopen it, but Islamic insurgency is ensuring that it can't happen from a very critical security perspective. Now, why should we worry about that? It's far away. Do you recall Admiral Melson mentioning the trade route around the Cape when the Suez Canal is closed? Well, that's South Africa. And South Africa is closer and closer to China and Russia. In fact, the Simonstown port is a military port for deep water naval vessels. They've held naval joint exercises with China and Russia. But it's a state at risk. You have seen reports, if you took notice, of Libyan military training camps in South Africa being discovered. They weren't training to do better traffic operations when the traffic lights don't work. They were there for serious mischief. You've already seen how South Africa had to pull its troops out of Mozambique and the DRC because it couldn't stand up militarily. Now imagine the crime and the terrible corruption in South Africa that's enabling money laundering that we also heard about at this forum to ISIS. In fact, South Africa has emerged as the locus of IS funding for all its African franchises, according to one of the top 100 experts on terrorism. So if you combine all of these factors, we cannot afford to have more of Africa fall under the control of forces inimical to the interests of America. So what do? Well, the new security strategy provides an opening. It focuses on the Indo-Pacific. It says we must look not for aid, but for investment and growth. And there is an enormous opportunity for investment and growth in Africa. And what we can do about it is to follow the model of the Abraham Accords, and let's call them Edison Accords. I like the idea of Edison Accords with African countries that are willing to partner with the United States to enhance the access to electricity and energy for all their people. Because by investing American ingenuity and contract transparency, American law, regulation, and bringing about a transformation of African countries that partner with the US so that they can achieve the benefits that Kevin have demonstrated in his talk of growth and health for their people, of a growing GDP, of children going to school and being educated. It's in the interest of the Western Hemisphere, not only of America. Europe should take note of this. If you want to prevent all of Africa sitting on your doorstep because of poverty and because they're being chased out there by IS extremism, you should get on board with the Edison Accords. You should help the United States to find partners in Africa where we can create a new framework for energy diplomacy. Why do we say Edison Accords? Well, he's the great American inventor who said about electricity that he will make electricity so cheap that only the rich in the US will burn candles. This is the opportunity for the US, and it's an opportunity that's lacking for the last 20 years almost, because the green dogma meant that Africans were prevented from accessing the immense reserves of oil, gas, coal, and other fossil fuels in their own soil because they couldn't get finance, because they were forced to take finance, expensive finance, only for renewables, solar and wind. Show me any country that became a modern industrialized country with renewables only. It doesn't exist. Why? Well, look around this room. Everything here started as mining or farming. And you have to have mining and farming at scale. And to do that, you need energy. Africa has the energy. It has the minerals. It has the farming. It doesn't have the scale because it doesn't have electricity. And so this is where the US can build momentum, because African countries are already wanting to transform. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are developing LNG import terminals. They are doing it themselves. They want to transform their economies. Nigeria is reforming its gas sector. Angola is privatizing its state-owned oil company. But still, they need the help of the United States. Why? Because China, perniciously, as we heard David Malpass say yesterday, that apartment in Shanghai that's being used to corrupt African politicians to make the wrong decisions. The best way to expose it is to expose it. The best way to give it its end, give it a funeral, corruption funeral, is to expose it so that the people know it. That is why the young people are protesting all over Africa. And remember that Africa will have the youngest population in the world very shortly. The US Gas Infrastructure Exports Initiative has already identified this opportunity. Analysts estimate projects worth $175 billion across the value chain for America available right now. There are benefits for Africa and for America in the Edison Accords. For Africans, it means energy security and growth. It means industrialization and jobs. Africa has the highest joblessness in the world. In South Africa, its most industrialized country, unemployment, listen to this, is 40%. If 40% of your people are unemployed, what do you expect to happen? It means fiscal stability. They no longer have to import diesel. Africa imports about 400 million barrels of diesel every year for those generators. It means lower costs for consumers, affordability, which Kevin referred to. It means environmental gains, a cleaner environment. But for the United States, there are enormous benefits too. China already controls about 72 ports, in African ports, we heard yesterday as well. The Edison Accords would create a foothold in critical markets and push back against Beijing's control in Africa. It means that each LNG cargo, gas turbine, engineering contract done by the US creates local jobs. It could be something like $2.7 billion in domestic purchases to create $600 million in US taxes. That's not as sizable as some other sources of revenue, but it's nothing to sneeze at. It means that energy dominance becomes the mantra for development in Africa. And that's US policy. Stable, prosperous African partners will be less vulnerable to Chinese debt traps and to extremist movements. So, energy abundance is the foundation of modern prosperity. Why not have it for Africa? Why not create, through the Edison Accords, a time when only rich Africans will burn candles? Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Wonderful. And I like the concept of the Edison Accords. He had a lot of great quotes. One of was, "Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time." And on that note, we have one more speaker who we couldn't find earlier, but the speaker of the Deputy Speaker of the Sejm in Poland, Christopher Bosak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was in the room, but on the back, I was listening carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, let me propose a speech about infrastructure, connectivity, and the consequences for energy security in the region of Central East Europe. I would like to share some experience from last few decades of Polish history, also Polish government investments and our cooperation with our neighbors and our allies on these issues. For too long, many European, I will read because it will be easier for me in English. For too long, many European countries have lived in an illusionary world, failing to take their allied commitments seriously. Poland has been at the forefront of expanding its own military capabilities, and it's encouraging others in NATO to do the same. This has much to do with the war in Ukraine, which drew the world's attention to Central and Eastern Europe. However, there are also other interesting developments with global implications happening in our region. The second crucial foundation of nations' sovereignty, apart from its military might, it is its energy security. A rational energy policy forms the basis of prosperity. As Poles, we refused to be fooled by wishful thinking that after the end of the Cold War, we would live forever in peace, prosperity, and freedom. We didn't want the pessimistic scenarios to materialize, but we prepared for them. Today, we have room for energy independence, which is not a given in our region. Today, I would like to talk with you about what, in my opinion, has given Poland relative success and how together we can foster mutually profitable cooperation. Sovereignty comes at a cost and requires consistent, demanding effort, but it's worth it. In 1989, Poland was economically ruined after the half-century of communism, deeply dependent on Russia for energy. Immediately after regaining our independence and getting rid of Soviet troops, Poles set up to work. For the next 30 years, only China had faster GDP growth than Poland. But we needed to diversify our energy system to avoid being dependent on the single supplier, who was in fact Russia. At the same time, Germany, a key European and NATO member, consistently opted for energy dependence on Russia. Russians influenced German political class, as German journalist Wolfgang Munchau described in his book Kaputt. One of the former German chancellors, Gerhard Schröder, made decisions favorable to Russia as a head of government, and then, after leaving office, was employed by Russians in their state-owned energy companies such as Rosneft and Gazprom. It was often as simple as that. Many high and mid-level politicians and business people were systematically corrupted. Even the energy infrastructure in Germany was largely operated by Russian companies. Germany and Russia jointly tried to convince us that Nord Stream was a business, not geostrategical project. At the same time, foreign intelligence agencies and lobbyists were actively operating in Poland, sabotaging energy diversification. Germany voluntarily chose deep dependence, convincing itself that trade with Russia would bring about political change. The Wandel durch Handel, they called it in German. It was an illusion from which they suffered. We all know that in September 2022, Nord Stream exploded and was destroyed, but we should also remember that a few months before, Russia had cut off supplies to Germany for political reasons, trying to force them to change their stance towards Ukraine. It was never a business project. Poland had been warning against it for 20 years. Similarly, many Western companies were lured into doing business in Russia, supposedly to get immense profits for investments, only to be exploited and robbed later. At the same time, Germany shut down its own nuclear power plants and advocated for a restrictive climate policy which is imposed on all of Europe. Today, it has the highest electricity prices in the EU and is less politically stable than at any time since World War II. Angela Merkel was celebrated in many media outlets as an outstanding politician. Some even called her the leader of the free world. She and those like her plunged Germany and Europe into structural problems on many levels through dramatic errors in energy, climate, migration, social and industrial policies, as well as the erosion of the sovereignty of European states. We will suffer for decades from their irresponsibility of politicians like Merkel. Back in 2006, when Merkel was only freshly elected, the Polish government decided to build LNG terminal in the coast of Baltic Sea, which opened in 2015. It was the first such project in the entire region and the first LNG terminal in the Baltic Sea. It enabled Poland to import gas from around the world. Most of it flows into Poland from USA and the Qatar. This year, a further expansion of the terminal was completed. The bipartisan project continued despite several changes of government in Poland between deeply conflicted politicians. In 2022, the Baltic Pipe gas pipeline system connecting Poland with Denmark and Norway was also finished. The idea originated in the early 90s. The program was blocked at one point due to post-communist efforts to maintain dependence on Russia, but after years of struggle, resistance was overcome. Poland aims to be a force for political and energy stability throughout our region. Therefore, we built gas interconnectors connecting Poland with Lithuania and Slovakia. Poland gained access to gas sources located in Southern Europe, North Africa, and the Caucasus, while Slovakia gained access to gas from Norway through the Baltic Pipe, as well as the LNG terminal in Świnoujście and Klaipėda. Gas can be sent in both directions, depending on current needs. All three projects was completed in 2022. In the months immediately following the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. However, they were begun many years earlier, some of them even decades earlier. So we were ready when the war began. Despite the fear-mongering, the shift away from Russia resources hasn't brought Poland any catastrophe or a frosty winter. We believe that European countries should support each other in their pursuit of independence and diversification. We also have interconnectors with Czechia and Germany. We are ready to develop pragmatic, mutually beneficial ties with Germany despite our long-standing dispute over energy policy. After the outbreak of the war, Poland also began to play a key role supplying fuel to Ukraine, whose energy infrastructure suffered. The oil port in Gdańsk is also a key element of diversification. It supplies refineries in Poland and handles transit to other European countries. For a long time, it received crude oil from Russia. In 2021, the first tankers from the US arrived, and today, the main suppliers, in addition to the US, include Saudi Arabia and Norway. 2023, after the outbreak of the war, was a record year for the port. Another record was set in 2024. This success meant that a further expansion of the oil port became necessary, for which an agreement was signed a month ago. We are ready to increasingly play the role of energy hub for the entire region as the largest country in Central and Eastern Europe in cooperation with the US, as well as other like-minded countries and investors. Energy diversification means developing Poland's ties with the US and its allies in various regions, from Norway to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and many others. Not everyone in the region has followed this path. Similar decisions were not made not only by Germany, but also, for example, Ukraine before the war, nor by Hungary or Serbia. Today, their policies are often dictated by energy dependence, unfortunately. Another problem is EU climate policy, which is crippling the competitiveness of our economies. ETS system and the fixation on renewable energy sources not only lead us to destabilization, but also possess a risk factor exposing Europe to dependence on external actors, such as China. This brings us to the next challenge, the security of maritime trade routes in an area of global instability. This is essential if we want to conduct mutually beneficial business with each other, such as Poland's purchase of LNG from the US or Persian Gulf. We need to develop the force of our navies and air forces, allowing for fair trade and helping job stability on both sides of the Atlantic. There I have also a part about Free Seas Initiative, but because we are out of time, I will skip it. Maybe in official part of the meeting, we can discuss also the role of interconnectivity in the Free Seas region. We met a few days after the publication of the new US national security strategy and amid negotiations over the war in Ukraine. Few topics today evoke more emotions in public debates than relations between the US and Europe. Many Americans on both sides of the political spectrum are thinking through the future scope and forms of their international policies. I believe we should learn a lesson on this experience that I described in energy policy and support Central European countries in building their future energy independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're running a little bit behind. I'd love to have questions, but we got to move on to our next panel on telecom and infrastructure. If I could ask the speakers to come up, and thank you, gentlemen, for your remarks and thoughtfulness. And I think John Strand is going to kick us off. John's, many of you know, on our board, advisory board of the Parliamentary Intelligence and Security Forum, and has spoken at many, many of these events in Washington and around the world. So, John, kick us off.
Thank you very much. And I have to find the clicker here. First, I want to say thank you for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to coming to Washington. Before I start to talk about my key content, I think I would like to debunk some myths. As a Dane, living in Europe, working a lot with the United States, I can see that the picture we get in the media of what's really happening today is very different from the reality. Last week, the United States came with a new national security strategy, and a lot of European media was criticizing it. A lot of European media says, oh, this is European hostile and so on. But when I read that one, and I read it now 4 times, and I read the European Union's Draghi report, I must say Draghi and the US administration is quite much in line when it comes to which challenge we have in Europe. Then we can discuss immigration policy. Well, some media don't like the tough immigration policy which the Americans is approaching, but I must say I come from Denmark, which have the toughest immigration policy in Europe, together with Switzerland. And to be honest, I just want to say the way the media have been covering this is not reflecting reality. Last week, there was also an article in The Guardian how citizens in a number of European unions across Europe was looking at America and was Trump a threat to them. It's quite interesting to compare these countries and actually what these countries is actually doing for Ukraine. If I look at the European support to Ukraine, I must say, as a Dane, it's a disgrace. Europe haven't done much to stop that war the last 4 years. And if we look to the military aid and look at that, we have taken the numbers from the Kiel Institute and then compared the different countries. Yes, I come from Denmark, and Denmark has been giving in direct military aid to Ukraine about 1,700 euros per capita over the last 4 years. Norway is number 2 with 722, but if I look at a country like France, they have spent 89 euros in military aid to Ukraine over the last 4 years. And if we go down and look at Spain, they have spent 16 euros per capita in military aid to Ukraine. That's €4 a year. That's less than a cup of coffee, okay? So basically, if I look at these numbers, I think a lot of European countries should pull their act together. I think it's a disgrace that Denmark have been giving, with 6 million people, have paid 4 billion more in military aid to Ukraine than France, Spain, and Italy combined. We don't talk about that in European media. We talk about United States and the way there's negotiating right now to end the war. Reality, what does this have to do with security in digital infrastructure? A lot. Because we live in a world where everything gets connected. It's not a surprise. We know it from our mobile phones. We build mobile networks. We build data centers. We have connected devices and so on. And for the last quite many years, we have done a mapping of all Chinese equipment in more than 62 countries across the world. So we're actually saying is there a risk of building the digital infrastructure with Chinese equipment? Yes, there is. Basically, it's a fundament of the modern society. If the networks close down, the society closes down. If we get connected from the internet, the society don't work. We can't handle payments. We can't transfer things. Industries can't work, etc. And the reality is, if we look at Europe, and these numbers is actually quite much up to date, and numbers of European countries is actually still have a lot of Chinese equipment in their mobile network, despite the fact that all the European Union's 27 countries agreed in 2019 to implement the 5G toolbox, which will actually reduce or eliminate the Chinese equipment across the mobile networks. In Germany, 58% of the German mobile infrastructure is from China. All the communication solutions which Deutsche Bahn, the German railroads, is using is from Huawei, from China. And the data cloud which Deutsche Telekom offer to people across Germany and across European countries, a lot of the data is based in a cloud delivered from Huawei. So the toolbox in Europe is a fantastic tool which EU have developed, but basically the key problem in the European Union is that we can maybe agree what we should do, but when it comes to action and deliver things and do things, we are very bad at that in Europe. And actually, don't blame the Americans for Europe's lack of capability to execute on plans you agreed about. If we look at the challenge right now, in Germany, the red part of Germany, that's the place where there's only Chinese equipment in the network. That means that you can't get access to a network which is not Chinese in those parts of Germany. Is that an issue for the military? Is that an issue for NATO? Yes, it's a huge issue. The map to the right, that's the mobile towers around the Spanish Senate. Basically, all the towers, mobile masts around the Spanish Senate in Madrid is delivered by Huawei. So basically, if we look at it, even that Spain have made a law where they agreed that they should get rid of the Chinese equipment, it have not been implemented. And in the spring this year, the Spanish security authorities bought a new solution to do surveillance or monetizing mobile phone calls, and they bought it from Huawei in China. Latin America, we see the same challenge in the numbers of Latin American countries. We also see countries in Latin America which actually have come to the point where they have realized it's probably smart to get rid of these things. It's countries like Costa Rica, Paraguay, French Guiana. We see El Salvador basically right now have a draft of a law, and they're pushing it. And we see that in Panama there's also happening a lot of things. Panama City have actually made a decision that they don't want to buy equipment or critical technology from Chinese companies. One of the issues is that we need data centers, and I don't know if anybody of you have heard about something called AI. I think it's something which you see a lot about it. But when we talk about AI, we need data centers. And the reality is that we see Western hyperscalers like Microsoft, Google, AWS, etc., building these data centers. But we also see the Chinese building these data centers. And we don't know when we have a device and we have some services on it, we don't know where our data is stored. Are they getting into a friendly cloud, or are they getting into a Chinese cloud? You buy a piece of electronic equipment, it's connected to the internet, it takes some data from your device, put it up in the cloud. You don't know which cloud it goes into and where it goes to. We see that China right now is flooding the market with different kind of AI solution. Go on TikTok, or if you dare to do that, or go on Instagram and see the numbers of posts where people are saying China have made these cool new AI services and they're totally free. China is right now getting Chinese AI solutions installed on millions of Americans, Europeans, Latin Americans, Asians, Africans, mobile phones and devices. And we don't know what these AI solutions do with the data on your device. We don't know which data they actually collect. We don't know where they store it. We know with DeepSeek that if you install DeepSeek and do it, it says, we will collect data from your device. We will store them on a secure server in China, mainland China it says actually, and they say, if you delete your account one day, we will not delete your data. Basically what they're saying in the conditions for when you say yes, 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 you install an app on your phone, you say yes, 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 you don't read those things, but the reality is they're sucking into your phone, taking all your data, your contacts, your pictures, your messages, whatever. The numbers of Chinese AIs on the market is exploding every day. I saw a commercial for this one, it's called Sea Dream. It's also one where you can do editing of pictures, and people say, oh, it's cool to make these AI videos or AI pictures and so on. Hey, this app looks cool, I download it, say yes, yes, yes. It needs to get access to things on my device, I give it access to that, yes, 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 and suddenly, basically, your data is in some cloud somewhere, probably run by some Chinese, maybe stored in China, maybe stored outside China. If you want to know more about what China is doing on the AI side, I can recommend this report. It's from a think tank in Australia. But this actually is showing how China is using AI systems to reshaping human rights and how they work with these things. And it's a very much in deep report. And the people who wrote this is unbelievable, phenomenal people who really have made a report. It's really scary reading. Don't read it Friday night. You won't sleep. So the reality is, sorry, I have it here, sorry. So the reality is that we have, or the American government have actually been putting some restrictions of China's access to technology. And to be honest, it's working. I saw yesterday, we saw the administration were flopping again. Now can NVIDIA sell some chips to some clients in China? But the reality is that even China is very dependent on Western technology. And Huawei launched a new AI data center like 8 weeks ago. And if you look at the specification on that one, and you compare it with the latest NVIDIA chips, you basically can see that the NVIDIA solution is 32 times more efficient. That means that when Huawei built a data center to handle AI, they need 32 times more computers, they will use 32 times more energy, 32 times more cooling, etc., etc., etc. So basically we see that it is a challenge for China when we limited their access to the advanced Western technology, which actually the current administration have done and still have done in many ways. The important thing is, when we talk about these things, is that we need to go in and say, we have a lot of Chinese infrastructure. A lot of you come from country where there's operators which have built their mobile networks with Chinese equipment. And should we rip and replace this? And we basically say, no, we don't rip and replace. We stop buying Chinese, and then we start buying Western technologies. Right now, we are working on a huge project of how to finance these things. And basically, we have put down a team of experts in my company, which basically are turning every single stone to find ways where we can point out to operators or carriers how they can finance a rip and replace or getting rid of the Chinese equipment. So I think it's very important to understand that if we look at the challenge we have right now, We're living in a world where China considers North Korea, Iran, Russia as their friends. We live in a world where it's becoming even more and more digital. We live in a world where critical infrastructure is built by Chinese equipment. But we also live in a world where a lot of the software solutions people are using is coming from China without people know they are from China. They don't know what these software solutions do on their devices. They don't know how it works. We also live in a world where I think all of us would like to have some peace, but we need to pull our acts together. And instead of people in the European Union criticizing what's going on in the US and the president in the US, the European Union or the people in the European Union should take a much higher responsibility. I think it's a disgrace that Spain over the last 4 years has spent €4 per capita in military aid to Ukraine. It's a disgrace. So I hope you could get some inspiration. I would love to share our research with you. You can go to our website. You can reach out to me. I have tons of information, but I think it's very important to create transparency of what's going on. And right now, we need to kill a lot of the myths we see in the media of what's happening here in Washington and what's happening around the world. Thank you.
John Strand, thank you very much for those remarks. Next, we have the Honorable Nathan Symington, who's a former commissioner at the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, our FCC. Nathan?
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's always interesting to talk about the direction of 5G, of AI, and the increasing intersection with national and international security. So my involvement with these issues began in 2022 when I was involved in making policy for allocation of spectrum and therefore for larger planning around what the needs were for capacity in American 5G networks. And the more I looked, the more I thought, this is not really just about telecommunications in the traditional sense. If we were to go back 45 years in the United States and look at the monopoly era of AT&T, no one would have thought about hiring AT&T to do factory automation. That would have come from specialized industrials. No one would have thought about hiring AT&T to run a port. Their entire specialty was coast-to-coast voice communications. That's the environment in which current 5G policy derives, and it is inapposite for the present day. Because, as I discovered when I started looking, no one has ever made any money in 5G in the commercial side. There simply is no killer app at this point. Networks can't monetize. 5G mobile network operators are reluctant to move to 5G standalone in many cases because they don't see a thesis for it in terms of competitive advantage. And yet 5G is taking over the world. How did this happen? Well, it turns out that there is someone who's making money in 5G, and it's Chinese manufacturing. That is, if we look at 5G as an enabling technology for ports, for factories, for industrial automation, for medical facilities, for mining, there it really shines. And I realized, sitting down and really reading 3GPP Release 17 cover to cover and thinking about the implications, that no one will ever need 5 millisecond latency for their cell phone. That surpasses maximum human reaction time by about an order of magnitude, and average human reaction time by almost, call it a factor of 50. So there are some potential consumer applications one day when we're all using AI in the metaverse or something like that, but there's no critical path right now towards a mobile network operator in getting to 5 millisecond latency. So why is it in the spec? The answer is that the 5G spec is absolutely incredible as an industrial networking technology. And if you go to the new BYD factory, where I've not had the privilege to visit, but which is going to turn out 1 million cars a year, 5G everywhere. If you look at China's private 5G installations, particularly in industrial facilities, they have a rate of about 60x what we have in the United States. I think that's a conservative estimate, but that's what I can prove. So in other words, in China, it's an industrial automation technology, and therefore increasingly all over the world, it's an industrial automation technology. If you go to a port in Africa, if you go to an automobile factory in Brazil, if you go to a logistics and fulfillment facility in Malaysia or Thailand, odds are that the next generation of industrial automation technology and automated management technology that they are installing
is running on Huawei RAN, radio access networks, and is a private network that is specifically adapted to the complex of industrial components that together form that production facility. So for example, many of you would be familiar with Huawei's Harmony OS, which originally derived from Android, but at this point is said to have purged all Android code. I haven't done an audit myself, so I can't say. But Harmony OS is what you get on a Huawei phone. The thing is, you don't just get it on a phone anymore, because there's also Harmony OS for cars. There's also Mine Harmony OS for mines. What is Mine Harmony OS doing? Well, if you go into a mine, there are all sorts of specialized pieces of equipment, from drilling to conveyor belts to processing to smelting to automated forklifts. All of these are made by different specialized industrial companies that have particular expertise and supply chains for each one of those industrial specialties. And each one of them is different. A drilling company is different from a conveyor belt manufacturing company. But what they all have in common is that they're not networking companies. So whatever proprietary 30-year-old software their factory equipment is running on, Huawei comes in and says, we'll build the middleware. We'll build the middleware so that it's all in one uniform interface. You can have a guy sitting at a desk, click, 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 and he's controlling all these different things and integrating them, right? And we'll install the network. We'll make sure that there's a spectrum allocation. We'll build the terminals and attach them to the devices. In essence, it's the easy button. It's the easy button for industrial applications. The pitch that's coming from the rest of the world is, look at all of these different amazing capabilities. We can give you a flip phone. We can give you a PDA. We can give you a Walkman. The Huawei proposition is, we'll put it all on one device. If you were the one responsible for making purchasing decisions, isn't that what you would want to go with? Especially if there is some nice state capital and patient capital waiting to help you along. Of course, we all know the price for this. But the appeal of a package like this is undeniable. So I realized this when I was looking at American 5G policy, and my next question is, where is the free market solution for this? Why isn't capitalism stepping up and delivering? And the short answer is that the radio network manufacturing companies I can't say in the United States so much anymore, but let's say with Ericsson, Nokia, Samsung, although Ericsson does manufacture a lot in the United States. But anyway, the Western radio manufacturing companies service their traditional customers of mobile network operators and have no critical path towards developing these middleware type technologies. And no wonder, because if your target is the American domestic market, then the sophisticated industrial operators in the United States, whether that's GM, whether that's Boeing, they already have their automation somewhat done, right? They already have their own proprietary packages that they're using. And in any case, going out and buying a new 5G private network might not be in their top 10 list of priorities at a time when they're having product problems, when they're having labor force problems. Meanwhile, all of China is getting on advanced manufacturing at the same time. 20 years ago, you would have been seeing people scooping chemicals out of a vat with a plastic scoop and pouring them into another vat. It was pretty lowbrow. It was what I would call maculadora level industrialization, at least in a lot of sectors. It's not like that anymore. It is absolutely not. And again, who do you see sitting integrating this? Yes, there are some large Chinese conglomerates. Yes, there are some large Chinese specialized industrials. But much of this has evolved directly from individually owned factories or small groups of factories owned by small consortia of individual investors. After all, Deng's Southern Tour was just about 33 years ago, right? So Chinese capitalism is new. So when you see these factories, all of them making very pedestrian products in some cases. In one case that I studied, it was actual kitchen sinks. But making these very pedestrian things, you've got one individual investor who perhaps has 400, 800 employees that are all employed in this factory, and then in the next city you have another guy like that, and in the next city you have another guy like that. What's the common denominator between them? It's Huawei. Because once Huawei is looking at everyone who's manufacturing sinks, you've got it all coming in a uniform data format that you can start running machine learning on. That's amazing. We don't have anything like that here. And so the American proposition to other countries for far too long has been, stop buying all this damn Huawei. But on the other hand, it's so hard to resist. First of all, the price points are so good. They're incredible. I've seen cases where Huawei will come in and bid a job at something like a third of the cost for Nokia and Ericsson. Never mind an actual profitable deal, but they'll come in and bid it so far below cost that it's actually weird. The Chinese government simply supplies them with offsetting contracts domestically. Therefore, they're enabled to bid strategically any place they want. It's a great business if your job isn't to make money, but instead to increase the SIGINT and strategic industrial footprint of the People's Republic of China. In other words, when you have Western companies that are trying to make a profit and that have to compete in the capital markets against, for example, the American software sector, it's like having mall cops out to fight the Red Army. The disparity in force is so preposterous, and Huawei has such an unlimited capacity to underbid in furtherance of PRC strategic interests that there simply is no way for a Western company to compete. But going beyond that, there's going beyond this concept of state capital interventions to secure mobile network operator contracts, the much more interesting question to me is what this means for the future of industrialization. Because the problem is, the Chinese technology is not derivative. It's not, at this point, merely copying. It's not, at this point, merely playing catch-up. In some areas, it's superior. And as an integrated system versus disparate systems with no integrator, there's the ability to gain insights from the integration itself and to develop a new sector that didn't exist anyplace else and for which there is no present Western competition, period, full stop. And again, I find myself asking, if I'm a neutral third-party country that perhaps is well-disposed towards the United States and is perhaps even ill-disposed towards the People's Republic of China, but that nonetheless has also got domestic developmental imperatives, has got a domestic budget to manage, and is under constant pressure from the PRC, at some point something's got to give. At some point something's going to give. If the country won over from you has modernized its ports and you haven't, you're at a structural competitive disadvantage. How are you going to get your mining products out of the country? What if Huawei equipment is sniffing your commodities as they're being developed, manufactured, and exported, and then effectively you're being insider traded on your own commodities? Don't laugh. That's exactly what happened in the United States in the 1960s and 70s when the Department of Agriculture couldn't maintain the same quality of information as the international grain dealers, Cargill, Continental, whatnot, because the merchants of grain had information about the movement of grain, about instantaneous changes in pricing, etc. Ag was way behind, and they got the table ran on them. Well, it's worse now because we're not talking about Western companies like Cargill and Continental. We're talking about the People's Republic of China having access to that kind of SIGINT. And if you're a country where your neighbor has done this, and the United States has not shown up and helped you, and there is no Western tech suite to compete, you're facing this incredibly unattractive choice, this terrible choice, where either you go with what the West is asking you to do, and therefore you stymie your own development and exporting, or else eventually you knuckle under. Right now, Chinese telecommunications equipment, John has shown us some very alarming maps. I would say more generally that between 55 and 60% of current installations worldwide are Chinese, with obviously the lion's share of that being Huawei. Does anyone see any prospects of this trend reversing anytime soon? I think the basis for reversing this trend is to stop thinking about this as price competition to provide the cheapest equipment and the cheapest service to mobile network operators, whether in Southeast Asia, whether in Africa, whether in Europe, whether anywhere. And instead, the response from the United States government should be, what does it look like for us to deliver the capabilities that Huawei is advancing worldwide? The truth is, China does lots of peaceful trade. There are lots of fine products coming out of China. And we have to ask ourselves, what does it look like to not just say, no, 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 you're on the naughty spot? What does it look like instead to say, you should buy the Western suite simply because it's better? Let's be clear. China isn't 10 feet tall. China is a fantastically advanced country now. China is 1/4 of the human race, fine. But they're not invincible, they're not indestructible, they're not qualitatively different from the rest of us. What they are is thinking strategically, so to speak, playing chess while we play, checkers might be too much, while we play dominoes, while we play go fish, I don't know. But in any case, there's a coherent plan there. Those of you who are free marketeers, and I salute you, may be asking at this point, well, isn't all this Huawei giveaway, this subsidy, just pouring out consumer welfare on the rest of the world? If the Chinese government wants to give away cheap telecommunications equipment, why shouldn't we just take it? After all, that means that they're making their own population suffer in order to increase the standard of living of our population. For a long time, that was the definitive argument. I guess my answer there would be that if you look at Huawei as a strategic play rather than as a consumer welfare play, then the calculus flips. Because what we're seeing is, for example, patient capital to allow Huawei to develop these industrial suites, which will then become the standard, so to speak, the Windows plus Intel of industrial networking worldwide. And at that point, there simply is no alternative to the Chinese product. They've already done all the discovery. They've already paid the R&D costs. What's the incentive for someone else to break into that market? And if at that point, every one of those installations causes the United States to pay an invisible tax on commodities trading in SIGINT, as well as all of our friends and allies, of course, then this is a case where we let them steal a base. We let them steal a base under the umbrella of consumer welfare. I think the economics of this are going to be debated till the end of time, but it's probably true that Huawei has received subsidies about equivalent to what it would cost the United States to build at least 10 aircraft carriers. This is a major strategic investment by China. But I would have a hard time looking at what Huawei has done in the past 20 years and saying that China didn't get some value for money. So where do we go from here? Well, first of all, we need to clean up our own house. In the United States, there is still plenty of Huawei and ZTE equipment operating at this moment. There's plenty of white-labeled Chinese equipment operating at this moment. There is plenty of, there are plenty of things where the United States government, if it had its full druthers, would put manufacturers on the covered list, but it can't because they're too serious dependencies for other things. And that's a heck of a situation to be in. Imagine going back 50 years ago and saying, well, actually, we have to continue letting the USSR do whatever it wants in our domestic telecommunications, because otherwise small rural carriers would go under. Can you imagine? Heads would have rolled in droves. But that's the situation we are literally in right now. And it's not just carriers. It's utilities companies, for example. There are entire categories of utilities telecom where the market is 80% plus Chinese. It's our ports. Ship-to-shore cranes are about 80% Chinese in the United States. By the way, we found undisclosed cell phone modules in some of those. Are those kill switches? Are they phoning home? Who the heck knows? All we know is that they're there. That's not the only place we found them. We've also found them in solar farms. That's even scarier because if it's in a photovoltaic converter, then that is what converts the DC produced in the panel into the AC that goes into the grid. If you send it in out of phase, you might brown out Texas. So we are in this situation because we've been put at a strategic disadvantage by our willingness to go to the lowest price. In other words, sometimes it's a good idea to go to the lowest price, and sometimes that just means that you're the product. That's our current situation today. My suggestion, as someone who has no official powers or responsibilities whatsoever, but is getting up and giving a speech anyway, my suggestion is that everyone should ask themselves, is my current problem downstream of Chinese telecommunications dominance? In a surprising number of cases, the answer will be yes. If your problem is cartels, Chinese telecommunications dominance is a factor. If your problem is navigation of the seas, same. If your problem is submarine cables, well, that's obviously explicitly telecommunications. My point is, almost everywhere you look, if your problem is manufacturing, if your problem is exporting, if your problem is domestic security and the physical safety of Americans, Chinese telecom is upstream of that. And what we should be doing, what the United States government should be doing, is not looking at this as an FCC or NTIA matter anymore. This should be a DHS matter. This should be a Department of War matter. This should be a State Department matter. And well, that's what I'm working on these days, so wish me luck. Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those extremely informative remarks. And thanks for being here. Next, we have the Honorable Pavel Popescu, who many of you know. He's the former chairman of the Defense and National Security Committee of the Romanian Parliament, and today serves as the Vice President and State Secretary at ANCOM. Pavel? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to address today as a Vice President of ANCOM. And it's an honor to be in this building. Every time when I'm stepping in this building, especially at the event organized by Congressman Pittenger, it's an honor to stay at this stage and on this stage and discuss these critical topics for the future of our humanity. It's a double honor to sit in this panel because I'm having at my right side and left side two of the most brilliant people I know in this ecosystem across the globe. My good friends John and Nathan, and I thank you for your remarks. And it's the third honor for me to be together with you, with so many faces I know, with people across the globe. Last night I saw my friend Yara from Cambodia, and sometimes you don't speak for 1 year with somebody, but you know that there's always a connection there. And that's some beautiful thing about PISF, that even if we don't see each other for a year, or for months, or for 2 years, we know that we feel the same. Our hearts are beating in the same democratic direction. And that's a very good thing for all of us. That's why it's very important to meet more and more often and set up the lines for the new world that is coming. The new world that is coming, it's in a change at a speed that some of us cannot comprehend. In 3 years from now, we will stand in front of the world, changed by AI again in ways that we cannot understand and perceive today. Every evening, when I'm seeing my daughter back from work, I'm thinking about the world she's going to step in the next years to come, and I'm thinking how different that world is from the world I lived in. In an era where telecommunications and infrastructure form the backbone of our national security, economic prosperity, and global connectivity, I think it is imperative that we confront the challenges ahead with unity and resolve. Today I would like to speak about the way that telecom industry and the telecom sector evaluates and the evolution of it in the next years. The transformative potential and the emerging technologies and the urgent need for the transatlantic collaboration and the US-Europe reset of our relationships. You know, from the early days of switchboard operators and landline monopolies in the 19th and the 20th century, the industry had transitioned through analog to digital networks, embracing mobile technology, broadband, and now 5G. This shift has democratized communication, and it moved from restrictive, expensive services to IP-based systems that integrate voice, data, and video. Looking ahead, telecom operators must continue adapting to future trends like IoT integration, cloud-native architecture, and the layered business models to remain competitive in a hyper-connected world. Here, I would like to stop and tell you something from what we do at ANCOM, which is the Romanian regulator on telecommunication. So, a few years ago, while I was in the Romanian Parliament for almost 7 years, almost 8 years, I used to oversee ANCOM under our committee, the ITNC committee. And I had the chance to see through these years the amazing changes for this sector and the amazing change and the challenges that our institution, the institution I'm in the leadership today, has had. So if a few years ago ANCOM was responsible basically by the telecom industry and telecom infrastructure and postal services, today the challenges for us are very, very complicated, I would say, because we are in charge of regulation on social media platforms, Digital Services Act. I'm pretty sure you heard about the current debate, heated debate between US and Europe. We are in charge of regulating AI starting from next year. We are in charge of securing our infrastructure and all the telco networks on cybersecurity on NIS2 directive. We will be in charge of Digital Networks Act, which is a very important piece of legislation for both US and Europe. And we are also in charge of Gigabit Infrastructure Act and many more to come. Of course, here in US, you are not, I would say you are not so used with too much regulation. And listening to John, I realized that actually we studied the same document in the last days, the National Security Strategy of the United States of America. And sometimes when I read it already 3-4 times, and I tried to find the elements of why in this heated debate between the best friends in the world, I would say, Europe and United States, we cannot see the good things. Most of it, it's a very good document about our relationship, and we are pointing out in a political debate, of course, the so-called bad things about this strategy. I see only good things, and I see opportunities in it. As a European, and as a very strong pro-European and Romanian, and I will give you some examples. So if we are discussing about the telco infrastructure today, showing you what we do today at ANCOM, we realize that the telco operators, they have a problem with accepting the fact that they have to evaluate. And I'm saying this straightforward. Today, a telco operator should take very seriously in consideration that if they want to cover wide areas, I mean, those areas where you go with your cell phone and you do not have signal, definitely you have to work with space companies, with low orbit satellites in order to provide those kind of systems. And if you look across the world, you will see that there are very few companies who can do that, or at least I know across the world, 2 powerful companies or 2 powerful governments who are using 2 powerful companies from 2 different parts of the world, US and China. It's as simple as that. We are many times, stuck in conversations about, the continental Europe. And, to quote the phrase from the National Security Strategy of US, continental Europe has been losing share of global GDP down from 25% in 1990s to 14% today, partly owing to national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. So this is a fact. I mean, I'm a proud European, I'm underlining this again, and a proud Romanian, but I cannot say that this is a very clear phrase, and when I look in the mirror as a European, and when we should look in the mirror as Europeans, we should take this phrase very seriously because this is a fact. And today I'm here to militate for resetting, to take down this heat from this debate between the transatlantic partners, US and Europe, and take these phrases in the National Security Strategy of United States as a potential opportunity to reset this relationship. This future evolution of the telecom sector and the strategic partnership that we should have, particularly between telecom operators, classic telecom operators in Europe and US space companies. By collaborating innovators like those advancing low orbit satellites, we can accelerate deployment, enhance resilience, and counter adversarial influences. And I would say that this is especially critical in the face of China's growing dominance in the telecom and space ecosystem. Of course, you know me, I've so many times, like John and other friends here, about China, and I never get bored in speaking about that, because sometimes I feel that we need to hear more and more often, daily, with very clear examples, how dangerous it is to have in our critical infrastructure Chinese equipments. We speak about that, but it seems that sometimes we do not act on that. China, through entities like Huawei and ZTE, has captured significant market share in 5G equipment, and it's aggressively expanding in space with initiatives like Baidu, navigation, and satellite constellations. Their state-backed strategies pose profound risks. Espionage through backdoors in infrastructure, data theft, control over critical software, and economic coercion that could undermine US and European independence. They already did that. John was giving you some numbers here and a list of probably 100 softwares that we do not know about that are in our critical infrastructures. And even with this, many times we fail to act. So if we fail to act, China could dominate the entire world, the entire value chain from hardware to orbital assets, effectively taking everything and leaving the West vulnerable to manipulation, supply chain disruptions, and strategic exclusion. I'm sorry to say it. I'm going to say it here straightforward in the US Congress. We are very near to that point. In my conversations with the American friends, I'm underlining the fact that US is losing its hegemonic power across the world in all the important committees and organisms which are setting up the standards for our telecommunication. And I'm here to raise my voice and to raise the awareness on this and underline the importance of resetting our transatlantic relationship together with Europe and US and start fighting against this influence which will undermine all our democracies. In this context, I would like to highlight, of course, because I'm Romanian, Romania's exceptional tracking record in aligning with the United States on legislation to mitigate these threats. For example, in 2019, as you all know, we signed a joint memorandum with US emphasizing secure 5G networks, free from Chinese investments risk. This paved the way for our 2021 legislation, which is practically barring Huawei and other Chinese vendors from our 5G infrastructure, prioritizing national security over short-term gains. A new thing about our legislation is that we have another piece of legislation which is updating the 2021 original bill to 5G, to 6G, sorry. This is critical for us. This shows the commitment that we have when we signed the MOU with US. And I'm proud to say that Romania stands today as a model for Europe, demonstrating that decisive action can protect our digital sovereignty while fostering innovation. So by June 2026, next year, Romania will be Chinese-free, Chinese equipment-free in all our core infrastructure, the telecom infrastructure. This is an amazing thing. It's a dream that I could see coming true, and the work, Romania's work and effort for achieving this objective was exceptional. We want to do this on 6G. We want to be the leading voice in Europe in clean networks for our democracies. And we are happy to speak more with our partners and like-minded countries across the world to look at our model and expand our model across the world. We did this also on foreign direct investment, which is directly connected to investments in the telecom infrastructure. And we've set up, we are the only country in the world which set up a CFIUS model, the same that US has. And in this moment, while we're speaking, our country is acting as a trainer in the region for different other countries, our neighbors, in order to deploy this successful model. Going back to the U.S. national security strategy, I want to quote something else from it. We want to remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country, and to build on these strengths. And we want to protect our intellectual property from foreign theft. America's pioneering spirit is a key pillar of our continued economic dominance and military superiority. It must be preserved. I like this phrase from the National Security Strategy, and I liked it, but I have to tell you something. This vision cannot be realized in isolation. And in this heated debate, political debate between US and Europe, these days I would say that it is absolutely mandatory for the United States and Europe to reset their relationship, to strengthening alliances, harmonizing regulations, maybe give up to regulations in Europe, because, yeah, we have to be fair. Too much regulation took us to the point where our GDP fell down from 25% to 14%, according to the first phrase that I quoted from your national security strategy. A fragmented approach would only empower our adversaries. Indeed, I would say that we have to reset this relationship. Another quote, important quote about Europe, which unfortunately in this political debate these days, I didn't see it emphasized and underlined, is the one I'm going to read now. Yet Europe remains strategically and culturally vital to the United States. Transatlantic trade remains one of the pillars of the global economy and of American prosperity. European sectors from manufacturing to technology to energy remain among the world's most robust. Yeah. I can agree or disagree with specifically this thing, but I think we have to work out more on this. But the last quote says like this: not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating for what this strategy aims to achieve. So I have to tell you, I am pissed off. Because today in our conversation regarding our transatlantic relationship, we don't want to acknowledge that actually the United States of America, in their own national security strategy, says black on white, not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating for what this strategy aims to achieve. So America is recognizing today, as still as hegemonic power, that it cannot fulfill its national security objectives without the best friend and ally, Europe. So I don't see any reason today in having such a heated political debate. And this week in Washington with my American counterparts and friends, I try to emphasize this and underline this idea. This applies to our area of expertise. This applies in telecom and infrastructure. So I came here today to show you that a small country in Europe, in a very, to quote my friend, bad and weird neighborhood, made it on a position of leadership and showed that and proved that can be Chinese-free equipment in their critical infrastructure. Of course, we can speak hours from here about what's coming. Definitely, everybody knows that the AI, as I said, will change the world in a dramatic way. It's a personal opinion, but I think it will be happening faster than we think. So the way we said no to Chinese equipment in our telco networks in the most simple way and fast way we should act and say no to any AI Chinese technology in our critical networks. I think we should do this as soon as possible, I think, through our reset relationship in our Atlantic partnership. We should start working at regulation and legislation which actually empowers and promotes American companies coming to Europe and European companies coming to America and work together with less regulation, with much more less regulation, while being very careful regarding the Chinese vendors and the Chinese technology taking over our democracies. I will never hesitate and I will never become tired of repeating these things here together with my friends until the day we will realize that this red line should never be crossed. We should never allow Chinese equipment in our critical infrastructures, and that's because Europe and US are created under the same values that God gave us. And democracy, it's still the best thing that can happen to a nation across the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speaking to you today. And I'm encouraging you to look, because I know I spoke a lot about Europe and US these days, because that's where my heart is. But I'm encouraging you, all of my friends, to look in the same way at regions across the world like Africa, Asia, thinking about my friends here. You should just go in those countries and see the potential you have. You should just go in Cambodia and see that 75% of their people are under 35 years old. It's a nation mirroring the same population that Romania has. And you should see the spirit and you should feel the spirit of those young people. You know, Cambodia doesn't have to pay pension for the next probably 40 years to 75% of their population, which is amazing. Just imagine what a great potential is there. US should focus in those regions together with Europe. And I think we neglected these things. And I think that's why we have critical infrastructure all across these nations owned by China. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a nice stay in Washington, D.C. Congressman Pittinger, congratulations for your forum.
Thank you, Pavel, and all our speakers. That was tremendous. And Pavel, thanks for your friendship and the Romanian delegation in force today and yesterday. I think always supportive of the organization. And I want to say, we just learned that we have over 4,000 parliamentarians listening in today virtually. You couldn't be here, but I think that may be a record. And I think that's tremendous. It speaks to the content that we produce and the expert speakers like we have here now. I know we ran into lunch. Let's take about, most of you went ahead, fortunately, and had lunch. I think there's still some sandwiches in the back for those who haven't. I encourage you to get that. And we'll reconvene in about 20 minutes. And we've got a great afternoon. We'll hear about the Middle East, international trade, some of the best experts, China competition. We have Congressman, Chairman Emeritus Michael McCall, Congressman Joe Wilson, and others. So we'll see you back soon. And Kim, Kim and Dang, you want to come up? Where's Dang? So before we start our panel on the Middle East, I just want to invite Kim Sigurdsson up here and Dang. Kim's the director of Hand in Hand. He just had a few minutes to remarks, and then we'll commence with our program. So Kim, come on up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. If I can get your attention just for a couple of minutes, I promise to be only 2 minutes, and my friend, the next president of South Sudan, is going to be up for 1 minute. If you can just put your phones down, just give me your attention. It's very important. My name is Kim Sigurdsson. I'm a Native American Canadian. My tribes in Canada is Cree and Ojibwe and Sioux. That's what gives me the attitude of the Sioux blood, I'm sure. Anyways, I wanted to give you a quick snapshot of South Sudan that's right now going through a crisis of untold proportions. What we have there is right now, it's a beautiful country. Forest, lakes, beautiful places. It's like America and Canada. But up north, it's arid, and we got somewhere in the vicinity of half the population is getting involved in this crisis, this famine. Of that, 2 million children are facing starvation. There's no reason for this. It's not done by natural disasters. Some say it's a drought. It's not that. It's the leadership of this country. Since its inception in 2011, this president has canceled every election since that time. He has not allowed an election to happen. He's a dictator, and not a benevolent one. They have taken literally hundreds of millions of our dollars, US, Canadian, European dollars, and put it in their own pockets. Meanwhile, their own people are dying on the side. They do this the way, I'm going to take a little shot at Canada because I'm an Indian and they don't treat us that well either. It's all tribal. It's all about people who belong to different tribes and setting them apart, causing disturbances between them, causing them to not look at themselves as friends but enemies. And of course the Canadian government uses that as a good excuse to do what they do. In South Sudan, it's tribal. A lot of different tribes, and they play one against the other. So the enemy is not the government, it's the tribes. They're fighting amongst each other. And this is going on right now. So I can understand it because of what I see in Canada, and it's a pretty simple thing to do when you got tribes, turn them against each other. In the middle of what's going on there, this beautiful country is blessed with resources, rare minerals, which China, of course, is taking out of there as quickly as possible and with little benefit to the people themselves. And on the other side of the coin, our friends, the Russians, are taking all the oil. So the people are left with virtually nothing. Now, people would say to me, well, the Trump administration stopped this U.S. aid. I really agree with your President Trump. The money that we send there is not getting, the food and the money we send there is not getting to the people. It's getting to the leadership who are taking it and putting it in their pockets. Anyways, one of the reasons I'm here is I'm asking you today to take a look at helping us. I work with a nonprofit called the number two, The Nations. The chairman is Mr. John McGovern here sitting in the front. And we've been in Ukraine moving millions of dollars worth of humanitarian aid there. And we're going to start moving a lot of product into South Sudan. We have right now containers of flour. One container of flour can feed over 200,000 people, a loaf of bread. You put it in proportions, it's amazing. So what we're doing is we're going to be doing that, and we need a little help. So if you see John and the next president of South Sudan, Mr. Deng, talk to them about it. We need direction. If you have a friend of a friend who knows anything about transportation and can help us get it there, great. I want to bring something else up, and I hope my Jewish friends don't take this the wrong way, because the word was used by a freedom fighter friend of mine who's an American, who's been in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all around the world doing great things. He used the word concentration camps as what he saw in South Sudan. I'm not trying to dishonor or disrespect any Jewish people. I know what they went through in World War II. I have a lot of Jewish friends. But what's going on there is these camps are not filled with political prisoners. They're not filled with Jewish people. They're filled with children. Children with chains on them. They're called orphanages. There's no food, little water. They're in chains. There's no hope. They haven't got bathrooms. It's just a horrible place. I hate to say this, but it'd probably be better if they were dead than alive. It's terrible what they're going through over there. We sit in one of the most beautiful countries on earth, Canada and the United States, and I don't think we can imagine what's really happening there. So I just wanted to let you know that the number 2 of the nations is a nonprofit that's working with Mr. Deng here, the next president, on trying to help people out. So if you can do anything, if you know somebody and knows somebody, please get a hold of us. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll pass it on to Mr. Deng, the next president of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, for taking this kind of initiative supporting people of South Sudan. I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank Congressman Kissinger for bringing us together, the world community, governmental leadership. As I see all within the World Cup, in the football and basketball, we never had what's so-called the governmental world leadership like what we have today in the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. And I want to give him appreciation, and all of you, and I heard of your countries, so I was young, but I've never been there. But when I come to this event, I see you. You're representing a great world, and that's why we're here. People of South Sudan have suffered for too long. And actually our suffering is a bad governance system. And how would you change that? We talk about the problem, but can we talk about the solution? The solution is free and fair election wherever it is. Give the will of the people the right to elect their leaders, and that is absent in Africa. It's an absent in South Sudan. So this upcoming year, 2026, South Sudan will hold elections. And we want you, the World Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, to actually reach out to embassy in South Sudan. Let them know they need to support the South Sudanese people to go for free and fair election in 2026, December 26. That's what I want you to do right now. We also want the United States of America, who actually helped South Sudan to gain independence in 2011, is your time now, not only helping us to get independent, but also is your job also to support us so we can have a good governance system that can respect the humanity and the human rights. And I want to conclude this. The more than major threat right now in Africa, I'm talking about Africa as I'm working with some African member of parliament right now. More than 50 African member of parliament I'm working with right now. So I've been attending this event for more than 3 years now. I was able to gain a lot connection through Africa continent. What we're discussing and the 3 problems are facing us, the radical Islam jihadists, the Muslim Brotherhood in Africa, is a big threat for the next future Africa continent. Number 2 is the China. Bad business in Africa is a big threat. And third, the Russia is a big threat because it's supporting the military general to take over military coups. And you know what coup means? Coup is bloody. It kills innocent people. So we want the United States and the European Union and the rest of you, we need to work to build a better world, a world of peace, a world of love, and a world of humanity. May God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So next we're moving to the Middle East, the state of affairs in the Middle East, with 2 speakers, Joe Glover, who's on the Board of Advisors at the Parliamentary Forum, and the Honorable Itsaki Mamo, who's the Honorary Consul
of PNG, Papua New Guinea in Israel. And Mr. Mamo's going first. Yes, thank you.
Okay, first of all, shalom. This is a Hebrew bless for everyone. Thank you very much, all the people that organized this conference, and it's an honor to be here. Today, we're going to talk about the Middle East. We're going to talk about the Middle East, but I wanted to talk with take zoom out to understand the Middle East issue. And we call it global future, trading, technology, trust, and faith. Sometimes people forget the base of everything. So please, the next screen. So what we done actually, we made a map that show the big trading logistic route that first of all, let's understand that trading is not a future. It's something that started in the past. China and India have a route of, it's called at that time, the route of incense from India and textile and a lot of materials that came from the east to the west through the Middle East. Today, there is a huge, and I heard here a few people that talk about IMEC and the Chinese trying to open lines, and Turkey tried to open their lines, and there is a Russian and Indian line that actually everybody tried to control the trading, that the main issue, and people don't like to say it, but the main issue is not only commercial, it's not only economy, it's ideological. I think that, and I will try to be polite, but I think that the fight today between China and United States, it's not a question of money. It's about what we called in the past communism, democracy, things like this. So the trading is a way to get something faster, okay? I want to buy a new suit so I can get into AliExpress or any other internet shop, and it's very important for me to get it fast, like the pizza that I ordered in 20 minutes ago. So everybody tried to do it faster and better, but at the end of the day, it's not a question of trading. It's a question of faith. It's a question of where we are going together as a world. It's very interesting to see that even those that United States with IMEC try to create a new way that coming from, you can see the yellow line, that coming from India through the Middle East to Europe. And actually the idea is to use the situation in the Middle East and create what we call Abraham Accord. The idea is to open those countries, like Saudi Arabia, like the other countries, to be part of the American thought, which means more democracy. At the second side, we have the Iranian, that they have very good connect to Europe through Russia. And then you have to decide. You want to go at the green line, together with Turkey. Maybe you have to take the red line to go together with China. Maybe you will take the American way. And again, it's not a question of control the economy. At the end of the day, it's the faith. It's how you look and how you see the world in another 10 years from today. It's not only a question to control the AI system and to know what you're doing in your TikTok, or maybe even to drive in a Chinese car and they can take picture of everything. This is not the issue. The issue is what's standing behind it. And what's standing behind it is how our world going to be in another 10, 20 years. What will be our legacy to our children? Are we going back to what we call the Cold War? And that's exactly the point. Now, if you can see, we try to show that the Middle East is the main focus because of Suez Canal. Actually, most of the shipment have to move at the Suez Canal, and it's given to Egypt a lot of power. And again, I'm not comparing, but it's like the Panama Canal. When you have the point that you can control every ship, you actually control the trading. So the trying of President Trump to move all the trading through the Middle East and even to try to move from the Suez Canal to use train from Saudi Arabia to Israel, to Haifa, and then with a ship to Europe, he's trying to make the trading as a way of peace, of faith, etc. Now, with your permission, I need a volunteer. One volunteer. I will take you. Come to the stage for 1 second. You know this game? Tic-tac-toe. Yeah, you know it? Let's start. Okay, so I make a circle. You will make X. I will make another one here. And then I will make another one here. Okay? I know what I'm doing. Don't be embarrassed to win me. Just a second. But now I want to change the rules. I'm the X. So I win. So we're going to the third slide, please. And now I want to talk about things that can change the rules of our map. And I want to talk a little bit about Turkey. First of all, everybody know, and you can see it in the news, that the relationship between President Erdogan and President Trump is very good. There is a lot of discussion about the relationship between United States and Turkey. And I just want to warn us, okay, not to be so happy. Because I just want to give very, very short information about Turkey. In the last 20 years, in 2005, Turkey had 15 embassies in Africa. Today, 2025, they have 44. Actually, less than 5 countries, they don't have relationship. There is a small country that not recognized exactly next to the Sahara, next to Morocco, so they don't stay there. But in most of Africa, they are very, very involved. The big involvement is Libya and Somalia. In Libya and Somalia, actually, Turkey controls today, they say that from each 3 soldiers, 1 of them make trading in Turkey. Okay? Turkey had an agreement about a seaport in Somalia and seaport in Libya. And this document is very new, but at the same time it's very old because just yesterday, Turkey and Sudan, that stay little up at the map, signed a contract of military and seaport. Now, when you look very, very careful, you understand that Turkey have a mission, and it's actually to control the Suez Canal before the Suez Canal starting at the Red Sea. At the moment that you control Somalia and Sudan, you actually control all the trading, shipment in Europe. All the countries, China, Russia, IMEC, the United States, use the Suez Canal as a solution. And I think that Turkey is not an enemy. Okay, I don't think that they have some people say they are like Iran. I don't think so. But at the same time, when you try to play the game, okay, so there is the rules. And if you change the rules in the middle, so all the game is changed. All the results of the game is changed. The war in Gaza, what we call the October 7, was very surprise war for people who play the games under the rules. At the moment that you understand that there are no rules, so you're not surprised from October 7. At the moment that Hamas, that is very, very small army, okay, Gaza it's a city, I think, less than Washington, D.C., okay? A very small area. And this war was actually kind of afraid of the Muslim brother from the new relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The change that happened today in Gaza, the change that happened today in Lebanon, the change that happened today in Syria, it's a huge change for the Middle East. It's a huge change for Israel. But actually, it's a huge change for the future of the trading. And if I will go back again, is the change of the decision of countries in which part they are. If they are going to the faith, if they're going to what we call the God promise, or they decide to go with the idols tradition, which means I'm in the middle, God is not exist. And I think that the message that we can understand today is that we have to be very, 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 very specific with our wishes about the future of the trading. Because again, the end of the game is not that the pizza will be here in 10 minutes. The issue is that nobody have to feel that somebody can change the rules. So we can talk about every details that we've just mentioned here another 10 hours, but we have limited time. So thank you very much. And I hope that we can just open the view and the thinking about the perspective of faith in the Middle East and in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saki. And thank you to the board and Congressman Robert Pittenger for this forum and keeping this forum alive and keeping all of us in this group as a family. It's so good to see you, some of you, many of you, that we see over and over at every forum, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I want to talk about the changing geopolitical order in the Middle East. We have, for the first time in the last, at least in our lifetimes and maybe in modern history, we have a president who is willing to put forward extremely bold and extremely far-reaching, bold vision to secure the geopolitical interest and the survival, the economic survival of the United States for the next 100 to 500 years. Now, how successful he is will depend on lots of things, specifically how many partners, not just in the Middle East, but how many global partners buy into this vision. For the last, since World War II, we've seen a series and a cascade, a continuation of the policy that we throw Patriot missiles and drop bombs on every single problem. And finally, with President Trump, we have a policy of using economic diplomacy, faith-based diplomacy, common shared interest, even with countries we would not consider partners or friends, using common shared interest to secure extremely big and bold changes to re-engineer the geopolitical order or to shift the geopolitical order from a political order that is ordered only by political ties. For instance, President Clinton, for instance, President Bush, they changed the policy on the Middle East and on peace, and none of those policies brought about peace. Every single one of those policies that we've seen, each shifting presidential administration or each shifting European administration has brought a different policy proposal that ended with the successive administration, and none of it moved forward the ball to actual lasting peace and prosperity. When we talk about peace, you can end the war, but ending the war doesn't solve the poverty. It doesn't solve the root problem that's creating the conflict. So in the Middle East, President Trump has proposed, and this is, everything I'm going to say is in accordance and in parallel with his national security strategy released this month. But President Trump is proposing a partnership that gathers many allies in the Middle East and across Europe, Africa, Eurasia, and the Middle East. And rather than addressing the problem as a single problem, an isolated problem, addressing the problem as a regional problem and with a regional solution. And that regional solution includes a massive amount of global investment and trade in what mostly you've heard of as IMEC, the India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor. But I'd like to make a modification to that. It is the India, Middle East, Europe, and Africa corridor, because leaving out Africa would be a big mistake because of the critical minerals, because of the natural wealth and resources, and because of the population growth. Africa is on an upward trajectory when the Western Europe and the US in the West are stagnant or in decline as far as birth rate goes. They're not growing empires. So Africa has the population growth, the human capital, and the natural resources to be a real partner in this, and we're seeing that also as a policy from the White House. What I envision, I'll ask you to imagine with me that we are in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, right in the center, this key piece of the Middle East that we've seen and heard. You know, we constantly have inundated with news about this portion of the Middle East. It's kind of the hotbed of the Middle East. This transcontinental peace highway, it's a transcontinental trade corridor, but it starts in Armenia, Azerbaijan. There's something that the Trump administration did recently called the Trump Peace Corridor as part of a peace deal in Armenia and Azerbaijan. We know that that was lifted from a proposal that we put forth. That proposal is that a peace corridor could include water infrastructure, desalinization, water infrastructure, high-tech infrastructure, transport by train, potentially a train in a tunnel. Elon Musk, hello. We have the Boring Company. We have the potential to build this in 2 years with a tunnel system instead of a highway system that takes about 18 to 20 years to engineer. And a tunnel system that starts in Armenia, Azerbaijan, connecting Eurasia and Europe, and continues into Syria, into the Jordan Valley of Israel and the West Bank, south into Egypt, and connecting Africa and the African nations to a trade highway. So we're talking about travel, transportation, tech, and trade. This highway, we'll envision it as a highway, potentially a tunnel, that can transport natural gas, AI infrastructure, fiber optic infrastructure, that can transport the shared goods from Africa and Asia and from Europe across a highway instead of the shipping and trade routes that are so, they're well contested and fought over. These are very hotly contested trade routes between, as you mentioned, Saki, the Chinese, and Turkey. Turkey has a plan to build or gain influence over the Gaza port as part of their plan and significantly control regional ports. This highway significantly diminishes Turkey and China, their ability to influence global trade in a way that undermines our geopolitical interest. If we're able to achieve this highway project with the cooperation of partners, it also gives Israel a key strategic position where they control the gates. And if everyone behaves and there's peace, then the gates are open. And when the partners misbehave, I don't foresee that being a problem, because when you have 600 billion to 1.2 trillion in additional trade happening just from one highway project, it's a shared it's not just a highway, it's a corridor, but that corridor project produces just the highway alone. If you don't add natural gas, water desalination, and fiber optic infrastructure, you have 600 billion to 1.2 trillion in increased trade per year among participating nations. If you add all of those, we don't have calculations of what the possibility is for the technology infrastructure, the water desalination, and the natural gas that can pass between these oil-rich and resource-rich regions of Africa, coupled with the technology, AI, cybersecurity, and technology, military technology, defense technology, and our infrastructure engineering that Israel's famous for. So we have a partnership made up of, instead of forcing us into a political deal or a peace deal based on a political order, who happens to be president, who happens to hold the power in this specific season, we have an economic and trade-based peace deal that is possible to endure past 10 presidential administrations, something that is going to last and have enough shared interest that each successive change, political change, won't shake the geopolitical order of the Middle East over and over, like we've seen the shifting and changing sands of the Middle East with every single additional European or American or Middle Eastern election or regime change. President Trump's vision and our vision for Middle East peace includes a corridor with economic cities. They're economic free trade zones. Every participating nation can gain access to invest capital and make returns, and also invest human capital with experts. We have a specific issue in the Middle East, specifically Israel. They have a lot of startup technology. They have a lot of crypto, a lot of cyber, a lot of military and defense tech. What they don't have is the scale. In the US, we have a specialty. We have all of our Harvard MBAs, and we have the ability to scale. So the partnership that I envision in Israel in technology, in these innovation cities, these are cities with high-tech infrastructure that are made from the bottom up. They're automated innovation cities served by drones that the entrepreneurs and the high-tech engineers and the visionaries of the future can move to these cities and have everything ready-made there for a startup community that supports their visions and dreams and supports their ability to create new technology for the entire world as a partnership of the nations that's leveraging the human capital from Africa, from Egypt, from Syria, and from the Arabs in the West Bank and the Palestinians. Also the technological capital from Israel, and the business capital and the business acumen from American MBAs. And in these innovation cities, we'll have hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm credibly told that only two American tech companies said they would put $100 billion into these Middle East cities. If we build the infrastructure, they would have $100 billion ready and waiting to go so that they could invest in these kind of projects that would be such an example of trade and innovation, an example of cooperation for the nations. It's so good and so on the surface. It's not something that is so complicated that it takes 15 minutes to explain the concept so that the lower people of the street can rise to the high and lofty level of our Ivy League educations. It is something that's so on the surface apparently good that it's almost as if the nations don't support this kind of innovation, agriculture tech, trade cooperation, and innovation that's meant to be an example for the nations, it's almost so simply good that as far as a man on the street level, and we know that that's kind of President Trump's mentality. President Trump often skips over the exquisite and sophisticated thinking mechanisms and goes straight to what is simply good by a man of the street type of morality. It's so apparently good that the nations who won't join will lose their political capital influence. It's a no-brainer. It makes such simple sense that it makes an easy political transition for those leaders who are constantly subject to shifting political tides and political winds. I think that this presented in such a way that the nations can obviously and easily join without political backlash makes it a viable solution, so that instead of basing peace on who is the political leader of this particular term, we're basing peace and our potential for peace and our hope for peace on things that are lasting, like trade and economy. We have our business leaders become invested in peace, because when there's peace, there's prosperity. Thank you, JC. And thank you, everyone.
Joe, thank you. Let me invite, this is a good segue on the International Trade Panel coming up next. We've got 3 terrific experts. Joe, let me ask you too, if somebody was interested in hearing more about your presentations, is there a website? You'll be in the back corner or outside, so not making too much noise. But Gil and Angela and Mike, come on, Michael, come up here. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. So we have 3 amazing speakers, experts on international trade. Up next, an important issue for national security. Where's Angela? Okay, but we'll start. I think Michael Taylor, you're going to begin, but Angela Ellard is a former Deputy Director General for the World Trade Organization. Gil Kaplan, a former colleague of mine, is a former Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade, so a high-level role. And Michael Taylor is a colleague, a partner at King & Spalding. So, Michael, you're going to kick us off? Great, thanks so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us, and it's a real pleasure to be here with this great organization talking. So JC called me and said that they had asked me if I could fill in, and Gil and Angela, it's great to be on the panel with them. Gil as former Undersecretary and Angela as Deputy Director General of the WTO. But they tasked me with, in 10 minutes, explaining what Trump's trade policy is so that everybody in the room can go home and explain it to everybody so it makes perfect sense. And I laughed and I said, we'll do what we can. But there is some background that I think is important here. And there is some logic to what's happening and where we are today. I'm not advocating for the Trump tariff policy. I'm not advocating against it, just to give some background so people know that the folks surrounding President Trump and his economic advisors today are all speaking with a similar kind of background. There's differences in their approach, but you have to understand what they're looking at. And they're not looking necessarily just today. You really have to go back, and Angela will touch on this, I'm sure, as well. You have to go back to World War II, and coming out of World War II, the recognition that trade was important. Trade is important, and the idea is if people trade together, we create trading ties, people don't go to war. Businesses, leaders will call up their president or their prime minister and say, knock it off, don't go to war, I've got investments in that country, I've got investments in this country. We want some interdependence. And coming out of World War II, there was also a recognition that North America was relatively unscathed. You know, the world, Europe and Asia, unfortunately, were devastated like they were. And if you look at the New World Order that came out of the time, we have all in the same time with the Bretton Woods Accords, the IMF, the World Bank, the GATT, which became the WTO, creating this new landscape. In the United States at the time, driving a lot of this through the Marshall Plan, also established the idea, and this is the mindset you have to put yourself in among this economic group of advisors, is the United States was benevolent at the time and said to themselves, it was self-interested, we need places where we can trade so we can sell our goods, but we also need to develop those markets. And so what we will do is open our barriers, open our borders, with the understanding that in time others will open their barriers and their borders. And as people are able to access, we will get to a new point where there's trading going on, and there will be open areas for us to trade into. Whole idea of the GATT and the different rounds that happened through the WTO or the pre-WTO and then ultimately the WTO, where you saw tariff rates come down, you saw services start to be addressed. What this group is looking at now, though, and this is what's important, it's underlying a lot of the tariff discussion, is the trade in goods. And people always say, what about trade in services? Trade in services is a small portion when you look at the trade in goods. It's about 1/10 of the overall trade in goods. So we'll just talk about trade in goods as a starting point. The United States, and what President Trump's team is telling him over, and he's very aware of this, is that there's a $1.3 trillion trade deficit in goods for the United States versus other countries. And everybody's aware of China being at close to $300 billion. These are 2024 numbers. But if you look at Europe, Europe has $235 billion with the trade deficit of the United States and Europe. And what the team around Trump is saying, and if you start listening to what Trump is saying in his posts, I think they call them truth posts, and what they're saying when he's giving speeches, is in 1947, 1948, the United States said we were going to give access to the United States with the understanding that in time you would give access to your countries. Europe is essentially the same size, politically very similar, geographically very similar, similar mountains, similar latitude. You have populations that are similar size. You have a democratic base. You have opportunities for industry that are very similar. How then do you explain the $240 billion trade deficit? Other than there must be something other than tariffs that are in place. There must be something that's restricting access to the market. And so when Trump says, I need you to pay to have access to my market, that's what he's talking about. When he says there's disparity, there's unequal access, that's what he's talking about. Now, there are all kinds of arguments on the other side of that. But I think you have to appreciate why they're talking the way they're talking and what they're saying, and the policies that are driving the tariffs today. So the tariff policies today, it was when I started practicing with Gil, I was an associate when Gil was a partner at King & Spalding, and we had two things we had to worry about. We had to worry about the MFN rates, and we had a little bit to worry about China because at the time China was still trying to negotiate, but it was a given. They were going to get MFN rates at the time. And then we had to worry about free trade agreements like, at the time, the NAFTA. But it was pretty simple. Now what we have to do, when a client calls me and says, what about, I've got this product, I ask, how much steel does it have for national security steel purposes? How much aluminum does it have? Is it coming from Europe? Is it coming where we have a side agreement with Europe, a free framework agreement? Does it have inputs coming from somewhere else? Do we have to worry about any other of these national security provisions? And so the attachments in the list of different reporting, you can have one good come to the United States and you have to report 8 different line items for that good from a tariff standpoint. The complexity has grown significantly, but it is all based around this idea of again, the mindset, not advocating for it or against it, but the mindset of you have to be in a position where you pay for access to our market or you give me something for access to our market, so we get back to the idea of parity. Tariffs were the way we were, and they're not a dirty word. According to Trump, it's the big, beautiful word, right? It's the most beautiful word in the English language. It gives access to funds, it gives access to leverage for negotiations, and it also gives parity. Now, if you get to a point where you're talking to the United States or you're talking to other countries about parity, access to your market, access to my market, then you have a different discussion point. And I think you have to look through the lens that this group is talking to. So the other thing I was asked to talk about was just the stacking of tariffs, how they all fit together. Again, we have the MFN tariffs that we all negotiated down. Great for the world, very important for interconnectedness of the world. The United States, through national security, a carve out from the World Trade Organization, the GATT agreements, has put in place national security provisions under Section 232. One of the statutes we rely on. They have other provisions, like with respect to China, and there's an investigation with Brazil right now under Section 301, which basically in layman's terms is if you violate an international norm, the United States is going to take an action to try and bring you back into what they think the norm should be. Some would argue that should be before the WTO. Some would argue that the United States laws, it's okay for countries to act. It is clear under U.S. law that that can happen as long as the United States goes through a process. And then now we have these international Economic Emergency Powers Act tariffs that the Supreme Court is looking at. And then the takeaway, and I'll turn my time over and we can answer questions. If the Supreme Court is to say anytime now, we could get a decision day, we get one in 6 weeks. But if they are to say that the IEEPA tariffs are contrary to law, like 2 of the lower courts, the very next day we're going to have a different set of tariffs. There are other statutes that they can use. So the tariffs are not going away. It's a new regime we're under. I think this administration, if you listen to them very closely, and they're not hiding what they're saying, is they think 15 to 20% tariffs are absorbable. They don't think that's going to drive inflation, and they think that helps bring back that parity so that we've given away access to the U.S. market. It's one of the most valuable things in this administration's mind you could have. We have $1.2 trillion going out a year. We need to do something to bring some of that back. So either it's goods coming back in or it's tariffs coming back in, and that will help in a number of things. And the reality is, in these hallowed grounds we're in, and the Congress, tariffs are like drugs. Once you have money coming in, it's hard to give it back up. So we are in a new world. I don't think the tariffs are going to go away. They're going to look different, and they're going to continue to modify, and we'll reach a new level playing, not a level playing field, but a new norm. Depending on what the Supreme Court does, will be much more like today, or in 6 months we'll have a lot of chaos and we'll get to a new norm soon. But we're going to have a new norm we're working at. And I think Democrat or Republican, one other comment I have is when Biden took office, he raised the Trump tariffs, right? He raised the Section 301 tariffs on China. Whoever is next in line for the President of the United States, whether it be Democrat or Republican, we don't see anybody who's going to change the tariff regime. Probably going to stay about what it is. It'll be modified a little bit, but the direction we're in has changed significantly in the last 20 years. So, Angela or Gil?
Thank you, Mike. I just want to say two things about my colleagues on the panel. If you have a product and you wonder what the tariffs are, there's very few people in this town who can actually answer that. You can call customs and be on hold for 5 hours, and then they'll tell you they'll call you back. But I was just thinking, hey, if you wanted to bring a pen in from Canada, what's the duty? You could ask Mike. The second thing is, Angela, I'm happy to announce, is a senior advisor at CSIS, as of today, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So congratulations, Angela. When it comes to international trade policy, the subject of this panel, a large part of the issue relates to manufacturing. And I've been working on manufacturing issues for a very long time in the United States, started a program on it at Indiana University. Congratulations to their football team, for those of you who are following it. #1 seed in the country and undefeated, but put that aside. Manufacturing feels the brunt of international trade policy all the time. There's a concern in the United States that we have lost too much of our manufacturing prowess, and indeed a large part of our manufacturing sector, because of international trade. And there's story after story about towns like the little one I came from called Endicott, New York, in upstate New York, that used to be big manufacturing centers and have lost it entirely. There are a lot of reasons for this, and we'll talk about some of the other factors that impact manufacturing, but a big one in many people's minds is the way the international trade system has worked. And the loss of these towns and the loss of parts of our manufacturing sector is a big national security and economic security problem for the United States. There are three major international trade policy areas that impact manufacturing. The first is what Mike is talking about, unfair trade or lack of reciprocity. That's a very big one, and that is always on the current administration's mind. The second, which is sort of related, is can we access foreign markets? How are we going to make sure that even if we have very good products, we'll get into those markets? And the third is export controls, which is in the news every day now, particularly about semiconductors, NVIDIA semiconductors, and semiconductor equipment to make more semiconductors, and the United States is looking very hard at that issue. Just to give some specifics, In the United States, there's so many industries we've lost entirely, and I know it seems a little bizarre for some of you from countries who are smaller economies, but we really have suffered a lot when we've lost the solar panel and the solar module industry almost entirely, semiconductors, at least until recently, textiles and apparel, wind turbines, all electronic components. We make almost none of them in the United States. We make no phones in the United States. We design some, but we don't make them. And also, as you all know, major impacts on the steel industry, the auto industry, the lumber and furniture industries, and many others. So what is going to happen with these tariffs? Of course, there is the IEEPA case. That's the case in the Supreme Court about President Trump's legal ability to impose the tariffs. But putting that aside, because I think the Supreme Court will uphold the tariffs, but I'm definitely in the minority on that among my trade bar colleagues and among people around town. But even if we can't keep those tariffs, there may be others that we can do. But are these tariffs the last and best solution to the problems we're facing? I can't really say. I'm sorry. I'll talk about that more if there's time for questions. But I want to reference something Ambassador Jameson Greer said a couple days ago in an interview in Politico. He says that when people complain about the tariffs, what they're really saying is they want to go back to what we had before. And then he said that was largely open U.S. borders with very low tariffs and limited protection from unfair trade practices. And then he said, we are not going back to that. And following up on what Mike said, I think it is true. We are not going back to where we were. So people are trying to convince the USTR, the Department of Commerce, or whatever to go back. That's not going to happen. Now, even after President Trump, I think anybody who runs and wins the presidency is not going to go back to that. And I don't know if Angela agrees with that. She and I have had disagreements for 25 years on trade, so we'll see what she says. But I just don't see that happening. I would hasten to add that the international trade policy is not the only public policy that affects the U.S. manufacturing sector. There are 10 others. I started a program, as I said, at the University of Indiana called the Manufacturing Policy Initiative, which is the first and only university program in the country that looks at what public policies should be put in place to enhance U.S. manufacturing. And we've come up with 10 of them, and I'm just going to mention them. I think they may apply in your home countries as well as they do in the United States. After international trade, the first thing you need is a skilled workforce. There are years over the last decade where there have been over 1 million unfilled manufacturing jobs in the United States. It's hard to believe that, but it's absolutely true. We cannot keep up with the investments we're making in manufacturing because we don't have the workers. At IU, we discussed a number of different solutions to this problem. One that I think is a good solution is to have an immigration manufacturing visa. In other words, people can come into the country and work in manufacturing, and there'd be a special visa for that. Immigration right now is sort of what we call the third rail. You better not touch it if you're in the subway station, but I think that should be done, and a couple of people on the Hill here have talked about that too. Other issues are to try to encourage more women and military veterans to work in manufacturing. There's been a lot of talk about good technical and apprenticeship training. That doesn't seem to attract enough people, but perhaps it could in some circumstances. And a lot of manufacturing unions say, it's no problem, just pay manufacturing workers more and you're going to get the workers. That might be the only solution. The next big issue is international investment policy and subsidies. Many countries in the world, including China, have subsidized their manufacturing industry growth incredibly, hundreds of billions of dollars even before where we are today. Should the United States do that? I think we're going to do some of it. We already have on chips, but maybe further investment is needed. We have to promote innovation and entrepreneurial policy because those areas are where most manufacturing growth occurs. It's not in the old industries, it's in the potential new industries. We need to understand and maintain leadership in manufacturing for defense purposes. We lost that sense for a while, and we gave up the semiconductor industry, manufacturing part of it anyway, and that was a real mistake. I think we're trying to get that back. We have to be careful with our regulatory and tax policy so that we're competitive for manufacturing location. And we certainly have to be more careful about our supply chains and make sure our manufacturers have access to input products like rare earths and critical minerals. I think we can solve that problem, actually. We solved it in World War II when we went into World War II with very small amounts of airplanes and other military equipment. We rebuilt it very quickly. Finally, number 10 is energy policy. The United States has an incredible wealth of energy resources, and we have to develop those and exploit them. To this audience, I want to say something that's very important, which is we don't think in the United States, and I don't think President Trump or Jamison Greer or anybody in the cabinet thinks that all our manufacturing has to occur here. We are very open to working with our allies, our friends, our partners, our near countries like Canada, Mexico, South America, to have part of our manufacturing base there as long as access to those countries is reasonable and supply from those countries is reliable. So in many of your countries, it may be possible to develop relationships which will accomplish what we need to do. I'll just end with one sort of anecdote. For years, I was a trade lawyer. I've been in and out of the government twice, but I represented United States manufacturers. And I cannot tell you the large number of companies that came in, and they all said the same story. They said, we had a great product. We invented the product. We commercialized the product. We have thousands of workers making the product, but then all of a sudden we've woken up and there's product from some other country, often China, but others too. And that product is being sold in the United States for less than the cost of our inputs, much less than a reasonably profitable product. And we can't continue in business with that. So that's the unfair trade that has been very large in the United States. And it's some of those same products I mentioned, like solar panels, and a lot of people know about that. But I remember one company that came in, small company in Maryland. They make a little box that is put into a fluorescent light to control the amount of light, basically. I'm not a technologist, but that's basically what it does. You can, impact the degree of lighting. This little box costs about $2, but they were being driven out of business. All of a sudden, they closed, and that story has happened over and over again. So even though there are a lot of factors affecting manufacturing, one of the major ones is international trade, and that, along with the forces that Mike mentioned, is what is motivating President Trump to put these tariffs on. And as I said, I don't know if that's the best solution, but it is a solution for the time being, perhaps, and I think it will work its way out, and maybe other things will be tried as we go forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today, to be speaking with you about such an important topic and with these great colleagues. Thank you very much, JC, for the invitation. Before my time as Deputy Director General at the World Trade Organization, you can't hear me? Louder? Okay.
There we go.
All right, great. Well, I was saying it's a great pleasure to be here. It goes without saying. But before my time as Deputy Director General at the World Trade Organization in Geneva, I was on the Hill, on Capitol Hill, serving as the Chief Trade Counsel to the Ways and Means Committee of the House of Representatives for a long time. So I very much understand the parliamentary legislative focus and examination on trade policy. And I realize how important it is for legislators to be deeply engaged in trade policy. It's something that really affects the populace so deeply. And as elected officials, legislators, I think, really see and breathe that all the time. So I'm particularly glad to be talking to you in that context. I'd like to shift the focus of the discussion on economic policy just a bit from the U.S. to the multilateral rules-based system that we see embodied in the World Trade Organization, but beyond that as well. And my argument is that it's extremely important to maintain the World Trade Organization as a vital means of addressing economic policy issues and as a forum for the 166 members, the member countries, as a forum to be able to address these issues and talk among themselves. Now, you might say, well, the WTO and this system is really irrelevant because the US is engaged in unilateralism. And I would say that it's a strong argument. But I would say at the same time that the WTO is about more than tariffs. And it does allow for unilateralism. After all, it is a collection of 166 sovereigns. So each sovereign has the ability to really execute the economic policy that they want, but they have to bear the consequences under the system. I think it's fair to say, my observation from my time working in trade policy, is that there are very few, if any, members of the WTO out there that haven't violated the rules in some way. And I think that's an important point because there's a lot of focus right now on the US, and it's justified to have that focus on the US. But at the same time, the rules are very much worth saving, in my view. I think that when you look at the WTO, or an organization that is in charge of the multilateral trading rules, what has not happened? What has not happened, even with the recent US unilateralism? First of all, we've seen minimal retaliation. And I think that's a very good thing. It's not because, I don't believe, countries are scared. I think it's because they have done an analysis, and you all tell me if I'm wrong, but I think many countries have done an analysis, and they have determined that to retaliate would actually cost them more in terms of the harm that it would cause to their own populace, as well as, of course, the threat of further retaliation. So what we see instead is a realistic, level-headed view, I think, by many members of the WTO, by many countries, to negotiate with the US, and also at the same time to work with each other. We see, I could tell you, the day after Liberation Day, I met with a trade minister in Geneva. I won't mention which country. She was on her way to a sudden trip that she had scheduled to meet with allies in Europe, in Australia and New Zealand, and other places as well, to sell basically products from her country to establish new alliances and new relationships. We see this happening, and we see this happening at the WTO as well. So even though the WTO is under some threat because of this retaliation, what we also see at the same time is an effort by members to double down, to strengthen the economic rule of law and the bonds among different countries. I think it's important to remember that the basic rule on tariffs, the most favored nation rule, where you are to offer to each country the same benefits with certain exceptions, but basically that's the rule. Even with the US tariffs, assuming that those are not MFN, not based on the MFN rules, if we make that assumption, still 72% of manufacturing trade and agriculture trade are still covered by MFN rules. So what that means is, despite the unilateralism in the US, the rules actually are still working pretty well. And I would say, at the same time, the WTO and the multilateral rules cover more than tariffs. They cover trade in services, intellectual property, standards, whether agriculture or industrial standards, and the WTO is also a forum for addressing some of the issues of the future, like artificial intelligence, like climate change, all of these issues that may not quite have a fully developed set of rules yet. This is the place where a lot of these discussions are starting to happen. Now, I think at the same time, I don't want to be Pollyannish about the WTO. I don't want to exaggerate its virtues or its successes. I've certainly seen firsthand that even the day-to-day work within the WTO can be quite difficult. It's an organization that's based on consensus, which means everyone has to agree, or at least agree not to disagree on a particular issue to take action. Now, can you imagine if everyone in this room had to agree on even what to have for lunch? It would be very hard, let alone on issues that directly affect your sovereignty. But it still happens. We just had an agreement at the WTO enter into effect, the agreement on fisheries subsidies. And this was entered into by consensus. So no member objected, and most members affirmatively said that they were on board. And now at this point, it's entered into force with respect to those members who have deposited their legal instruments. In other words, they've gone to their legislatures or their cabinets to get the okay to be a formal signatory. This, to me, shows the success of the multilateral trading system in this era, that we were still able to come up with an agreement that was grounded on economic and environmental sustainability. And my plea to the legislators in the room is, if your government has not deposited its instrument in Geneva, to please do so. It's so important for the sustainability of the oceans, of fish, the livelihood of those who depend on fish, to be able to see every single WTO member having deposited. But like I said, I'm not being, I don't want to exaggerate the benefits of the WTO. And the organization is right now engaged in an exercise to reform. And it's something that I believe the WTO members take very seriously. In fact, they just spent this past week in intensive discussions about what that reform could look like. Does it affect issues of governance? Remember that consensus rule I talked about? Does it address questions of scope? Should the rules be made stronger? How do we address some of the new issues? How do we address development? All of these questions are before members in an effort to reform the organization. So it's not as if we're seeing the WTO rest on its laurels. Instead, there is an effort to try to improve. And my final comment is to say, in my view, the WTO is an organization worth saving. It must be made fit for the times, but it cannot be taken for granted. The counterfactual, if you can imagine the world without rules that are set by the WTO, even though they are sometimes violated, it would be a very brutish world indeed. So I leave you with that thought. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Great remarks. I don't know, I think we have 5 minutes or so for questions. I don't know if you had any questions of one another before we go to the audience?
I think we should try the audience and see if they have any.
Okay, audience it is. So we have, I think, what, 166 members of WTA, more or less? WTO? How many?
166.
166, okay. And there's 70-some countries represented here in the forum. So I wager most of you, if not all, are members of the WTO and would have an interest in this subject. And thank you again for your time here today. So any questions from the audience? Oh, there's got to be some. Yes, Carl.
Problems for us because the wage differential was absolutely huge. So you had, South Korea, the tigers of Asia, Japan, and then you had the big one, China, where the differential from the early 1980s to now was absolutely enormous. Maybe that was the time to put big tariffs on in the 80s and 90s. But my question is, isn't part of it our system? Because our financial and economic system is very stock market centered. Everything's about profit margins and share price. So naturally, American companies moved their manufacturing capability to primarily Asia and especially in the last couple decades, China, in order to lower their cost, increase their profit margins, and boost share price. So I often say when I talk about it is our stock market is our greatest strength, one of our greatest strengths, and one of our greatest weaknesses. I wonder what you think about that.
Can you hear me, or should I use the?
You can come back here.
Does this turn on?
Yes.
Okay. That's a great question. The financial strength of on your point about the importance and the strength of the stock market, that really raises a big issue, which I'll just touch on, which is that our financial industry, stocks, investment, the ability to invest in startup companies is an enormous strength of the United States. And it's something that I think we really have to cherish and appreciate. On the issue of wages, when I was first in the government in the early 80s under President Reagan, and we looked at a lot of cases on China. The average wage in China at that point that we
used when we couldn't come up with an actual numbers, 87 cents an hour. Now, Larry Summers, who's in a lot of trouble for some other reasons now, at a forum on the, I think it was the 25th anniversary of the GATT, said, if you have a 4-to-1 differential on wages, trade just doesn't work. And he was a great proselytizer for free trade. So for him to say that, that was a pretty big admission about how the system is not working. And that is one reason people moved to China. There were companies, moved to China. There were other reasons. One, in many countries, including China, enormous subsidies were given to American companies to move. A leading industrialist who was a CEO of a major equipment company that made semiconductors said that if you go to Singapore and say you want to build a plant, they will say, we will give you everything. They'll give you land, they'll make sure you have employees, they'll cut all your import duties for stuff that you have to buy from abroad. And then he said, if you go to the United States, and he said, well, there's actually no one to go to in the United States. There's nobody who is trying to help manufacturing remain. So I think there are a lot of reasons people have moved out of the United States, and I think we have to take the steps to make sure this is a good place for manufacturing. That's what we're trying to do with the program in Indiana. So we can't just give up on that, but we also have to maintain our stock market. So we'll have to live with both of those.
Let me move the microphone over here. I think Francois, sorry, Baird has a question.
Thank you. My name is Francois Baird. I'm the founder of an African trade movement called the Fair Play Movement, which we founded because so many countries in Africa don't have the means to actually meaningfully participate in the world trade deliberations. They don't have the policy chops, they don't have the lawyers, they don't have the means to fight for what is right for them. And you've just talked about fishing. The African coast is being decimated by China. So how will reforms help African countries that don't have the ability to participate meaningfully?
Thank you for that question. I think it's very important to look at the question of development of small players at different levels of economic development than the United States, than developed members. I think it's pretty clear that many countries in Africa do not have the resources and aren't at the level of development where they can take advantage, like you said, of the benefits. This is a very important aspect of reform within the WTO. And the developing countries have, they're standing together because after all, there's great power in unifying together to make exactly these points, whether it is with respect to negotiating power, knowledge and know-how to negotiate, to resolve disputes, all the way to the actual commercial realization of the benefits of trade. And I think that the developed world is really taking notice of this. I think one of the problems is you have developing members on, it's a spectrum, from least developed to those that call themselves developed, but in the definition that many would use, are clearly not developing. So we can't deal with developing countries all by one, in one means. The WTO rules allow for special and differential treatment for developing members. And one question that members are discussing relates to whether everyone must follow the same rules, perhaps with some delay to allow members to be able to absorb to comply with the obligations, or whether the obligations themselves should be completely different, common but differentiated responsibilities, which is a term that we hear a lot. And I think this is something that the WTO has to wrestle with. And when I say the WTO, I mean the members of the WTO. But there are efforts, one of the primary roles of the WTO Secretariat is to engage in trade facilitation and capacity building. When I was at the WTO, I traveled all over to help with, to help developing members and least developed members to be able to not only comply with the rules, but to figure out how to structure their own domestic systems. And that's a very important function. There's also, I mentioned the fisheries subsidies agreement, which is a big issue, very important for Africa, and also the Pacific Islands, the Asian developing countries, as well as in South America. And there is a fish fund that provides money for projects so that developing members can develop fisheries management and to be able to comply with the new agreement. So I think the very short answer to your question after that lengthier one is that it's really not a one-size-fits-all, but the most important thing is to recognize that there is an issue and that we have to find solutions that are tailored to the particular needs based on the particular issue that's before them. So thank you for the question.
Gil or Mike, do you have any further comments on that? Or I give everybody a chance for sort of last comments, predictions, and we can wrap up because I know you have 2 or 3 you have a place to go to.
Yeah,
Let me give you this too.
prediction is that it's going to continue to be a choppy ride for the next 2 to 3 years. But I don't think you talk about ships turning. I think we've had over the last 10 years kind of a change in the trading dynamics. I think we're at a slightly different vector than we were in in 2014 versus 2000. I think, the next 10 years we're probably going to stay on a little bit of the course we're on right now, at least from the United States perspective.
I've thought a lot about WTO reform, and this is a little bit of inside baseball, but I think the only way to reform one issue of the WTO, which is dispute settlement, is just to end the dispute settlement system. We didn't really have that in the GATT, and I think there was a lot more faith at that time in the multilateral system. I think one reason the United States has turned so much against the WTO and, in fact, the whole multilateral trading system is the agreement we made, and I was one of the people pushing this, to have a dispute settlement system that was mandatory in the WTO, and I think it's not possible to do, and we should just sort of go back to the GATT system on that.
Well, Gil, once again, I have to disagree with you a bit about whether we should just end dispute settlement entirely. I think that the value of dispute settlement in the WTO is not just simply going to litigation. Litigation is not the goal. It is resolution. It is solution. And having a system like the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism, it has flaws, it needs to be reformed, goes without saying. But I think that it still provides tremendous value. The fact is that we don't want to get, I think, too technical here, and we're really out of time, but the appellate body level at the WTO is not functioning. And so that creates a loophole. If you appeal and there's no appellate body, you basically block a case that's decided against you. But what's so interesting when you look at the statistics, since the appellate body stopped functioning, half of all the cases, there's still cases brought, and half of them end being resolved between the parties. To me, that's tremendously successful, and you have to have a system there in order to create a formal means of adjudicating, even if at the end of the day, what you're doing is something between two sovereigns, and it's still up to each sovereign to determine how they will implement, if at all.
Again, I know you got to run. Please help me thank Angela, Gil, and Mike. Make a great, great panel. I hope to have you back again as a team. You're terrific. Thank you. Okay. We got volunteers for our Warsaw Forum. Grab them before they leave. Thanks a lot. So, one of our members who I met at the San Salvador Forum is the Honorable Michael Adden, and he kind enough to come from Suriname. He's the Speaker of the National Assembly of the country of Suriname, and he asked if he could come today, and he's been at the panel, I think, every minute, every hour since yesterday morning, including the receptions, and had a few remarks today on emerging threats and national security in Suriname. So, Speaker, thanks for coming.
Thank you, JC. Actually, my job today will be very easy. It will be to put Suriname on your radar, and because Suriname is in a phase of development. If you know Guyana, that is now in an oil boom, you can expect to have Suriname on your radar from 2028, when Suriname will be going into an oil boom. And my job will be to get your attention in advance, before the 2028 oil boom, because a lot of legislation has to be put in place. And the forum that Honorable Pittenger and you yourself have put in place, I see as a remarkable initiative to put forward these ideas and get the cooperation to get the legislation in place for the next wave of Suriname's development. So my name is Michael Ashwinadin, Speaker of the National Assembly of Suriname. And I will just introduce Suriname to you in a general sense and then go over to some security and intelligence issues. It is an honor for me to join you and introduce Suriname's strategic position and outline why our cooperation and your cooperation is essential in strengthening our national security and legislative capacity as we prepare for the transformational oil boom projected from 2028 onward for Suriname. Thank you for the opportunity. And how our geography, economy, and social realities shape both risks and opportunities for deeper cooperation with our partners in the Western Hemisphere will be my focus. If you can get the next slide. Suriname is a small state. Yes. Suriname is a small state on the northern Atlantic coast of South America, sharing borders with Guyana to the west, French Guyana to the east, and Brazil to the south. Next slide, please. You can see this. Yeah, Guyana, French Guyana. Now you get an idea where it is located. Next slide. We've just celebrated also. Yes, this is more the Guyana Shield. Next. We've just had our independence, 50 years, celebrated the 25th of November. It was a very reflective moment for us to see how far we've come. And that's one of the reasons that this is the third time that I joined this esteemed forum of Mr. Pittenger, because we have to put a lot in place when it comes to intelligence and security for Suriname. Next slide, please. More than 90% of our land mass is rainforest, placing Suriname among the most heavily forested countries in the world. Our geography situates as a literal intersection of South America and the wider Caribbean. We are a bridge, both maritime and aerial, between major hemispheric routes. And the next slide, we see our population is just under 700,000. It's like Oklahoma with only 700,000 people, you can say, in the US. And we are, well, like I said, roughly 9 out of 10 Surinamese live along the coast, particularly around the capital, Paramaribo. The interior, vast and density of our forest contains only a small share of our citizens. This imbalance of all the people, almost 9/10 at the coast and the rest in the rest of the interior, is an imbalance that is created and brings unique security challenges. Enormous territory, low popular density, difficult terrain, and high operational costs for state presence in the areas. The next slide. Diversity. So Suriname is one of the most ethnically and culturally diverse societies in the Americas. We have Hindustanis, we have Maroon people, we have Javanese that came from Indonesia, we have Creole, we have indigenous and other communities. Many indigenous and Maroon communities reside in the interior along river systems. Their lives are entwined in the forest and live along the river banks. This diversity is, of course, our strength, but it requires inclusive governance and very sensitive security policy and sustained engagement with the local voices. Suriname is both a South American country, as you've seen, and a committed member of the CARICOM, the Caribbean community. Next slide, please. We sit near major shipping lanes and air corridors, and unfortunately, along routes used for transnational cocaine trafficking to Europe, Africa, and to a lesser degree, United States. Yes, next. Our emerging offshore oil potential is increasing international attention, like you've seen in Guyana, on our maritime space, and will shape our strategic relevance in this decade. Suriname is a small, you can see here the special economic zone. These are the oil concessions and the blocks that are giving out. You have Chevron, you have Total Energies, you have Apache. All these are in the blocks. About, you can say, 10 billion barrels of oil reserves are here, now only proven. There are more studies being done. But 10 billion barrels of oil in this northern region economic zone. Offshore is what Suriname now is being concessioned to different actors. Next slide. A small economy, like I said, but natural resource rich. Mining, particularly gold, accounts for a significant share of our exports and public revenues. The resource base is an opportunity, but it also exposes us to the commodity price volatility and governance risks. In recent years, Suriname faced high inflation, fiscal stress, and exchange rate instability. And important reforms are underway, and macroeconomic stability is gradually improving. Baseline growth prospects are modest. In the next slide, where we have almost 2.5% to 3.5% growth every year, but with a substantial upside once offshore oil production begins later in the decade. However, this upside will only materialize under strong governance and disciplined public financial management. At the same time, Suriname faces significant climate risks, particularly in the coastal plain, where we call the coast is very low, so water and floods and climate change have their impact, because 87% of our people live in the coast. Next slide. Our national security challenges are interlinked. not purely military in nature. The key threats include transnational drug trafficking and organized crime, corruption and institutional vulnerabilities, illegal gold mining. We have IM Gold, we have Newmont, or American companies that are well established in Suriname, and environmental degradation. Human trafficking and migrant exploitation is one of the key threats. Emerging cyber and critical infrastructure risks, and social economic stress and inequality. In the next slide, we see that international reports identify Suriname as a transit point of cocaine flows from South America towards Europe and to a lesser extent to the USA, the United States. Maritime routes, air corridors, container traffic, and river systems create multiple access points for criminal exploitation. This challenge is regional, affecting the Guyanas and the Caribbean. So French Guyana, Guyana, Suriname almost have the same problems when it comes to this issue. But it has direct consequences, of course, for our institutions, communities, and of course our reputation. The next slide, more than 4/5 of Surinamese territory is dense rainforest. It's part of the Amazon. We're actually the most forested country in the world, 93% forested. With some of the lowest population densities in the hemisphere, many communities are accessible only by rivers, unpaved tracks, or small aircrafts. This makes permanent state presence costly and operationally very difficult. In the next slide, you see why illegal airstrips are so hard to stop. The forest canopy obscures surveillance. Temporary and clandestine landing sites can be created very rapidly for drugs to come down with little airplanes. Our air and maritime domain awareness systems are limited relative to territorial size. Criminal networks adapt faster than enforcement cycles, and corruption risks can undermine frontline capacity. In the next slide, we see that the interior communities, one of the threats is also that the interior communities often face limited access to services such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and markets. These conditions are exploited by illicit actors, whether in drug trafficking, illegal mining, or human smuggling. Next, climate change adds further pressure. Flooding disrupts infrastructure, weakens state functions, and creates openings, again, for illicit activity. And in our next slide, we see, for our partners, especially the United States and the Caribbean, these dynamics matter. Drug routes crossing Suriname affect your communities as well. Institutional fragility in any state produces spillovers. Secure and predictable maritime and air corridors are shared interest. In the next slide, we see that our priorities for cooperation. And for these reasons, Suriname prioritizes deeper cooperation, intelligence sharing, and joint enforcement targeting transnational crime. That is what we try to cooperate with. Enhanced air and maritime domain awareness, radar, tracking, data fusion, customs, anti-money laundering, and financial integrity systems to counter illicit flows, and sustainable development in the interior to reduce illicit economies. And of course, climate change and climate resilience and disaster risk management in our coastal zones. In closing, allow me to conclude with 3 key messages. First of all, Suriname may be small. We are 6 times the size of Holland, Netherlands. But we are small when you look at 700,000 people, like I said, for the size of Oklahoma. We are a small country, but we are strategically located at a crossroad with regional implications. Second, Our security challenges are interconnected. Geography, economics, governance, climate, and criminal activity. And third, Suriname is committed to being a responsible and capable partner. With the right cooperation, including the United States, the Caribbean, and the wider international community, we can turn vulnerabilities, we say, in opportunities for shared security and shared prosperity. And I thank you and look forward to deepening our partnership. I hope that I gave a good idea of Suriname for you to put it on your radar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I understand you have a unitary legislative branch, so not House and Senate, it's just one. And you're president of the National Assembly. Very good. Thank you for your remarks. So, let's see. I know there's some delay with Congressman Wilson and McCall due to floor votes. They'll be on their way. We have a China panel coming up, which we may start early if I see Carl and Dan and others, but I had one other announcement. We've heard about upcoming forums in Kurdistan in early April, in Poland and Warsaw in the fall, early September or late August, and also Kevin Vaughn is going to announce a forum coming up in May. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Kevin Vaughn, and up until April of this year, I had the privilege of being the Member of Parliament for the near winner of the World Series, the Toronto Blue Jays. But to me, in my heart, they will always be winners. I became a first-time father, and so I'm focused on that being my primary responsibility now. And I didn't run for re-election, but what was key for me when I was a Member of Parliament was attending this forum. I'd been here a number of times, and one of the things that I found incredibly helpful for my work, and why I applaud so many of you who continue to attend throughout to the second day and to be here, is what Congressman Pittenger has put together is more than just a forum for all of the insights that we get from all the experts, but also a forum for us to build relationships and dialogue with one another. Especially when, well, I'm not a parliamentarian anymore, when shit hits the fan and there's a crisis, the opportunity to pick up the phone and call one another and cut through bureaucracy and any delays when there is a crisis is something that you can't buy, that you can't easily get. And that is something that the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum has proved to be invaluable for me, and something that I hope to be able to help to facilitate when you join us in May of next year in Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada. I should also take the opportunity to acknowledge one of my former parliamentary colleagues, Ted Falk, who's the honorable member for Provinsure, Manitoba, who does some very important work on our House Industry Committee. Now, I just want to give you the state of play in Canada. We are #1 in the world in potash. We are #4 in proven oil reserves. But in fact, we are #1 in proven oil reserves if you care about doing business with a country that values freedom and democracy. Because the first three are before us, if you don't care about those things, are Iran, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia. We are also #5 in LNG production and #2 in uranium. And top 5 if you want to go through a list of critical minerals. Unfortunately, though, Canada is also likely to be in the top 5 when it comes to money laundering and fentanyl production. Recently, our Royal Canadian Mounted Police has busted a number of super labs that had in excess of 100 million doses. And I can assure you, as a country of only 42 million, that not all of us consume fentanyl. And so that's why it's proved to be so vitally important to not only attend forums like this, and we heard about the risk of money laundering, of fentanyl production throughout not only this forum, but last year's when I was here, especially where it was highlighted by a number of experts in that trans-border trafficking of illicit drugs. And so I also want to share just one recent development that is relevant to the United States and also all of us here writ large. And recently I had hosted a press conference to reveal the findings into an investigation of corruption and sub-state capture. In Canada's smallest province of Prince Edward Island, only 160,000 people. And on this small, tiny island, there was a Buddhist monastery that has somehow accumulated $500 million in assets. And what we saw there was reinforced tunnels connecting these vast monasteries. I'm not quite sure what monks need underground tunnels for. That same day that we hosted the press conference, 2 busloads of monks rapidly made their way to the airport with very heavy checked bags that they claimed was full of lotion. Again, I'm not sure what monks need with that much lotion. And this speaks to how in Western democracies, in countries that value the sanctity of faith and religion, how it can be exploited by our adversaries. And I think it's important to pull that forward as simply one case study of many examples that we've heard over these last 2 days. This particular model that I've articulated is something that is being replicated south of the border, here in the US, Flushing, New York, and a number of other states. And I think that's why it is vitally important for us to continue this dialogue in May, specifically May 26th and 27th in Ottawa, Canada, our capital. May is important not only because it's the month that I was born, it's also just 2 months before USMCA will be up for its mandatory review. And we've heard a lot about the intersection of trade and security. So I want to thank everyone in advance for joining us in Ottawa to continue this important conversation, and I look forward to welcoming you all there. Thank you very much.
Kevin, thanks so much for that. I'm excited about it. It's on my calendar already. We'll be sending out more information on the upcoming forums. And that's the start of summer. It should be great up there. So our next panel, I'm excited about this, is China competition. And I see our panelists in the back here. Why don't I welcome you up? And I'm not sure who's kicking us off. Piero is. So our panel, and we probably will be interrupted by Chairman McCall and Chairman Wilson at some point. We'll break. Maybe they'll talk about China too. I imagine that's part of their remarks. They're both on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. But we have a great panel. Piero Tosi, who's a Deputy Director, Staff Director for the Congressional Executive Commission on China in the U.S. House of Representatives. Dan Rundy, who's a Senior Advisor at BRG Group and a Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. We heard a little bit about Angela joining there today. Carl Delfeld, and who's Chairman of the Economic Security Council and President of the North America Critical Elements, NACE Corp. And Carl, where are you? I'm here. There you are. And also a former colleague of mine back in the day in the Senate, Senator Roth of Delaware. We were colleagues, and you went on to be directly esteemed colleague, Asian Development Bank in Manila for some years, and wrote a book not too many years ago called Power Struggle. It's about the China-U.S. super rivalry. And Brett Sadler is a senior research fellow at the Naval Warfare and Advanced Technology, the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. So thank you all. And Piero, I'm going to invite you up here.
Well, thank you, JC, for that nice introduction, and hello to everyone. I've been asked to table set this conversation that we're going to have and how we should think about our competition with China. Now, last year when I spoke on the same panel, I spoke about how it was insufficient to think of China simply as an economic rival or a strategic rival, but we should really think of them as a systemic rival. In other words, they want to supplant the entire post-war rules-based order, of which the United States has been the guarantor, and replace it with a Sino-centric one, with China as the hegemon and the arbiter of the rules. Now, this year I thought I would take a slightly different tack and pose the question, why is it that we are afraid to call the Chinese government a totalitarian one? Why and when did the word authoritarian to describe the Chinese regime come into common use, and why? You know, there's a Confucian concept called zhenming, the rectification of names. The idea is that it's very important to call things by their proper names. If you get the premise wrong, you're going to get the conclusion wrong. And this is, I think, what we see here. So what is the distinction between authoritarian and totalitarian? Because so often we use it interchangeably. Those of you who are of my age and JC's, might remember Jeane Kirkpatrick, who was the U.S. ambassador of Ronald Reagan to the United Nations. She wrote a book, first it was an article in Commentary magazine, on dictatorships and double standards. And germane to our discussion here, she drew this distinction. Totalitarian states such as the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, were driven by an all-encompassing ideology, the desire to control the totality, hence totalitarian, of society, civil society, religion, conscience. In other words, outside of the state, there is nothing, okay? Authoritarian states, on the other hand, are often governed by a strongman, a caudillo, a single party, but they do leave space, if you're not directly challenging the government, you can have space in civil society or private entrepreneurship or church, religion. That, I think, is an important distinction. And the corollary to Jeane Kirkpatrick's thesis was that authoritarian regimes could evolve and matriculate into democracies over time, whereas totalitarian ones, if they're challenged, they either have to increase the repression or else they would fall away, they'd fall apart if challenged. I think history has borne that out. You look at countries such as Spain, Chile, Korea, and very germane to our discussion, Taiwan. What is very interesting in Taiwan, that even during that martial law period, you had a civic space, especially in religion and in churches. There evolved in the late in the early 80s a movement called the Dangwai movement, parties that were outside of the ruling Kuomintang, and they had individuals who were elected to parliament. This became the nucleus of the Democratic Progressive Party, the current party that has won 3 of the last presidential elections and 5 out of the last 7 elections. Taiwan is fully matriculated into a democracy. But the Democratic Progressive Party and the Dangwai actually originated in the Presbyterian Church. If you look at the party flag, it's kind of interesting. It's a field of green with a white cross. And then to distinguish it from Scandinavian country flags, they have a little picture of Taiwan there superimposed on that. But China, and you look at the Soviet Union, how it ultimately collapsed. In China, we contrast that with this fear of anything, of religion, for example. Anything that is outside the party they seek to control. That's been brought home very recently. You might have heard about the persecution of the Zion Church there. That cuts very close to home for me because the daughter of the senior pastor there used to work with us at the Congressional Executive Commission on China. They seek to sinicize faith, all faiths that are considered deemed foreign, but really what that means is the extension of party control. Now, sometimes people will point to the reform, the so-called reform period. It's very interesting. Probably one of the most brutal crackdowns on religious practice has been the Falun Gong. And it was the Falun Gong that alerted us to this brutal practice of organ harvesting, forced organ harvesting. That crackdown began during the quote-unquote reform era of Jiang Zemin. So when people say that Xi is a reversion to Mao, yes, he's probably been the most repressive since Mao, but it is the nature of the regime, the degree may oscillate, the degree of repression, but it is the very essence and nature of the regime. People, they are communists, okay? Not only that, they're Chinese communists, which means that they have this proto-totalitarian legalist ideology as part of their DNA. So when did this shift from totalitarian to authoritarian, this linguistic shift occurred? Well, that really happened during the high age of engagement in the 1990s. Recall 1989, Tiananmen, the brutal crackdown on the student movement. That should have opened people's eyes. But very soon after that, George H.W. Bush, to his eternal discredit, sent Brent Scowcroft over to Beijing to reassure the regime that what we value is stability, don't worry about it. Bill Clinton, as a candidate, rightfully criticized George H.W. Bush for coddling butchers from Beijing to Baghdad. Well, that was great campaign rhetoric, but what did he do as president? That is when we began that period of high engagement. We used to have a vote every year on China's most favored nation's trade status and was linked to a review of human rights. Bill Clinton did away with that and gave them permanent normal trade relations status. There were a few voices that objected. One was Chris Smith, who appointed me to the China Commission. Another was Nancy Pelosi, again, to their credit. That began this period of high engagement. Just a few years after that brutal crackdown in Tiananmen, the best and the brightest were crushed. The historian Rina He calls it blood-written facts that the regime is attempting to erase. And that is something that we have abetted by normalizing the regime. Part of that normalization is this linguistic cleansing. And that is really this correlation between the shift between authoritarian to authoritarian, because again, the notion was that authoritarian regimes can matriculate into democracy. So by trading with China, we were just facilitating that. This was the 1990s. We had that hubristic notion that history had ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall, that there was an ineluctable movement towards liberal democracy, the end of history. That was a fantasy, a hubristic fantasy. Regimes can alter their behavior for tactical reasons. Lenin did it with the new economic policy. Stalin did it when the Nazis invaded. He rehabilitated the Russian Orthodox Church. But what China was doing during that period of reform was, I think, inviting in foreign direct investment. It was seeking access to the World Trade Organization so as to strengthen it. The ultimate objective, target date 2049, is hegemony. Okay, and that is, I think we have to really keep that in mind when we think of the issue of strategic competition. It is also the engagement with the World Trade Organization. They're a mercantilistic, predatory trade partner that steals intellectual property, that utilizes false labor, that state subsidies of favored companies. They use that to our detriment. And our businesses are complicit in that. We outsourced our industrial base to China. Finally, I just want to go through Zbigniew Brzezinski. Was a brilliant mind. I took his course, and this is how old I am, at Columbia University, American Foreign Policy in the 1980s. And, but he wrote a book along with a man named Carl Frederick, which talked about totalitarian dictatorships and autocracy. And he gave 6 indicia of what is a totalitarian regime. And if we go through that, we see that this is what the People's Republic of China under the Chinese Communist Party is. 1, an official ideology, check. 2, a single mass political party, check. A system of terror. Now, some people may say, well, it's not the Cultural Revolution, it's not the anti-rightist campaign. But if you ask people such as Uyghurs in concentration camps or Tibetans, the cleansing of them, the forced sterilization, the taking of children and putting them in colonial boarding schools, that would constitute genocide under the Genocide Convention. The suppression of religious groups, such as the Falun Gong that we talked about. Okay, that is a system of terror. A monopoly on communication, check. Okay, now things do get through the Great Firewall, but they set up a Great Firewall to prevent words from the outside. Chinese are very clever. They try to get around it, yet there is this monopoly on communication. A monopoly on the means of coercion, check. And that also extends overseas, where we see police stations in our cities, where diaspora communities are harassed. Even here, they're coerced here in the United States and other Western countries. And then finally, number 6, central control and direction of the economy. And here we also get pushback. People say, well, it's been different ever since Deng Xiaoping said to get rich is glorious. But you look at these, what companies succeed in China, they're state-owned, state-subsidized, state-affiliated companies. They choose winners and losers. And if you're somebody like Alibaba's Jack Ma, who thinks independently, well, Jack Ma was taken to the woodshed and disappeared for several months. And that, you know, as this expression to sa ji jing ho, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, that sent a message through any Chinese entrepreneur there. So all these indicia, I think, indicate what the regime is and what the regime is that we're against. The economist Xu Chengong said that this is part of the Chinese Communist Party's institutional genes. It's part of their DNA. This is what we're dealing with. This is what sets the template for our competition with China, and I'll leave the rest to my distinguished panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you, Piero. That's great. Who's up next? Brett. So let me just say, I know Congressman McCall's on his way, so you may get 2 minutes in and we'll just break for him. But if you want to launch now.
Okay, I'll stay seated here then. So
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Act like it was planned. So thank you. First, I also wanted to thank Congressman Pittenger, who was in here earlier, for putting together this group and inviting me a second time to speak at this. And so I'm the ex-Navy, 26 years nuke submariner with a lot of operational time in the Pacific. So I'll try and bring kind of an operational picture of what's going on right now on the topic of one of my favorite ones, China, and the threat that they pose militarily. So right now, as we speak, if you follow this issue and you follow the events, you know the Chinese have 2 carrier strike groups at sea right now, one of which just passed through the Japanese Southwest Islands, the Ryukyus. Of course, they're following international law when they do that. Also joining that, one of those carrier strike groups, the Liaoning, the first one of their aircraft carrier strike groups, is an amphibious ready group. So think Marines with Chinese characteristics nearby the Senkakus, which of course gets the Japanese very sensitive. That's up there in the northern Philippine Sea. Headed towards Australian waters, at least that's one of the theories, is another Marine Corps-centered ready group from the Chinese that's headed, it's just north of Papua New Guinea in the southern Philippine Sea. You've got 2 task groups in the South China Sea. You have one in Singapore, another one in Jakarta. So the Chinese Navy is very active. And oh, by the way, just yesterday, you had the Russians and the Chinese do a combined strategic bomber mission through the Sea of Japan and out off of mainland China into the Philippine Sea. Roughly the same area where the Liaoning Carrier Strike Group and also the task force I mentioned, Marine Corps Ready Group, is also operating. So very interesting, very active military presence. And it's with intent of intimidation and with political purpose at the same time. If you may recall, about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago, the new Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi made statements that are, quite frankly, been conventional wisdom in Tokyo since Prime Minister Abe's second stint as Prime Minister, and that is, should the Chinese Communist Party specifically, attack Taiwan, that the challenges and the risk and the direct threat would be so severe that it would draw Japan into a fight. She was stating something that's been conventional wisdom, maybe not as explicitly as she stated, but it certainly got Beijing's attention. There's been back and forth, there's been sanctions, and then, of course, the wielding of the big stick, and that's their Navy and their Air Force, and of course, perhaps even their nuclear forces, which we won't really talk about or get too often discussed in open media. So that's kind of a snapshot of what's going on right now, and I'm cognizant of the time. What is the design? What is the military tools that they're using? The Chinese have as their core interest, top of the list, is their forceful reunification if necessary, and increasingly that's looking necessary from Beijing's perspective, Taiwan. And so very likely a war that's going to occur between China and the United States will be over the fate of Taiwan. And so for several decades now, they've been very assiduously studying us, studying our allies like the Japanese, looking back to history, our experience in World War II, an island that's very much in the news right now, Yap and its nearby atoll Ulithi. If you know your World War II history, we can come back to that later, maybe in Q&A. They are in a competition for positional advantage right now. So trying to undermine our presence in Saipan, visa-proof travel and flights direct into Guam, where we have a hub of our strategic hub in the Pacific and Andersen Air Force Base and Apra Harbor, big naval base there, that any war in the Pacific, certainly over Taiwan, is going to be staged, waged, and perhaps even won from places like Guam, American territory. So they're in this competition to undermine this posture. And they do it through economic, they do it through personal inducements or corruption wherever they can, and as necessary, outright coercion and military bluster, which is what you're seeing at sea right now. So places like Yap, famous in World War II, are going to come back into people's language. The other thing that's important to note is 2027 is why so urgent now. And I'll give you some examples to kind of balance, to kind of put some more empirical evidence behind that. It was a calculation that while I was still in uniform about 15 years ago, one of the things that I had to do, it became the rebalance to Asia Pacific. And that was that China understood that this was the fight that they had to win. They had to prepare for it. They weren't ready for it. One would say they were very close to it because they set, about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they made it very explicit, 2027 from Xi Jinping to the People's Liberation Army, be ready to wage and win this war. And by all accounts, they're meeting those metrics. That doesn't mean Xi Jinping will wake up one day as the Secretary General and decide today is the day, but we're just over a year away from their timeline. Some of the things that you only do if you're going to invade another country or an island like Taiwan, you build what's called mulberries. These are large ships that are you put together into basically a movable pier. The U.S. Navy and Army tried this off of Gaza and it was an abject failure. What the Chinese have built and they've practiced and demonstrated at a massive industrial scale, even beyond anything in D-Day, they've got these mulberry platforms that you can come about 250, 300 meters offshore, and you can drive tanks over a bridge that you create within hours. You only do that. It's not for humanitarian disaster response. It's for invasion. The other thing that the Chinese Communist Party have done in the last 7, 8 years, they changed their laws to ensure that they had access to infrastructure and transportation, and particularly car ferries. Moving along the coast. I lived in Seattle for a while. If you're familiar with that, you drive on and you go inside and you grab yourself a hamburger in your car and you go across the sound and you're in Seattle. Chinese have lots of these, moving along the coast and up in the Yellow Sea. Well, they also required that those decks on those are strong enough to hold tanks. Again, you only do that if you're going to use that in an invasion. The only invasion that makes any sense is one over Taiwan. And they've been practicing driving amphibious vehicles off the back end of these car ferries into the water to do invasions and to do landings. So there's lots of indications, beyond just the money and the public statements and even the big military exercises, that they are serious about this. They tripled the size of their nuclear arsenal about 3-4 years ago. They made it very clear, provocatively, by the number of ICBM silos in the Gobi Desert. Again, they're putting all the pieces in place and positioning themselves to be at the advantage no later than 2027, January of 2027, so that if the decision is made, they have a high confidence, again, in their mind, that they would win in a war over Taiwan. And it doesn't just center on military efforts. It does include economic statecraft as well as diplomatic and societal as well. And so I think at that I will pause and hand the ball over.
So, I'll just talk about Europe, Indo-Pacific, Middle East, and
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for sticking with us. Congressman Pittenger, J.C. Boggs, thanks for this opportunity. I think it's a great time to talk about U.S.-China competition.
Carl.
And I'd also like to say the congressman is here, so I'm going to sit down now.
Perfect timing.
But I will be back.
Yeah, just between panels. So we have Congressman, Chairman Emeritus Michael McCall here now. So thank you so much. He was, you can tell, but he was, I guess, a big floor debate, and I dragged him off to be here. And we've been friends for a long, long time now. I think you just became chairman of the subcommittee on cybersecurity, and then you're chairman of the full committee, Homeland Security, for 6 years, and then chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee for 6 years, and we're term limited. No, members of the House as chairman, and sometime before that was the Deputy Attorney General in Texas, and Congressman represents a district in Austin, Texas, and chair of the Tech Caucus, many other things. So a lot to talk about, and I can turn this over to you. But thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, JC. Thank you. Thanks, JC. Anyway, it's great to see all of you. I think it's important that members of Parliament, and I've learned a lot about the differences between Parliament and the Congress and how all that works. I don't know how you could be a member of Congress like we are and then also be in the cabinet or president of the United States all at the same time, but that's what a prime minister does in a parliamentary system of government, which has always been fascinating to me, like Winston Churchill, for instance. But I think it's important that we convene as members of Congress and Parliament because we do have a role in foreign policy and national security, just like the executive branch does. And here in the United States, it's all under Article 1 of the Constitution. Article 2 is, of course, the executive branch. Article 3 is judiciary. Our founding fathers, I think, named Article 1 the People's House, and that is the United States Congress, for a reason. They wanted it to be a government really driven by the people, of the people, and for the people, like Abraham Lincoln said. And so that's why the first article is the United States Congress, the legislature. What I thought I could do in the limited time I have is with some of the experience I've had over the years and with the travel I've had to a lot of your countries, maybe give you about a 10 to 15 minute overview of the around the world trip, if you will, looking at the hot spots as I see them and as I encountered them as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And then maybe we could have an open discussion if we have time on some of these issues. So I'd like to start with Afghanistan because, thank you, you must be an Afghan. We promised our Afghan partners we'd protect them, and we broke that promise and we left them behind in Afghanistan to the Taliban. It's one of the worst, really ill-conceived plan and carried out, executed very poorly, and it led to a lot of really bad things happening. And why am I starting with Afghanistan? We were there for quite some time, but when Afghanistan fell, it sent a signal of weakness to the world, in my judgment. And I like to go back in history. My dad was a bombardier on a B-17. He bombed the Nazis in World War II. And I look back at Chamberlain and Hitler. And what happened then? Chamberlain was peace at all costs. He signed a piece of paper, so did Hitler. Hitler threw it away in the trash. It wasn't worth the paper it was written on. And history does repeat itself. When you project weakness, you invite aggression, conflict, and war. When you project strength, you provide deterrence to that aggression. We're seeing that in Ukraine today. It's no accident that after Afghanistan fell, that Putin was meeting with Chairman Xi at the Beijing Olympics, talking about how he wanted to carry out this plan that he had been thinking about for quite some time, but that the timing was right because he saw the weakness and he took advantage of that. And he invaded Ukraine. It was supposed to fall in 3 days, we were told, in the classified space. But guess what? That didn't happen. And here we are 3 years later. The resiliency of the Ukrainians and the fighting capability against what we thought was a superpower, but really is not as strong as we thought it was, has really been astounding. And in the prior administration, I was pushing Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, to put more weapons in faster so they could actually push the Russians back to get to a point of negotiation. I was in Poland when all the refugees were coming out of Ukraine, mothers and children leaving their fathers and husbands behind to fight the war. And the Polish people said this is just like 1939 when Hitler invaded Poland. There are a lot of parallels to that today. The difference, I would argue, is that unlike World War II, we're not going to have a march to Berlin and an unconditional surrender. So there has to be a negotiation. But that negotiation has to protect Ukraine and their interest. Fundamentally, it has to have an ironclad security agreement. Not like 1994 in the Budapest Memorandum, where they gave up all their nuclear weapons in exchange for assurances, not guarantees. And then Russia invaded Ukraine after they gave up their strongest deterrence, and that was the nuclear weapons they had. So we have to have that secure agreement. The children, the 20,000 who have been abducted by the Russians to go against their own country, kidnapped, indoctrinated to fight against their homeland, they need to return and be repatriated. I believe it should go to the Congress for an up or down vote. But that security agreement is really paramount. I've spent a lot of time on this issue. I passed the emergency wartime supplemental bill, which included the $80 billion for Ukraine and the weapons. I wrote in ATACMS into the bill, and we passed that. Had we not passed that bill, I do believe Russia would be occupying Ukraine today. To our European allies, I think the message you're hearing out of the White House is you got to step it up. The NATO alliance is not just the United States, it's also our European partners and allies. And to their credit, our European allies have started to step up their GDP, their military spending relative to GDP quite extensively, which is a very, very positive step. So in the whole context of Europe and its defense from adversaries like Mr. Putin, that's very important. What I pointed out to my colleagues on the floor of that debate of the wartime supplemental was, it's not just Putin. It's Chairman Xi who wants to invade Taiwan. It's the Ayatollah who wants to take Israel and threaten Israel through its proxies of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi rebels. And so you have the three of them, and you have, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, and 10,000 North Korean soldiers were thrown into the front lines in Ukraine, as well. So you can't separate them. I had a poster of JC, you can imagine, Putin, the Ayatollah, and Chairman Xi all together as one. And I said, that is the enemy. They are the adversaries. We do not pick and choose our enemies. They choose us. That is what we are, I think, standing up to aggression, standing up for the right of the people who are being oppressed, standing up for what our country stands for, democracy, freedom, self-determination, as opposed to a domination of a power, a dictatorship. And you're seeing the rise of the dictators, whether it be China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. They're all dictators, and that is the adversary today. Fast forward to Indo-Pacific. At the same time, Chairman Xi's watching Ukraine with great interest to see if Putin's going to be successful. He's also helping Putin out, but he's also looking at his own ambitions. Just like Putin wants imperial Russia, Chairman Xi wants imperial China. He wants the greatness of China restored. China has become a superpower in a very short period of time. We had a good relationship going with China, really until Xi Jinping came into power as the dictator and became more of an adversarial opponent to the United States. So I was in Taiwan, and I'm greeted by an announcement, that a briefing, sir, the island is surrounded with battleships, Chinese warships conducting military exercise games around the island of Taiwan. Why are they doing this? Well, President Lai just got elected. He was not their candidate, and they don't like you either. And then I got sanctioned by China on that trip, but I kind of view that as a badge of honor. I was also involved with Mr. Pompeo, I see our Israeli friend, on the strike on Soleimani and his top lieutenant, who were going around the Middle East to get the proxies united against Israel until we took out Mr. Soleimani. And the response I got to that was with an FBI briefing in the skiff that I was indicted in Iran, and I'm on their top 10 indictment target list, which gives my wife some pause at times. It also gave me more security in my home, but it's standing up to the bully, standing up to the dictator and the oppressor. AUKUS was a really important piece of legislation that I passed, and it's an alliance between Australia, the UK, and the United States. Why is this important? Australia, if you look at particularly in World War II times, is a beachhead in the Indo-Pacific. So AUKUS basically does two things. Pillar one is the nuclear submarines, which is really the crown jewel of the Pacific or of the ocean. This is what keeps Chairman Xi up at night, is the nuclear submarines that we deployed. Pillar two, which I find more interesting, is AI being applied to advanced weapon systems. So it's taking advanced semiconductor chips that I've worked on with my CHIPS bill and taking those chips, turning it into AI, turning AI into advanced weapon systems. That is what Pillar 2 and AUKUS will do. And we already have great innovations taking place right now, including what's called the Ghost Shark, which is an underwater, surface, unmanned submarine, but vessel that can deliver sea mines, torpedoes, can surface and deliver basically drones and missiles with not one person on board. And the cost compared to a massive battleship is almost nothing. And we can flood the zone in the Pacific as a deterrence. And people say, why are you interested in all these weapons? And I'm not interested in these weapons of war for war. I'm interested in them for peace, because they will provide the deterrence to get Chairman Xi to recalculate and rethink his ambitions to take back, what he believes is rightly his, the glory of the imperial China, and go back into Taiwan. And people say, why is Taiwan so important? Would the United States Congress declare war, which my committee has the authorities to declare war, or authorize use of military force? What would happen in the event China invades Taiwan? I get asked this all the time. I know what their battle plan is. It is to basically blockade the island, which would be a smart thing to do. They keep out, and then it makes other countries the aggressor, trying to get through the blockade. They also would shut down the island with a massive cyber attack. And if they get on the beaches of Taiwan, it's pretty much over. The Straits is where the war would be fought. But why is Taiwan so important? Well, we can talk about freedom and democracy. I'm not sure in today's political world in the United States, they're going to really care a whole lot. But what if I told you that 90% of the advanced semiconductors are manufactured in Taiwan? Everything from your phones to your vehicles to our most advanced weapon systems, then people start to wake up. They start to pay attention. What if that 90% of advanced semiconductor chips are compromised? I was at TSMC in Taiwan, and I asked the CEO the question, what happens if China invades Taiwan? He says, we shut down. The global supply, 90% gone, shut down. That's why I introduced the CHIPS Act with Mike Pompeo to bring back and manufacture semiconductor chips both in the United States and our allied countries. We had a multinational fund for this as well. We have to start manufacturing this stuff here and also with our allied nations. Switch to the Middle East. I mean, it's been a paradox and a problem for, well, since the inception of the state of Israel, really, going back to my dad's war and World War II. And to the younger generation who are so pro-Hamas, I have to explain to them why Israel was created in the first place. First of all, it's their homeland for thousands of years. Secondly, the Holocaust and World War II. And I have to describe, my father bombed the Nazis. I explained to my own 5 children, JC, you know how this goes, and they explain, your grandfather actually bombed the Nazis. The Nazis persecuted the Jewish people. They put them, the Holocaust. It's staggering to me, the younger generation, not to sound like some old guy ranting, but not having any knowledge about World War II or the Holocaust, and to remind them why or how Israel came to being in the first place. Not to mention the Cold War when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. I will say I'm actually bullish and optimistic on the Middle East. And I'll tell you why, because Iran has never been on its heels more than they are now. After the B-2 strike, which was devastating to Iran, that took out their nuclear capabilities, that we've been waiting for this day for quite some time, has finally occurred. Hamas is on its heels. Hezbollah has been very damaged, as well as the Houthi rebels. And guess what? Our alliance with the Saudis and Israel's alliance with the Saudis, which no one would have dreamed of a decade ago, is the strongest I've ever seen it. Why is that important? Because normalization could actually take place in our lifetime. Normalization between the Arab world and the Jewish world, to be able to live in peace side by side without war. That is the goal. That is what most people want in the region, except for the terror organizations that are there. So we're seeing, the Abraham Accords occurred. Of course, we saw, Sadat was the first one to break ranks with Egypt and Israel. Then the king of Jordan, Hussein, to break ranks with Israel. But now you're seeing, when you see Saudi, and they are kind of the leader of the Arab kingdom world going that direction, very, very positive news. Stay tuned, I think on that one. Now we have our own hemisphere, Western hemisphere. What you're seeing right now is the administration is actually paying a little more attention now to our own backyard. We used to have something called the Monroe Doctrine that protected our, hemisphere from adversaries. Yet in Venezuela, you'll see Iran there. You'll see China in the Western hemisphere. You'll see Russian assets, down there, as well. I know the issue with Venezuela has caused a lot of consternation. From the American point of view, and particularly someone who lives in a border state like I do of Texas, securing our land border was very important. Securing our maritime border is important as well, and securing our air space from drones. I chair the Special Events Task Force in Homeland dealing with FIFA, the World Cup, which all of y'all are aware, that's going to be a great thing for Mexico, the United States, Canada. I went to the drawing at the Kennedy Center. But my job is to envision what bad could really happen. What are the threats? And the biggest threat to these games are drones, as we've seen in Ukraine with Russia pulverizing, and Ukraine's had great success with drones as well. We've also had drones come across our border from cartels. There's some great counter-drone technology out there right now that I'm trying to get deployed into Ukraine to stop the drones there. But we're also going to deploy these at all the World Cup games to protect the people who are there from, to be able to distinguish a friendly drone versus an adversarial drone. And if we see an adversarial drone, the ability, both federal, state, and local, to take down that drone and have the legal authorities to do so to avoid a catastrophic event. So when we look at the Western Hemisphere, we look at, and I know the vessels from Venezuela have gotten a lot of attention. I would just say, in international waters, and the drug cartels have been designated as foreign terrorist organizations, that we have a right, the executive, under Article 2 of the Constitution, the president has the right to defend our country from drugs flowing into this country that kills Americans. Fentanyls have been the worst, and they've come across the land more primarily, but everyone in this country has a story about someone who died from fentanyls. My children have many, unfortunately. One who took what he thought was Xanax on the streets. It had fentanyl in it, and on Christmas morning, they tried to wake him up, and he was gone. I mean, how sad is that? And it's killing so many of our young people. And these precursors come from China, by the way. So all the things that go into fentanyls are coming from China, which is a whole other issue. I'm going down to Mexico City in February to meet with the president of Mexico. I chair the U.S.-Mexico Interparliamentary, and we're going to meet with their parliament in San Miguel. But this will be one of the hot topics, is precursors from China coming in, being manufactured, then coming across, the border. And so I think at the end of the day, we didn't want World War II. And it took a lot for us to actually get involved in it. If you look at the polling before Pearl Harbor, it was probably 70, 80% against getting involved in yet another European conflict. It really took Pearl Harbor, that's when the polling changed. And even getting involved in Europe is still polling sort of high against not getting involved in that, but just against Japan until Hitler declared a war against the United States. And I say that because I see waves of isolationism in the United States today, the same ones from Lindbergh that we saw prior to World War II. I see that in my own party with my own members. And I have to remind them that we have a great responsibility to lead. The United States, after World War II, became a leader of the free world, and we can't shrink from that responsibility. We can ask our friends and allies to step up their defense, but we have to maintain a leadership role for freedom in the world and democracy. The oceans are not going to protect us like we thought prior to World War II. The bombing. Interesting, I was with the ambassador from Japan, who obviously they're our ally today, but I was at the International Club, and he had took me to his residence, and there was a phone in his office. And he said, I want to show this to you. My predecessor sat here when Emperor Hirohito called him to tell him he was going to bomb Pearl Harbor. I was like, wow. And that's before we drank the sake and the sushi. But I looked at the telephone. I said, that is the telephone He said, yes. Now, what I didn't, I thought I knew everything about history, but, you know, the oil embargo taking place in D.C. was, it failed. So Japan was trying to get the embargo lifted from the United States. They failed, so what happened? Japan is looking at China for energy. They're also looking for energy in the Dutch West Indies. And guess what? The Philippines is a U.S. territory that's in its way. So what does Japan do? Well, all we got to do is take out their naval base in Hawaii, and then we have free access to the Dutch West Indies. It was all about energy. I can't tell you how many Americans don't know that story. They just think Japan just blindly bombed Pearl Harbor out of some suicidal interest. They greatly underestimated the United States, and some still do today, but that was the backdrop to that story. I think all the points I've made today, really the bottom line is, if you don't have the strength to project, you will invite the weakness, you will invite the conflict and the war, and we all want peace in this world. The majority of people in the world want peace. They do not want war, whether it be the Middle East or whether it be Indo-Pacific or whether it be Eastern Europe. And it's these dictators that will eventually be gone. And hopefully we have a new day for the next generation of Americans. You know, my father always said he passed down his generation, passed down to my generation a better America and a better world. And that is our goal. That's our responsibility, is to pass down a better planet to the next generation. And so thank you for having me. I appreciate everything you do. It's not easy. Like, we couldn't even pass a rule on our national defense authorization bill. We're trying to get that passed right now. Vitally important to everything I'm talking about. And Mary, we're going to get that done, right? But, you know, it's like what Churchill said, it's probably the worst form of government except for all the others, democracy. It's messy, it's not pretty, but it's better than the alternative, and that's a dictatorship. So anyway, God bless y'all. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so thank you so much for being here. I should mention, so as you remember, 2 years ago, Senator Rubio was here and made remarks, and a year and a half later, he's Secretary of State. So, you know, who knows? You missed that, I'll tell you later. So the Congressman's agreed, Chairman Emeritus, to take a question or two before he leaves. But again, thank you for coming here and the generosity of your time. And you really covered the waterfront and history, and it's important. So, yes, sir. I'll bring this to you.
Thank you, Martin Rappaport here. How dangerous is this Islamic religious kind of a war that's going on, and the way it's impacting us with social warfare, not just military warfare? You know, how do you see that as a threat or not, or what do you think can be done about it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and there are a lot of different views on this, and I had to deal with this early on. After 9/11. You know, I was hired back by the Justice Department to be the chief of counterterrorism, so I had to deal with, I studied radical Islam. I studied Ramzi Youssef, who in 1993 tried to take out the World Trade Center. You know what his first target was? It wasn't the World Trade Center. He was going to bomb 12 Jewish synagogues simultaneously, which was their MO. But then he changed his mind to, no, I think the World Trade Center, the symbol of economic power. But why 12? Because the 12 tribes of Israel. He escapes, really interesting story. He escapes, he goes to Islamabad. He meets up with his uncle, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind in 9/11. And they start talking about flying airplanes. And not just hijacking, but Ramsey's really good at explosive devices. And they talk about blowing up airplanes. So the Bajorka plot was to blow up 12 commercial airliners simultaneously with micro bombs that he had developed. Then they started plotting 9/11 that we don't even have to blow an airplane up. We can have a jihadist fly and go into martyrdom and fly an airplane into a building like a cruise missile. And that was the inception of what happened in 9/11. When they arrested Ramzi Youssef in Islamabad in his apartment, what they found was very eerie to me as a federal prosecutor. They found all these baby dolls stuffed with chemical explosives. So think about how like sinister and evil someone thinks like that, to put a chemical explosive in a baby doll to then bring onto an airplane to blow up the airplane. I tell you that story just to put you in the mind of how can anyone be a suicide bomber? You know, I dealt with the families of the 13 servicemen and women who, unfortunately, their children were killed by a suicide bomber that was released out of Bagram prison, along with thousands of other ISIS-K that are now roaming around Afghanistan freely and reconstituting the threat of terrorism. And that was a horrific day, you know, what happened there. They suffered great blows. The problem is you can't kill an ideology just with bombs. Like, and we bombed a lot. And sometimes for every target you're bombing, you're going to hit someone else who's not, maybe you'll hit a wedding or something. But you're killing a lot of innocents too. And every one of those families are touched. And what you're doing is you're creating more radicalized ideology along the way. I think I don't have a simple answer. I do see a rise in anti-Semitism. Yeah, I met with Netanyahu in May, met with him in August. My advice was try to end this thing as soon as I get the threat. I was there after October 7th. I saw in Kfar Aza. I was in that chutzpah, or kibbutz, sorry, chutzpah's another. I was in the kibbutz, and I saw these beautiful people. They're kind of like hippies in a commune, and they were all killed. And I visited after. And when I was in Netanyahu's office, he showed me the film of Hamas and what happened on October 7th. And he said, after he showed me the film, it's horrific, was, I want you to take this back to your Congress and show it to them so they never forget and they always remember what they did to my people. And so I did, you know, I showed it to them. But since Gaza, and it hasn't been perfect, we've had a lot of anti-Semitism rising now, and that concerns me. We saw that in Europe in the late 1930s, and again, it's all an ideology. I think the bottom line is, in a lot of these countries, most of them are young males without any opportunity. You know, I was talking to a lady from, you know, Algeria, and also one from Nigeria, where Boko Haram, right? Well, where do they get their fighters? Well, teenage kids, boys that don't have an economic future. There's no future other than it's like joining a gang. So I think as we try to raise the level of economic stability in the world, and I think eventually we can deal with this problem, but it's not going to go away anytime soon. I wish I had a better answer for you.
Well, that was a great answer, though. So thank you. We're back to the Afghan delegation here. That might be the last question. We'll go back to our China panel, but
yeah.
Thank you very much, Congressman McCall. I first appreciate Congressman Pettinger for gathering great event and having you here in the event. I really appreciate your support to the people of Afghanistan. I'm following every step you put about Afghanistan. My name is Khan Aga Razai. I used to be parliament member in Afghanistan in the Security and Intelligence Committee. I was chairing for 3 years. Again, we appreciate your hard timing during the bill that it's on floor to pass, stop funding the Taliban under the human rights, which I just saw the Tim Burchett today, Congressman Tim. He's also trying that we should pass the bill to stop funding the Taliban. This is one of the questions that how we can pass this bill and then pass it to the Senate. And the second thing, I think the problem is not, as you just mentioned, is not the religious, is not Islam. The problem is the radicals, the extremism, terrorism, who are whatever religions they are belong to. The first victims who are from these radicals and the extremism are Muslims peoples. As you know, in Afghanistan, we have 165,000 soldiers who lost their life and 130,000 civilians who lost their lives from these extremism groups are active or exploding and suicide bombs in Afghanistan. And till today, as you just mentioned, what they are saying, how much you spend on a soldier every month, $700 or $1,000. They're spending $100 in a year on a madrasa or whatever they call it. So how we can stop, and what is the national security strategy of the U.S. President Trump was just announced. We didn't see anything about the counterterrorism. How they are forgetting a country that 20 years we give blood and resources. And we just had a couple of weeks ago an incident inside the DC. This is another project that just started by the extremism and the region, countries, that how they should lose the trust of the U.S. government between the Afghanistan nationals who are evacuated from Afghanistan here, and they used a person who been trained by the CIA for 15 years, and they used him against the United States and the national security. So this is a big project. It is not going to stop, as we understand, as I am involved in connection in between our peoples. This is a big project. Maybe tomorrow is going to be another same problem we will have. So our understanding, if we want to fight the terrorism, we should fight the terrorism overseas, outside the border of America. But unfortunately, we're not seeing the short or plan or middle plan how we can fight these extremism groups. They are funding from taxpayers of the United States citizens. Thank you, Mr. Congressman.
There's a lot there. It was botched. The going to zero plan, which means zero troops, zero air cover, zero contractors. When I was in the skiff with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, CENTCOM Commander McKenzie, they told me it's going to fall fast. Once the air power is gone, the Taliban and our State Department was not prepared for this, and the overrun of the embassy, not prepared for this. And so the saddest thing, as you pointed out, is that no man left behind is always the military credo. And we violated that. We left them behind. And you're right, it's a radical Islam is the enemy, not Islam as a faith. In fact, they all came from the house of Abraham. Christianity, Judaism, which you were the first one, sir. Judaism, Christianity, Muhammad, Islam. All the same house, maybe one day we can all live in that house together in peace. But leaving them behind was such a betrayal. And the latest setback with the Afghan who was cleared by the chief of mission for a special immigrant visa, killing our 2 National Guard soldiers was a major setback. I can't tell you how that has hurt our cause to get our Afghan partners out of there. Not to mention the women left behind. I mean, women who've never lived under Taliban domination are basically slaves, under the Taliban. And the saddest thing is that most Americans, they want to forget about it. They call it the forever wars, right? I'm dealing with a younger generation. They don't remember World War II. They didn't grow up in the Cold War like I did. All they remember are forever wars, and they don't want any more. And they don't want to deal with Afghanistan. And it's sad to me. There are voices like mine, but what happened 2 weeks ago is a major setback. I want to leave you all on just one kind of positive story. I've seen a lot of really bad things as a prosecutor, but then chair of Homeland, then Foreign Affairs. So I got a call, and we sent a lot of our special forces guys in after the fall to save our Afghan partners, to save American lives, to get them the hell out of there. But I get a call, and they said, "Sir, there are 4 busloads of girls, young women, from the American School of Music, and they're trying to get out." And this was after the suicide bomber went off at HKIA. So it was chaos. Abbey Gate was closed. No one was allowed to get past it, to get on an airplane to get out of there. So 4 busloads of young women at the American School of Music. And I thought, my God, the 2 things the Taliban despises, women and music. How horrible is this? So I called, Milley, at that time, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, McKenzie, people in the White House, please get them out. I never heard back. I heard from them, but I never knew what happened to them until I was at a Grammys on the Hill event, and there was a gentleman at my table sitting next to me from Portugal. And I said, "What do you do?" He goes, "Well, I have this music school in Portugal." I said, "That's cool." And then I remembered these girls had a Portuguese visa. And I said, "Just by chance, do you have the girls from Afghanistan that were trying to get out?" And he says, "Yes, they are my students." And I was like, wow, there is a God, right? So I'm on the board of trustees at the Kennedy Center, thanks to Speaker McCarthy, who appointed me. And I talked to him and said, wouldn't it be cool to get those girls? I got a donor to finance a trip to fly the girls over to the United States and perform at the Kennedy Center, which they did. And I thought that was just one of the coolest things, because then they brought the culture of Afghanistan, the true culture, not the Taliban, but Afghanistan's rich heritage and culture, to demonstrate to people of all walks at the Kennedy Center, which was an honor. Honor to save those lives, but a dishonor to leave so many behind. And so thanks for raising that.
That's a great story. It's great to leave it on a high note. Congressman, thanks so much. Please help me thank Congressman McCall for coming here today.
Thanks, Congressman.
And we return to our regularly scheduled program. I think, Carl, you were talking about, your piece. And so don't all step out and leave. We got about 30 minutes left here. Closing remarks, and then you can move on. But Carl?
Okay. I'll keep this brief. Thank you, JC. Good to be with everyone today. Everybody hear me?
Is that on?
Okay, not very well. Okay. Thank you. As JC mentioned, about 5 years ago, I wrote a book called Power Rivals. And the subtitle was America and China's Superpower Struggle. And the basic theme of the book is that America was struggling to stay a superpower and China was struggling to become one. So it's a good time, 5 years on, to assess where we are. So I came back from Colorado back to Washington because of the U.S.-China rivalry. I was very concerned what was going on. And so I wrote the book. I started a think tank called the Economic Security Council, economicsecuritycouncil.org. And it's focused on U.S.-China rivalry, in particular in maritime security, shipping, ship repair, and critical minerals. And of course, last week we had the National Security Strategy release, so it's a good time on this panel with my colleagues to talk about where we sit. I want to start with just one interesting way to look at China, because you can look at China in many ways. And it took me a long time to come to this conclusion, but the best way to look at it at China is it's not one country. It's really two countries. It's one country of about 500 million people, which is extremely well developed, very sophisticated, middle-income country. And then it's another country of, say, 900 million, which is an emerging market country, a developing country with relatively low wages, low education levels. And I think it's good to think about China this way, because that way you don't underestimate it or overestimate it. So think about that. So we're a country, very sophisticated country of 330. They're a country of roughly 500 million. Okay, so I'm coming out in January. Our Economic Security Council is coming out with January with a state of the U.S.-China rivalry report. So let me just give you some bullets from this report, which will be out in January. My two broad takeaways is that basically China is expanding and doubling down on three things. Number one, a mercantilist economic policy. No change there. You probably saw yesterday, Wall Street Journal, China has already recorded a $1 trillion trade surplus for this year, first time. That's despite what, 47% tariff on Chinese imports. China exports to the United States are down, but they're up almost everywhere else. Southeast Asia, Europe, Latin America, no change there. Military and cyber capabilities continue to expand and strengthen. Nuclear capabilities have the number of nuclear warheads has doubled since 2018. And in terms of its repressive government, no change there. And I think Senator Brownback was very effective in giving his pitch about freedom of religion regarding China. So my second takeaway in terms of economics, politics, defense, and psychology, the U.S. is losing ground in the U.S.-China rivalry and risks, or is at risk, of losing all the benefits that go with being a superpower, a trusted and reliable superpower. Our problem, the United States challenge or problem, is not primarily economic, it's political. China quietly executes 5-year plans while the United States closes its government every 5 years. China, in a determined and disciplined manner, has built and is building a global platform to leapfrog America in key sectors. And key sectors and key geographies. I mean, it's from the seabed in terms of getting fiber optic, protecting or injuring fiber optic cables, to getting nodules off the seabed, to process rare earths from the space, cyber, the Arctic. I don't know if you saw, but yesterday there was an article about China had the first cargo container ship that went from China to the UK through the Arctic route, saving about 20 days and a lot of money. So this is a global challenge. Now, we have two very different systems, economic systems and political systems. And as I mentioned when we had the talk on manufacturing, you know, we're America and Congress and our financial markets are very short-term oriented. So we focus on short-term political and financial gains over finding common ground to achieve, you know, strategic objectives. China's advantage is that they can move with speed and scale. But China has significant vulnerabilities, which we need to exploit. But I have to say, China plays a weak hand pretty well. From China's perspective, Beijing's perspective, when the leadership looks at America, they see a country that they believe is divided, distracted, and in relative decline. And our goal here, in other words, America and its partners and allies, we have to work together to prove them wrong on all three counts and renew what I think is the American brand, the winning American brand. It's dynamic stability. We're dynamic politically and economically, but we're also stable politically and economically. And that's what China's trying to injure, that perception. A couple things that normally don't come into a U.S.-China debate is our debt and our fiscal deficit. You know, we spend $7 trillion a year. We're bringing about $5 trillion of revenue. So each year we're piling up $2 trillion of debt. We can't ignore that forever. And I will say that China also has a debt problem, primarily at the provincial and municipal level. They have about $18 trillion debt at the provincial level, which is almost the size of their GDP, depending on what exchange rate you use. So which country better manages their debt and budget is probably going to win the rivalry. I'll say this, America also needs to stay a reliable and trusted ally to keep a balance of power in the Western Pacific. And when I say trusted ally and partner, you know, that's across the board. Europe, in Asia, I'm an Asia guy. So in particular, South Korea and Japan, Australia, we really need to stand as one with them. And as my colleague mentioned, the recent brouhaha regarding Taiwan and Japan, I think we really need to back up Japan. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that I thought everybody was worried whether Japan would be with us on Taiwan. And now in Tokyo, they're wondering, are we with them? And then I won't talk about Pentagon reform, but that obviously has to be accelerated. And then in terms of deterrence, everybody's talked about deterrence. That's the way we keep peace. I will just say finally that money spent on deterrence is seldom wasted. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is like a very hard act to follow. I think I'm at the end of the day, and I don't know if I have to tell some jokes or what to keep you guys entertained. So I'm Dan Rundy. Thanks for having me. I'm really glad you all have invested the time to come to Washington. Thank you for investing the time. We are grateful for your partnership as allies and friends of the United States, and we can't do anything alone. And so I think I think this is the way we build bridges, and we're grateful for you investing the time, so thank you. I wrote a book a couple of years ago. I'm a senior advisor at CSIS. I'm also a senior advisor at a public affairs firm called BGR. And I wrote a book called The American Imperative, Reclaiming Global Leadership Through Soft Power. My thesis is and was that there are sort of three theaters of competition with the Chinese Communist Party. The first is a military one. I hardly knew what ATACMS were until 18 months ago, so I don't really know a lot about the defense side of things. The second is the technology sphere. I can hardly use my iPhone. I can't tell you a lot about AI and that kind of a thing. But I think the third sphere is in the realm of a lot of it is playing out in, I'm going to describe it as the global south and in the multilateral fora, multilateral contexts. So I wanted to use my time to talk about the multilateral system. You're all members. The United States is members of about 130 UN agencies, the World Bank, the FAO, all agencies that your governments, your countries are members of. We're very conflicted about multilateral institutions in the United States. We don't want them to sort of tie us down. At the same time, these are important institutions for burden sharing and collective action and problem solving. In recent years, what's happened is, I'd say certainly in the last 10 years, competition, great power competition is playing out in a much more intensified and sharp way in multilateral fora. And some of these are really obscure things. Here in the United States, if you say, okay, well, I'm really concerned about who's going to become the next head of the Food and Agriculture Organization, almost nobody in Washington knows what exactly the Food and Agriculture Organization does. There's 500 or so members of Congress in the United States. I'm not sure that many, these are all smart, capable, successful people if they've been elected. But if I asked most members of Congress what exactly the World Bank does or the International Monetary Fund does, they're not totally sure what these folks what these folks actually do. Can you get a car loan from these institutions or not? I mean, literally, it's that kind of a thing. And it's not, again, it's not a question of, it's just these can be very obscure institutions. Here's the issue, though. These institutions do several things. They often have money, a lot of money. Sometimes these institutions oftentimes set global standards of various kinds. And the third thing that they do is that they often have sensitive and actionable information in different ways. So what you've seen in the last 10 plus years is the Chinese Communist Party getting a lot better at sending diplomats to all sorts of obscure technical organizations, sending very large teams, where in the past the United States sort of didn't take these things that seriously. And as I said, we have a little bit of a historic love-hate relationship with these things. I mean, I don't want to out my mother, but I think my mother would say we ought to get out of most of them. They're useless for the most part, or these people are tax-free and they don't pay their parking tickets and all this kind of a thing. So but the problem is, to the extent that the United States and our allies leave these institutions, they're being taken over and used as force multipliers by our adversaries in ways that wasn't the case 10 or 15 years ago. You see this in places like ICAO or the World Health Organization, where Taiwan is kicked out of observer status of these institutions as soon as you have someone from the Chinese Communist Party who takes over these things. Or at the FAO, where a member of the Chinese Communist Party runs the FAO and parrots Russian language talking points about the full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine for long periods of time. So I think, we're in the process of deciding. I mean, there are 130 of them. We're in the process of saying, okay, maybe there are a handful we don't necessarily want to be in. I still think when the smoke clears, I think we'll still be in about 120 of them. So you've heard some things like, oh, the U.S. is going to get out of international institutions. I think it's an exaggeration. I think one of my messages to you is maybe we'll get out of 4 or 5 things like UNRWA, that I think for many Americans think is not something that we want to support, given sort of their terrible behaviors and et cetera. I also think some of the other controversial agencies. I think we've gotten out of we're leaving the World Health Organization in January. I think some of that's personality driven with the current Director General of the World Health Organization, who was perceived here in the United States as being a little too close to the Chinese Communist Party. I think I would like to see him accelerate his exit, and so to the extent anybody has good relations with him, we ought to come up with some kind of a deal to accelerate his exit. and then come up with a reform plan for the United States to return. And so allies like members of this, of your governments should be thinking about what is the reform agenda to get the United States to return to the WHO, because I think we should be returning to it, but we can't return to it, I think, under the current circumstances. But I think overall, there's an understanding and appreciation that we can't, we have to mind the store. And we say in American cowboy language, you have to ride herd. We have to kind of ride herd on these multilateral organizations in a way that maybe in the past we didn't have to. For example, there was, even just in the Trump administration just recently, there's an obscure organization called the International Maritime Organization. There was a series of rules proposals that were going to be harmful to U.S. fleets, ports, and the national interest. And so the U.S. woke up in time to put together a coalition. Many of your governments were involved with this to stop something that was not perceived as in the American interest. So what does this all mean for you? Well, I think several things. One is we can't just kind of rubbish these, this is more of an American problem. I'm sure most of your governments actually pay, sometimes for smaller countries in particular, multilateral organizations have a lot higher level of value, and oftentimes, but for a big, for the United States, we're conflicted about it. But I would just say we're trying to do a better job of focusing on leadership races and ensuring that we have enough talent. I think it's important that the United States, but also countries, like-minded countries like yours, are sending talented young people to grow up in these systems, because I will tell you the Chinese Communist Party is sending really good young people who speak French and English and have studied in the West. Many have studied in your country, and then they go and they're all members of the Chinese Communist Party, and they grow up in the system, and you can bet your bottom dollar that that's an issue. They're also, China has more embassies than the United States does today. So they can run big, sophisticated, multilateral campaigns in ways that they couldn't have 20 years ago. So there's things like that. There's other things along the lines of we need to have a strategy and how we work with partners and partner countries like yours, not just on leadership races, but building coalitions on different issues and supporting certain kinds of policies and key norms. Because if we don't mind the store, the Chinese Communist Party has the ability today to run the table on any multilateral organization, try and potentially win on any standards issue, potentially win on things like saying, let's disadvantage Taiwan, let's exclude Taiwan, let's do things that are harmful to Israel, et cetera. So we have to mind the store. We can't blow off, as we say in a colloquially American English, these multilateral organizations, even if there's a temptation to do so. So I think it's important when you talk to your American interlocutors about these institutions. A lot of Republicans are like, this stuff is useless. But I think it's important as you say, like, this is important to us because this puts Israel at risk. This is important to us because this puts Taiwan at risk. This is important to us because they're going to direct a lot of money to stuff you don't want. This is important to us because they're going to set standards that are going to hurt the American national security or American economic security. So make it in those sorts of terms. Don't make arguments of sustainable development goals or the global order or, and also as you talk to American interlocutors, especially the Trump administration, you want to talk about how your partner governments are burden sharing in these institutions. We are paying our dues, we're doing this, we're sending excellent people, and we're making sure that we're crowding out the Chinese Communist Party or other adversaries. So why don't I just stop there, given that we're the lateness of the hour. Thanks.
Fantastic. There's the other microphone. Okay.
There we go. Did you have foster discussion? Was there questions?
I'd be open to it, but
yeah. Okay, so we're nearing the end. You all deserve an award, first of all. Lesser minds and bodies wouldn't be able to withstand that or absorb 16 hours of amazing content, so it's a lot. This was a great panel, too. Sorry we were interrupted, but that was pretty fascinating. Tour de force from Chairman McCall. This is an important topic. I wish we could have done it earlier, but it's a great way to end the day as well. And so maybe we'll turn to folks for questions, but I just wonder internally if you discussed some things you wanted to cover before we do that, or not.
Just one thing, Chairman McCall mentioned drones. Carbon fiber is used for the manufacture of some of the best drones, but also for wind turbines. There is one American manufacturer of carbon fiber left. It's a subsidiary of a Japanese company. You have at least 2 Chinese state-subsidized companies that are undercutting the market price of carbon fiber by, I think it's about 33% less that they're selling that. You can't survive such competition just on market terms. They're very strategic. It's the same thing that happened with rare earth magnets in the late 1990s, which right now is a leverage point. There was a AP article the other day where someone mentioned that we're playing checkers and China's playing chess. Actually, that's the wrong game. They're playing Wei Qi. Some of you may know what is Go. It's a very strategic game where you surround your opponent. It takes a lot of patience. That's the game that they're playing. It's long term. We need to wake up to that.
Thank you, Pierre. So I've got the mic here. Una, let me bring it around to you. That's Una MacDonald, who now lives in Washington, D.C., but originally from the UK, was a member of Parliament.
Thank you very much. I just want to refer to instruments of oppression in China and to outline the importance of central bank digital currency. You don't need to invade Tiananmen Square in the way that happened awfully in the past. What you need to do is to control individuals' expenditure. And that is what Chinese CBDC is used for. Some Western countries, including the UK, have flirted with the idea of a CBDC, a central bank digital currency. That is to concentrate too much power in the hands of the government through its central bank, because you can easily trace every single item of expenditure, if you wish to, for every single individual. And you can use this, you could, in the West. The chairman of the select committee in the UK, talking to the central bank governor at the time, Andrew Bailey, and Andrew Bailey talked about the examination of this topic that was going on and said, of course, we would never do that with it. The chairman said to Andrew Bailey, but you won't always be there. And that is the key issue for Western democracies. Whoever's running the show at the moment won't always be there in terms of mortality, if nothing else. And so an idea, I think, should not be flirted with, but at the same time, we need to understand the way in which it is used by the Chinese government.
Thank you. Any comments on that? You're right. Okay. Well, and I will add. I mean, I know this is a China forum, but we've seen some of that in the United States, right? And in Western, I mean, we had the debanking here. We still have that. We're trying to address that. The administration with new rules. We saw in Canada not that many years ago during COVID, where there was objection to the severe restrictions of who could go out and do this and that.
The Internet of Things is great until you realize North Korea's got the off switch, and this is sort of an example of that. You give these authoritarians the chance to take control of the money system or anything else. In all societies, things are bad. We need to expand freedom and liberty, or you have these sorts of temptations by closet authoritarians. They come out of the closet and start debanking people and doing other things because for whatever reason, it's not good.
Or totalitarians.
Yeah, they get in touch with their inner totalitarian.
Any other questions?
There's one over here.
Yes, sir. Well, let me move over here, and then.
Hi, thank you. So I worked for both Trump's first administration and some of this administration as well. And one thing that you talked about China's strategy, how they can work kind of in long-term strategic goals. I saw myself on a trip in Panama. Just the Panamanians were describing me this partnership that they had with China for such a long time. So what, given, we've had all these discussions on democracy and things that we want to keep as our principles, but given that situation of where we have shorter election timeframes, and what can we do long-term strategically to our adversaries like China in regard to this kind of long-term strategic planning?
Sorry, the question about Panama? The question's about Panama?
No, the question's in general about like China's, I think it is an advantage in some point that they have this longer term strategic planning where they can plan out for years, 10 years, 12, 20 years, where we're a little bit dependent on our election cycles and things like that, our administration changes. So how do we overall keep our democracy but still have some of these long-term strategic planning?
So the first thing, I would say I wouldn't give too much confidence to the Chinese Communist Party to be a long-term planner. They've made lots of mistakes. They open themselves up to a lot of vulnerabilities. We're just not good at taking advantage of it. So I would say what we need to do is to understand the Chinese Communist Party better than we did ever the Soviet Union. So we have quite a task ahead of us. We're still, there's a core of that understanding here in this town over the last 10, 15 years, but it's far from where it needs to be. The other is we have to reorganize for the task. We are a government that's really kind of in this weird hybrid between still a Cold War and fighting Al-Qaeda type, global jihadist type. We're not organized for task. We're in a new Cold War. We have to act like it, and we have to operationalize our government, the agencies as such. We're still not there. So those are two things. We did it in 1948 with the National Security Act, created new structures, new organizations to wage the Cold War. We need to do the same thing now. But again, the Chinese are making lots of mistakes. We just need to take better advantage of it. But that's just my contribution.
And you can plan, but as they say in the Marine Corps, plan early, plan twice, right? So you make a plan, and maybe it's not such a good plan, particularly in a command and control economy. And here you have a lot more input from folks in Bureau?
Yeah, and I'll stand up just so I can see you there. I think one example of short-term thinking that's been so destructive is the idea of quarterly profits. And corporations are just thinking about the next quarter. We have to stop thinking like that. And if you look at, there's a very good book, Apple in China, that William McGee wrote. I would highly recommend it. So many of what we consider American corporations have outsourced our entire industry. And if you look at, there's a very cautionary tale, Nortel, the Canadian company, when they entered the China market with great fanfare, it doesn't exist anymore. It was cannibalized by Huawei. Okay, that is the fate that many corporations with their short-term thinking of immediate profits are going to suffer and have suffered. Thank you.
Yep, I'll be right there. One more, and then we're going to have an open forum if there's any folks still standing who want to make some remarks.
Thank you. My name is Chelsea Chen. I'm from New York. I'm originally born and raised in Beijing, and all my family members, they're in Beijing. I'm the only one who live in the United States. I'm very proud to be a U.S. citizen. So I just want, in the meanwhile, I'm also Falun Gong practitioner for the past 15 plus years, and this is really the best thing happened to me. And I know for this forum, there's a lot of talk about China topic and also about human rights abuses, especially on Falun Gong issues. And I just want to share some important information to let everyone who care about China to know. First of all, since 1999 persecution started, and Falun Gong practitioners outside China, they're not just, they're very busy in terms of counter the persecution coming from Chinese Communist Party. And Epoch Times is Falun Gong practitioners started global media. And 21 years ago, Epoch Times published a series of articles. It's called 9 Commentary on Chinese Communist Party. And this book is for the first time separate Chinese Communist Party to Chinese people and China. So I think many of the politicians in America today realize that Chinese Communist Party, they don't they don't represent the Chinese people. And China has a 5,000 years of history, and it's a very spiritual culture. And but Chinese Communist Party is based on, Marxist, which is a European thing. It's never a Chinese thing. So basically, we view Chinese Communist Party as a kidnapper. They kidnap China as a nation and cut the root,
Amen. Exactly.
cut the root, from about Chinese people from the traditional Chinese culture, which is very spiritual culture. And I just want to let people know, you might have heard of Shenyun Performing Arts, and this is a Falun Gong practitioner started performing arts company based in the United States, and they do global tour since 2006, and they go to many of the European countries, so catch the show if you can. And this show actually presented, what is authentic Chinese culture is about. It's very spiritual culture, and many of you have saw that. And
that's fantastic. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to let you know the Chinese government have been go after Shenyun since day one, and this sabotage has been intensified since last summer. They have been Chinese Communist Party has been using a weaponized U.S. legal system and U.S. media such as New York Times to basically tear down Shenyun Performing Arts. So there's 8 lawsuits going on right now against the Shenyun company and the individuals, and as well as they're trying to bankrupt them.
We're all with you, but maybe folks could talk to you bilaterally after the conference.
Right.
We should probably wrap it up.
Right, okay. So sorry about that. And also my colleagues, I want to just give 1 minute to my colleagues,
So I don't know, JC, I think we're kind of running out of time, my friend.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. JC, I think...
Only a minute, right? You're going to do for 1 minute, right? Not 5 minutes, right?
Less than 1 minute.
Good.
Okay, yes. China is a big issue, and we do believe communism is the root cause of all issues nowadays in the world. And it's heavily infiltrated the Western world, especially in the United States. So as my friend says, we are U.S. citizens. We're so proud, and see how we should stop that infiltration. And thank you.
So I don't know if you want to address any of those observations or questions. And
but I think the last question there goes to education about communism, and I think it's one thing that's very disturbing is you see a lot of people, young people, identifying as communists. We saw someone elected in New York as mayor. That really is surprising. There's a saying in Italian that someone who che hai un comunista 20 anni non hai cuore. Someone who's not a communist at age 20 has no heart. Someone who's still a communist at age 20 has no head. But it is very important, I think, that we educate young people as to the nature of communism. I know Florida, working with the Victims of Communism Association, has a curriculum designed to educate people on what communism is. We don't need to relearn those lessons of that bloody system, totalitarian system, and the legacy of death that it brought. So hopefully we can, educate the next generation. Thank you.
So I was going to open forum. I think there's an interest in most everybody in the room to wrap this up. It's been a long 2 days, and so why don't we do that? We'll hammer the gavel down, and then you have something you got to say. We got 3 forums coming up in 2026. There'll be a 4th announced soon, and but this has been great. So I thank our speakers. I thank all of you attending and the 4,000 something attending virtually. Hope you can come in person in the future. And but thank you all. Appreciate it.